This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 933 Space Blast. The three women's mecha driving skills are pretty good. After all, they have limited time to contact mechas. In addition, the three of them have to practice superpowers. So the three of them don't spend much time on mechas. When the three women can operate mechas skillfully, Yongbo plans to give them each a space mecha. Anyway, when things happen, the combat power of having a mecha is completely different from that of not having one. After dinner, everyone went to the internet room. Yongbo had entered the second game world. It was winter in the second game world. Green City defeated the bandit group last time, and its reputation was completely gone. So no one would come to cause trouble in a short time. However, winter is not a good day for the civilians in the game, because they can't work in winter. Their income is reduced, and they need more clothes and food for the cold weather. But all this has little to do with Yongbo. Yongbo lets the game characters train and learn various knowledge every day. There are many instructors in Green Academy. Yongbo lets the game characters learn from these instructors. Sui also walks her pet Mau Mau in the game. As for Annie and Xia, each of them is doing their own things, watching movies, listening to music. Yongbo looked at the news again. The biggest hot news in the whole society at this stage is that the hereditary nobles of the Shuilan Empire suffered a terrorist attack. The local news is tomorrow's auction of high-quality medicine. These politicians of March Star all said that this auction can play a decisive role in promoting the local economy. In the future, more and more taxes will be paid, which will make the various infrastructures of the planet better and better. In addition, it can also attract foreign funds. Tomorrow's auction will still have 50 medicines, and the energy properties of the raw materials of the medicines are better than the last time. I don't know if these buyers have tested the medicines last time. If these buyers have tested and confirmed the effect, then tomorrow's auction will be very intense. Because this kind of genetic evolution medicine does not expire, it can be stored for a long time. Now these people are also afraid that if something happens to Zhang Buizhen in the future, the supply of high-quality gene medicine will be cut off. Last time, some people dared to release energy bombs. So next time, they might have more violent means. Although the Zhang family is in trouble now, they might be angry. Anyway, anything can happen. So the next day, when Yongbo controlled the training mecha out of his territory, he attracted a lot of people's attention. There are many mechas on the streets of March Star now. In the city, the mecha has its own exclusive roads or routes. The mecha's intelligent system strictly enforces relevant laws and regulations, and reports the route in advance. Yongbo does not need to do anything when sitting in the mecha. The mecha's intelligent system directly controls the mecha and takes Yongbo to the auction. Today's auction is very well guarded. There are several mechas on the building of the auction, and they can be seen to be air superiority mechas. There are also mechas patrolling on the ground, and fighter planes in the air. However, Yongbo's mecha got the access certificate, so Yongbo drove his mecha to the underground exclusive mecha parking area. When Yongbo arrived at the auction site, others had been waiting here for a long time. When these people saw Yongbo coming, they just took a look. Everyone knew what Yongbo was here for. Zhang Buizhen was greeting everyone warmly. Seeing Yongbo coming, he also came to greet Yongbo. Yongbo. According to my information, some of them tried to purchase gene drugs, and the effect was very good. Congratulations, fourth brother. Congratulations to you too. I'm going to hold another auction next month. If I need it, I'll find you. Even if these guys want it, they won't show it. They hope we can sell for as little money as possible. Zhang Buizhen laughed. These capitalists are like this. They just want us to give them the money for free. Yongbo nodded. I will settle the bill with you after the auction next month. I don't have much money. Zhang Buizhen said again. I'm not in a hurry for my money. Thank you for your hard work, fourth brother. Go and get busy. Yongbo didn't say a word in the auction afterwards, because everyone in the auction today was in high spirits. The average price of each medicine this time reached 460 million credit points. The price was so high that Yongbo felt it was a bit abnormal. Zhang Buizhen was not clear about this situation either, and was going to check it out. Yongbo controlled the training mecha and returned to the mecha warehouse in the back mountain. The flower and fruit mountain behind the villa has been completed and is being debugged. The main purpose of debugging is to allow these transplanted plants to grow well. The main purpose is to debug the intelligent control program of the flower and fruit mountain, For different plants, the light illumination temperature at different times, etc. Because there are many fruits in the flower and fruit mountain, the flowering period, fruit period, and the temperature required for the ripening period of the fruit are completely different. It will take about half a month to debug. After debugging is completed, it will be handed over to Yang Bo, and Yang Bo will put the black rock honey in. We came to the mecha warehouse in the mountain, which is also the mecha training ground. Su Wei and the other two women are training mechas inside. 3 high-end mechas are constantly performing various actions in the entire training ground. Mecha training is actually to train everyone's on-the-spot reaction ability. Some people have very good data during training, but they become idiots as soon as they go to the battlefield. The data of the mecha master can only be used as a reference, but more importantly, the mecha master's thinking and reaction ability. Yang Bo watched Su Wei controlling the mecha to rush left and right, and felt strange. After all, Su Wei was a cute type, and controlling a mecha that was more than 10 meters high gives people a huge contrast. Good. Yang Bo saw that Su Wei's system score reached 85% after completing a set of actions. Mecha training is to do various actions. To make the mecha like a living person, the movements should be smooth. Each set of movements has a score, and the highest score is 100%. In addition, each set of movements has a difficulty level, with the lowest difficulty being 1 star, and the highest difficulty being 5 stars. Su Wei felt a little embarrassed when facing Yang Bo's praise, because her set of movements was the least difficult. When it was Xia and Annie's turn, Yang Bo also praised them generously. When people get along with each other, don't always see other people's mistakes. As long as they do something, they should be praised. The next day, Yang Bo came to Devon Star. Yang Bo did not reveal that he did not need the help of White and the other two, and he could return to Devon Star without help. Even if White and the other two were given spiritual seeds by Yang Bo, they would not be allowed to know what they were not supposed to know. In this underground laboratory, Yang Bo was conducting a series of experiments. Spatial movement is also a kind of energy application, and interference is inevitable as long as it is energy application. Yang Bo first installed a high-power energy interference device in Laboratory A, and released a spatial coordinate in this laboratory. Then Yang Bo came to another laboratory, and returned to March Star. Then he used space to move to Lab A on Devon Star. It's just as I guessed. The test result is that high-power energy interference equipment will increase the consumption of one's mental power and space energy. In the next few days, Yang Bo did a lot of experiments. Space movement is omnipotent most of the time, but when the energy interference reaches a certain level, the coordinates locked by space movement will slip. For example, Yang Bo set up an energy force field in Lab A that covers the entire lab, and an energy shield. Then when Yang Bo moved to this laboratory, he could not enter this laboratory, and went directly to the laboratory next door. Moreover, using space movement to tear the target is not invincible. If the target has energy protection, and the energy protection reaches a certain level, he cannot tear the target. At first, Yang Bo was a little dissatisfied with this shortcoming. But after thinking it through, he felt that this shortcoming became an advantage. Because Yang Bo thought about what would happen if space moved to a star. I am afraid that as soon as I show up, I will be swallowed by the huge energy reaction of the star. However, this shortcoming of space movement can avoid the star, because the violent energy fluctuations of the star not only interfere, but also the energy continuously released by the star forms a super high temperature energy field around it. In the process of space movement, Yang Bo also realized a new skill. That is space blasting. Yang Bo closed his eyes in the underground laboratory of March Star, and the space energy in his body gathered on his fingers. The next second, Yang Bo's fingers quickly attacked. But there was nothing in the laboratory. Something happened. Then Yang Bo directly used space walking to come to the underground laboratory of Devon Star. There was a piece of battleship armor in the laboratory. The thickness of this piece of battleship armor reached the thickness of a palm. A fist-sized hole appeared in the middle of the battleship armor. This is the interstellar space explosion that Yang Bo comprehended. Directly release space energy, penetrate space, and then attack the target's coordinate point. This attack is hard to defend against, and its power is also very huge. However, it has a huge shortcoming. That is, it can only attack fixed targets. Because the attack beyond space completely relies on the spatial coordinates released by oneself to determine the position of the target. And these moving things cannot be locked at all. Despite this, This skill is also Yang Bo's most powerful skill now, which is more powerful than any previous skill, because as long as it is within Yang Bo's visual range, he can release the attack instantly. This battleship armor did not perform energy protection, so Yang Bo conducted a series of tests. The power of the individual is still too small. After several days of testing, Yang Bo finally tested his attack limit. That is, how much energy shield can be penetrated by releasing the space blasting skill with all his strength. Even the smallest battleship energy shield can withstand Yang Bo's space blasting attack. However, energy shields like fighter planes and mechas cannot resist Yang Bo's space blasting skills. Of course, Yang Bo was not unhappy, because the warship did not deploy the energy shield at any time and anywhere. His own space blasting skill came with a very powerful ability, which was penetration. There was no energy passport worth the power of Yang Bo, and one strike could penetrate 10 pieces of standard thickness of warship armor. It is conceivable that once such an attack landed on the warship, it would cause much damage to the warship. More importantly, this attack appeared out of thin air without a shadow or form. Of course, the battleship is also very powerful in terms of protection. After all, battleships are modular. It seems that we need to strengthen our strength. Although Yang Bo also knows that he is very powerful. But this world has weapons that can destroy planets. And more importantly, as an individual, his own energy reserves are limited. And Yang Bo also knows that his biggest shortcoming is mental power. Whether it is space movement or space blasting, it requires mental power guidance. Let's do a new experiment next. Yang Bo has always had a bold idea in his mind. When Yang Bo was walking in space, he found that mental power played a decisive role. The spatial coordinates can be regarded as an anchor point, which is the combination of mental power and spatial energy. Then can the spiritual seeds I release to others serve as this anchor point? Yang Bo thought of the spiritual seeds he released to others. Is this considered an alternative anchor point? But Yang Bo also has to take into account one thing. That is, once he walks in space, will he directly pass by the person who released his spiritual seeds? Directly tear it apart. Thinking of the scene of himself coming out of the other person's body, Yang Bo felt strange. But now Yang Bo has an experimental direction, which is to use the slip phenomenon of space walking. In other words, a layer of energy shield is applied to the person who releases the spirit seed while he is walking in space. The coordinate point anchored by the space walking will slip, so that the target of releasing the spirit seed will not be harmed. Yang Bo directly took out a cub of an interstellar creature. There are many of these things in Yang Bo's laboratory. It looks like a large maggot with a long tail. Yang Bo is now in the laboratory of March Star. He put the interstellar creature cub with the spirit seed in an energy shield. Then he closed the laboratory, and then walked to Devon Star from another laboratory space. Then Yang Bo returned to March Star from Devon Star. This time, his target was the laboratory of the interstellar creature where the spirit seed was. Alas, Yang Bo sighed. The experiment failed. It was just the anchoring of the spirit seed, and it was impossible to walk in space. Huh? Suddenly Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Then Yang Bo returned to another laboratory on March Star, and found the energy stone removed from the space mecha button. TSK. A space coordinate was directly released into the energy stone. Then Yang Bo brought the energy stone, came to the ground, placed it on the flying car, and directed the flying car to circle around his territory. I'm a genius. Yang Bo used his mental power and his own space energy to clearly sense the moving space coordinates. Don't mess with me in the future, these bastards, or I will put this space coordinate at the core of their spacecraft. Then I will destroy the core of their spacecraft across several galaxies. But now there is another problem. How to solve the energy fluctuation of this energy stone? Yang Bo, who has done many experiments in succession, found that the more he did experiments, the more he discovered. And there are more and more experiments to be done later. Yang Bo thought about this problem when he returned to the underground laboratory. Other spaceships and warships must have strict monitoring systems inside. Although the energy fluctuation of the energy stone that releases the space coordinates is not large, it can be discovered as long as there is energy fluctuation. Headache. Yang Bo felt a little overwhelmed. Take a few days rest first. There have been too many experiments in recent times. As long as the problem of energy fluctuation can be perfectly solved, I can let Li Yong send the space coordinates to the planet where the Doomsday Dungeon game is located. Yang Bo is in urgent need of improving his mental power. And the best place to improve mental power is the polluted planet where the Doomsday Dungeon game is located. But there are two difficulties here. The first is how to reach this planet. The second is whether the strange energy on this planet will affect oneself. Although Li Yong is the son of the first warlord, there is no way to get a living person to the planet where the Doomsday Dungeon game is located. Alas, Yang Bo misses the Doomsday Dungeon game that was remotely controlled before, and now the Doomsday Dungeon game has become a virtual Krypton Gold game. I don't know what happened to that planet. It is precisely because the Doomsday Dungeon game has become a virtual Krypton Gold game that Yang Bo will give up this game. Even the remote mecha game that used to be played on Green Devil Star has become a virtual Krypton Gold game, with only an occasional remote control task. This kind of remote control task is still mixed in with countless virtual tasks. And Yang Bo certainly has no time to waste in this virtual game. Su Ruoxin has been in the Blue Water Empire for a week, but Yang Bo has been busy doing various skill experiments recently, so he has no time to see him. Is your injury healed? On an island in Wandao City, Su Ruoxin looked at Bart, who got off the flying car, and asked with concern. Yang Bo was still a little uncomfortable, because Su Ruoxin's tone and manner. It felt a bit like too intimate. Keep it secret. Yang Bo didn't have time, but he didn't expect to be misunderstood by the other party. Su Ruoxin rolled her eyes at Bart. Do you know how many people want your life now? So what if I know? I'm in the territory now. Yang Bo followed Su Ruoxin, walking into the manor, and answered, Can you speak properly? I'm not just representing myself this time, Su Ruoxin said unhappily. Are you here to appease me on behalf of the royal family, or to win me over? Yang Bo walked and looked at the manor on the island. The most advanced energy protection system has been installed on the island, and the energy turret can be seen in operation. Chapter 934 All Foxes. What do you think? Su Ruoxin heard Bart ask this, turned her head, and looked at Bart and asked. Su Ruoxin felt that she could not see through the man in front of her. It had only been a short time since she left last time. This guy in front of her went from being worth tens of billions to being worth more than 2 trillion. From a jerk to a technology tycoon. Su Ruoxin knew clearly how much benefit ultra-high temperature materials could bring. What the Emperor valued most was not how much money Bart had, but his ability to manufacture ultra-high temperature materials. No matter how much money you have, without any technology, it is just a castle in the air. But Bart not only has so much money in his hands, but also has the technology to make a living. Ha ha. Yang Bo laughed. Anyway, everyone is together for the benefit. Pay the debt first. After entering the manor, Yang Bo hugged Su Ruoxin. Su Ruoxin rolled her eyes at Bart, thinking that this guy had changed. But he didn't expect that he hadn't changed. After an in-depth exchange, Su Ruoxin hugged Bart in the bathtub. This man is really too strong. Whether in bed or under the bed, the individual strength is very strong. And he has grown from a small noble to the current level. I think we can cooperate more deeply. Yang Bo hugged Su Ruoxin in his arms. The reason why he wanted to pay back just now was mainly to get rid of some technological equipment on Su Ruoxin. Yang Bo knew that the other party had some technological products through his photoelectric perception ability. How to cooperate? Su Ruoxin heard Bart say this, and asked curiously, My biggest shortcoming now is the source of information. I need you to use the royal family's information channels. Yang Bo said directly, There is no need to hide. You think too simply. Our royal intelligence system is not under my control. All I know is what others are willing to give me. I can only know it. When Su Ruoxin heard Bart say this, she knew that Bart had greater ambitions. Haha, in exchange, if anyone becomes a stumbling block for you or you want to get rid of someone, I am happy to serve you. Yang Bo laughed, and one hand swam in the water again. The body of a high-level superpower is very perfect, flexible, and in good shape. Aren't you afraid that my father will target you? Su Ruoxin asked curiously when she heard Bart say this. As long as you have money. What can't you do? Su Ruoxin felt a little strange when she heard Bart say this. Do you mean that you know other people outside? Su Ruoxin asked curiously. Yang Bo laughed. You don't think that I was also hanging around outside before, right? Do you mean that you have other people outside? Su Ruoxin was not surprised at all by Bart's words. Bart often disappeared before, and he must have other identities outside. With Bart's methods, style of doing things, and strength, it is easy for him to gather some other people. Haha. Some things are well known to everyone. You don't think that I am really paying you back when I'm in a hurry to pay you back. I just don't want anyone to hear our conversation. Su Ruoxin's heart tightened slightly at Bart's statement. Do you mean that I have some other equipment on me? Don't you know it yourself? Yang Bo laughed. Yang Bo naturally knew that. As an emperor, there was no one he trusted completely. So it was reasonable to monitor everyone. Hee. Su Ruoxin laughed. Although she knew that she was also monitored by her father, she still felt a little uncomfortable when she heard it confirmed by another person. What is the A+ level superpower you mentioned? Su Ruoxin heard Bart's words and said, some things I don't know very well. I don't know the reason at all until I reach that level. My father may know the reason. I'm afraid there must be a stronger person who can restrain these people. Yang Bo heard this, and didn't know whether Su Ruoxin was telling the truth or not. Then Yang Bo asked again, how is the investigation of my attack going? I am not very clear about this, but I can ask for you, but don't have too many illusions. Since others are providing such weapons to these terrorists, they must be very clean. When Yang Bo heard this, he sighed. I am afraid your father is also indulgent in this. I also know that the more we old nobles fight, the happier your father is. Su Ruoxin shook her head and denied Yang Bo's statement. It shouldn't be the case, although my father also wants the conflict between you old nobles to intensify. But he doesn't want to see this incident. Such a large terrorist attack has a huge impact on the image and stability of the empire. When Yang Bo heard this, he decided to give the emperor another surprise. If others can use weapons to attack you, you cannot use weapons to attack others. There are some things that Yang Bo did not say now. The two sides originally came together because of interests. So trust needs to be cultivated slowly. You are a little too ostentatious. The Altina family has many enemies. Although you think that there is basically no relationship between you and the Altina family, the other party will not understand it that way. The better you perform, the more they want to slap you to death. More people on the killer ranking list have accepted the task of killing you. You probably can't imagine that these people on the killer ranking list are not for money, but to prove that they are better than those losers. Su Ruoxin spoke again. Yang Bo didn't know whether what the other party said was true or false. Because if the royal family wanted to win him over or use him, they would leave him with no way out. At worst, I'll just be a coward. Anyway, it's not me who is embarrassed. It's the empire that is embarrassed. Yang Bo was eager for more killers to come. These killers were able to rank so high on the list. And they all had extremely unique superpowers. He just killed a killer and obtained a very rare ability. The more killers came, the higher the chance of obtaining rare abilities. Su Ruoxin heard Bart's words and pinched Bart hard. Yang Bo stayed with Su Ruoxin for a while, and then left. Although Yang Bo had many things to ask and many things to know, sometimes he couldn't be too proactive. If you act too proactive, you will have to pay a higher price. I don't believe that there are no contradictions in your royal family. Yang Bo had to wait for Su Ruoxin to beg him, and then he would bring up more things. Su Ruoxin was still thinking after Bart left. Although some things were not stated explicitly, Su Ruoxin felt that there must be a considerable force behind Bart. Who is behind Bart? No wonder this guy is acting differently now than before. It turns out he has found a backer. It's a pity that I didn't notice that there was no information about this guy. Su Ruoxin felt a little overwhelmed now. In the past, Su Ruoxin knew everything about the other party. Bart was an accident. Bart had changed so much in a short period of time. Su Ruoxin also had a lot of things to ask Bart, but she couldn't open her mouth. How did Bart have such strength at such a young age? Where did the 2 pieces of armor on Bart come from? Who is Bart's backer? What kind of force can bypass the royal intelligence system? Su Ruoxin did not ask Bart because she did not want to put herself in a passive position. On this point, Su Ruoxin and Yang Bo had almost the same idea. Butler Jerry knew that his young master had secretly left the territory for a long time, and then came back. Butler Jerry certainly would not ask where his young master had gone, as long as the young master could come back safely. Others are strictly prohibited from entering or leaving the islands that my young master bought later, because there are laboratories on them. Butler Jerry also knew that my young master had gone out through the energy defense system. And then, Butler Jerry erased the information. Alas, it seems that the young master and Her Royal Highness the Princess did not reach an agreement. Butler Jerry sometimes thought about it, and felt like a dream. My young master's performance was getting better and better. Yang Bo returned to March Star again, preparing to leave Su Ruoxin alone for a few days, because there were more space experiments. Yang Bo was experimenting with space coordinates again, and found that space coordinates can be carried by energy. That is, energy stones with space attributes. It is precisely because of this that the space released on the planet. The coordinates will not change. Because the planet itself is a huge energy field. The space coordinates are wrapped by this energy field. Now Yang Bo is facing a challenge. That is, there are dozens of space coordinates in the head of this space gourd worm. Do you want to go to these space coordinates? Yang Bo was eager to try. But the place where these space gourd worms are active is also a place where space energy is rich. Yang Bo was afraid that his small body could not withstand such a huge force. And there is another worry. That is, I use these space coordinates to reach the place where this space gourd worm has been. Will it bring greater trouble to our interstellar society? Yang Bo thought that it was because of him that the space gourds were everywhere. From other places to the star field where humans live now. Alas, it's still that my strength is a little insufficient. Yang Bo decided to continue to improve his strength. And then wait for the investigation team sent by the Emperor to question him. You lackeys sent by the Emperor. You better pray that you are not bad people. Otherwise terrorist attacks will happen again. Anyway, other terrorists have set a bad example. So any kind of terrorist attacks are possible in the future. Compare your ruthlessness with me. If it weren't for the Zhang family and the Wu family who paid the killers to die, I would have set all of you away on this planet long ago. For Yang Bo, it is easy to find the mastermind behind the terrorist attacks. And he does not need any evidence. But now he needs someone to let these killers die. The next day, Yang Bo changed into Bart and went to Devon Star to prepare for superpower training. That is, to make ultra-high temperature materials. He received a message from Jerry, the butler. Master. Jerry, the butler, saw his master appear and hurried to report. Let me see who they are. Yang Bo received a message from Jerry, the butler, who said that he had important news to sell to him. But he wanted to see him in person. I didn't find the other party's specific identity information. But I knew that the other party was from the Scarlet Federation. And the other party is willing to wear a confinement collar. Jerry, the butler, said, as he handed over the other party's information. After Yang Bo saw this person's information, he didn't move on the surface. But he laughed in his heart. This was the person who stared at him last time in Paradise Island. But didn't do anything. Yang Bo analyzed in his mind. Why didn't this guy do anything last time? And this time he was willing to wear a confinement collar to see him. Which means that this guy has some kind of strange superpower. After analyzing this, Yang Bo probably had a guess. Su Ruoxin and Alan both mentioned a killer who could kill enemies in dreams. Could this killer have such an ability? It's just that this killer has to see me in person or get close to me in order to release his ability? Let him give me some information first. If it's useful, I will meet him in person and give him a lot of money. Yang Bo said when he thought of this. Since the other party wants to target me, I have to find a way to squeeze him. If the other party is eager to complete the task or release a unique superpower on me, he will sell me a lot of information he knows in exchange for my trust. Yes. Jerry, the butler, heard his young master say this, and immediately contacted the other party. Soon Jerry, the butler, showed a message to his young master. Yang Bo saw the message sent by the other party. Dear Lord Bart, I have some information about the people who attacked you last time. In addition, 3 killers in the top 10 of the killer rankings have arrived at Devon Star. They are lurking in the dark like poisonous snakes. I will now provide the information of one person. This person is ranked 2nd in the killer rankings. This person has incredible abilities and can avoid all electronic system detection. I know where this person is exactly. Jerry, the butler, saw his young master sending a message. How do I know whether what you said is true or false? Unless you tell me where this person is. I can't believe you. The killer on the other side also gnashed his teeth when he saw the message sent by Bart. However, thinking of the 180 billion reward, the killer replied without hesitation, I want 10 billion. The killer didn't know at all that at the moment of his reply, his position had been exposed. Although the killer used many means, as long as there is information exchange between the two parties, the information channel will still be tracked. Yang Bo saw that the other party had replied, and quickly locked the other party's location. However, Yang Bo did not intend to act immediately, because this guy still had room for exploitation. Butler, transfer him 10 billion. Jerry, the butler, heard his young master say domineeringly. Chapter 935, Capturing People. Stupid, overjoyed, so damn rich. Is this the way rich people do things? The killer who contacted Bart, looking at the extra 10 billion in his account on the killer platform, felt very complicated. Although the killer business makes money quickly, it also loses money quickly. The more you earn, the more you spend. And the higher the ranking of the killer, the less likely they are to accept tasks easily. On the one hand, because everyone knows that being a killer, there are only two endings. The first is to retire, the second is to be killed. In addition, the killer is unwilling to save more money, mainly to prevent some people from staring at him. The people on the killer platform are not doing charity. When a killer starts to decline, many people will be thinking about the killer's various things. On the other hand, the killer will not easily take action when the ranking is high, because he is afraid of failure. There are two endings after failure. The first one is that the ranking drops, and the rewards for the tasks received later will become less and less. The second ending of failure is being killed by others. 10 billion is an astronomical reward for these killers. Get him. But this also made him more determined to deal with Bart, because Bart has more than 2 trillion, and does not have enough foundation. In the eyes of all killers, Bart's individual strength is not taken too seriously by these people, because as a killer, it mainly depends on sudden means. For killers, the most feared are those with foundation, because no matter how powerful a killer is, he cannot beat a group of mechas, because in the eyes of the killers, they are playing with IQ, not individual strength. Not to mention the bounty of 180 billion. Whoever completes this task will probably become a legend. After receiving the money, the killer directly betrayed the second killer on the killer ranking list, and he did not bargain with Bart, because in the eyes of the killer, as long as Bart catches the second killer on the killer ranking list, he will not hesitate to give himself more rewards. Jerry, the butler, saw the message sent by the killer and was a little confused. Master? Yang Bo was also a little confused. Has this killer never seen money? He didn't bargain with him and betrayed the other party? Or the other party gave false information? I will go to the door and arrest him. Yang Bo was ready to go to the door and arrest him personally. Master, maybe this is a trap. Just send our guards to arrest him. Butler Jerry hurriedly stopped him. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. Okay. Yang Bo had many questions in his mind, that is, whether the message sent to him by the other party was true or false. If it was true, how did the identity of the second person in the killer ranking be known by the person on the other side? The second person in the killer ranking is definitely not an ordinary person. When doing various things, he will definitely be cautious. The second killer on the killer ranking list has only one nickname: the Invisible Man. This person's greatest achievement is that he killed a warlord leader of the Crimson Federation under layers of security protection. The final result of the investigation is that this killer called the Invisible Man has a superpower, and no detection method of any technological equipment can detect this guy. The reason why the superpower of the second killer on the killer ranking list was discovered is that he has done dozens of tasks. And through these tasks, this person's superpower was discovered. Of course, Yang Bo was skeptical about all this, because no killer would expose his trump card. After receiving the capture mission, the guard leader of Bart territory directly summoned several elite guards and drove the mecha to capture people. And this time, Lord Bart would watch the operation remotely. So the guards in the operation worked particularly hard. The guard leader directly formulated a detailed capture plan. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, the mechas that the guard leader and these team members were riding in were loaded into a cargo spaceship. The flight path of the cargo ship will pass over the head of the target. When the cargo ship arrives at the target location, the cargo hold will be opened. The guard commander will lead his men to carry out the assault. Action. After the guard commander made a plan, he obtained Lord Bart's consent and began to act. Yang Bo was also very satisfied with the plan made by the guard commander. The guards of the territory have been upgraded to mechas. The guards participating in this action are all Bart slaves. They have high welfare benefits and are loyal. As a hereditary viscount, Bart has more and more money in his hands. So the welfare benefits of the territory are getting better and better. Now ordinary people in the forest no longer need to pay taxes to Bart. Many civilians want to come to Bart's territory. But Bart does not accept foreign immigrants for the time being, mainly because he is afraid that some civilians have ulterior motives. The cargo ship applied for the relevant route and was approved by the relevant departments. The cargo ship is loaded with 5 mechas, each of which also carries some drones. Everyone, we must be absolutely sure this time. Number 2, you are responsible for breaking through the building where the target person is. The guard commander of BART territory gave the order directly. Yes. Guard number 2 immediately selected a suitable drone. Number 3, you are responsible for capturing the target. Remember, the master wants him alive. Yes. Number 4, you assist number 3. Yes. Guard number 4 also answered immediately. Number 5, you are responsible for vigilance, and then cooperate with number 1 to block the perimeter. Yes. At this time, Lord Bart's words sounded in the communication channel. As long as no one is killed, it's fine. Yes. The guard commander felt more confident when he heard his master say this. The master's meaning is very clear. As long as they are alive, it will be fine. As for whether they are injured or not, that is another matter. The reason why Yang Bo issued such an order is mainly because he is afraid that the killer will escape by relying on his superpowers. If the killer really has the legendary ability, then these mechas may not be able to complete the mission, because many weapon systems of mechas need to lock onto the target. Once the target cannot be locked, many weapon systems of mechas will be useless. The cargo ship flew towards the predetermined target at a normal speed. The target location this time was a guest house in Wandao City. Bart is a coward. If he doesn't come out, I want to go to his island, which is a bit dangerous. There is no problem sneaking into his territory. But what about coming out? These idiots of the Alliance's anti-government armed forces. Now any yacht will be warned as long as it approaches Bart's territory. I am still late. If I came earlier, I could rent a yacht to the outside of Bart's territory. And this time the target person was looking at the intelligence in his hand in the guest house, thinking about how to carry out this mission. Chapter 936 Test Subject. This killer really regretted coming too late. Although he could avoid various technological detection methods, it was still troublesome if the distance was too far, and the opponent was on an island. The killers on the killer ranking list now hate Bart the most for staying in his own territory. The other targets have many ranges of activities. The other targets that can make the killers on the killer ranking list take action mostly have offended other people, and these people are some celebrities. These people have careers and social life, so there are many opportunities for killers. For example, Bart is worth more than 2 trillion. But he just stays in his own territory and doesn't communicate with the outside world. This is the first time these killers have encountered such a target. Bart's territory is on an island, and there are many detectors in the sea area of the territory. And there is also an energy defense system on the island. However, Bart's approach made other killers more confident, because in the eyes of other killers, this is a sign that Bart is afraid of death. Although Bart showed a lot of things in his live broadcast last time, but everyone came to be a killer and ranked higher who doesn't have some special skills. Every target these killers have killed who is weaker than Bart. Some people have countless guards. Alas, the killer was still looking at the data to find the most suitable time. The killer didn't see it all. Several unmanned robots quietly appeared on his window. These unmanned robots quietly stuck to the killer's window. Yang Bo also saw the window through the drone's vision, and saw a handsome middle-aged man sitting inside the window. The defense of the civilian building in front of him did not reach the level of a fortress. As a hereditary viscount with money, Bart replaced all the guard equipment in the territory. 5 blasting drones were quietly attached to the window glass, and there were already 2 mechas guarding the upper and lower parts of the window. The resident upstairs where the killer lived was stunned. He was drinking tea when he saw a huge mecha floating outside his window. The resident was quick-witted and quickly picked up his smartwatch to start live streaming. The mecha, which was more than 10 meters high, was suspended outside the window. The view from inside the window looked even more shocking. The Empire's 14th generation air superiority mecha. Someone in the live streaming room immediately recognized this mecha, although there were not many people in the live streaming room. Hurry up and look forward. There should be more. Others in the live streaming room shouted. The resident, who was broadcasting the live streaming, boldly approached the window. Just then, I saw 2 mechas, and at the same time, I saw more drones. At this moment, 5 drones downstairs exploded instantly. Even in a well-insulated building, there was a dull sound in the live broadcast room. Then many drones rushed downstairs. The killer in the building didn't expect that someone would blow up the window of the place where he lived in broad daylight, and then attack him. A loud noise, coupled with a huge shock wave, scared the killer, and a burst of energy light instantly appeared on his body. The killer's reaction was indeed very fast. But the various drones that had been guarding outside the window were even faster. The first 2 drones approached the killer at super high speed and exploded instantly. And both drones were on the killer's side. The huge impact of the two drones' explosions directly blew the killer away and hit the wall on one side. Although the killer himself had superpowers to protect himself, his body could not be stabilized at all. The killer was hit against the wall, and his body remained in a standing position. A quick warning sound came from his ear. Warning, warning. Then the killer did not dare to move, because there were 4 drones floating in front of him, and the drones were all locked on him. More importantly, these drones were all self-exploding electromagnetic bomb drones. And outside the damaged window, the laser cannon of a mecha also locked on him. Who are you? The killer did not dare to move at all. The mecha outside locked on him, and he still had a way to get rid of the lock. But these drones, if they make the slightest movement, will explode instantly. Give you 3 seconds to surrender. A voice came from the self-destructive drone, and then the drone displayed a 3-second countdown. When the time just reached 2 seconds, the killer withdrew his superpowers. Then the next second, 2 special drones flew in from the window. These 2 special drones directly attached to the killer's body, and then grew several mechanical arms, and firmly locked the killer. Then another drone came, and put a strange helmet on the killer's head. Who are you? The killer knew that this kind of helmet was an upgraded version of the confinement collar. As long as others wanted, this helmet would instantly release ultra-high voltage current, or even explode. 2 more drones were combined on the drone that just tied up the killer. Then the killer was taken out of the window by 2 drones. The killer then saw that there were 5 mechas, which blocked all his escape routes. The killer knew he was being sold out. There was a cargo ship in the air, and the killer saw himself being taken to the cargo ship by a drone. At this time, the killer saw the official police of the Blue Water Empire in the distance. Viscount Bart is doing business. A voice came from the official police communication channel of the Empire, which was the message sent by the guard commander mecha responsible for the arrest mission. Then the killer watched the police of the Blue Water Empire stop, and he was taken to the cargo ship. Several other mechas also returned to the cargo ship, and the drones carried by the mechas were also recovered. During the war, a mecha can carry countless drones and robots. The number of drones carried depends entirely on the level of the mecha master. Because the higher the level of the mecha master, the more tasks can be handled at the same time. This incident was broadcast live by more than one person. Soon someone checked the flight trajectory of the cargo ship, and found out that the cargo ship belonged to Viscount Bart. Everyone was very curious why Viscount Bart wanted to arrest this person in Viscount Bart's territory. Yang Bo looked at the guard leader and praised him. Good job, Master. The guard leader and several guards were praised, and they bowed excitedly. There are rewards, and I will take care of the rest. Yang Bo continued. As for how much the reward should be, it was Jerry's business, because Yang Bo didn't know how much the reward should be. Therefore, the more slaves the nobles in the Blue Water Empire kept, the more faith they had, because the slaves needed rewards if they did a good job. There are also festivals, Master, Madam's birthdays. Nobles will also give benefits to slaves. If the noble does not give, he will be laughed at by other nobles. If the noble does not have a lasting source of income, then he will decline. Dear Mr. Killer, I am glad to see you here. Yang Bo drove everyone else out of the room, then looked at the handsome middle-aged man in front of him, and said with a smile, Sir Viscount Bart, I am not a killer. I think you must have misunderstood. The second killer on the list adheres to the principle of not admitting without evidence. Hee hee. While talking, Yang Bo used his watch to control the drone tied to the killer. The drone instantly released ultra-high voltage current, and the killer was shocked and shivered all over. At this moment, Yang Bo directly released the spiritual seed to the other party. TSK. The killer didn't realize that his skill was released at all, because the ultra-high voltage current made the killer shiver all over. Yang Bo read the memory of this guy, and couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Energy virtualization. This killer has a unique ability, which is to virtualize his body. The killer's original name was Lizenda. The virtualization here refers to the energy state rather than the physical state. That is to say, when the radar's detection wave scans the killer only needs to use the energy virtualization ability. The radar's detection wave will directly penetrate the person's body, as if the person does not exist. And once the killer uses this ability, it will also fall into a pseudo-invisibility ability in the eyes of others. Because the objects we see in our field of vision are the light reflected by the objects acting on our eyes. And once the opponent uses this ability, the light will penetrate his body, and will not reflect light. This energy virtualization ability has two major shortcomings. The first is physical weight. Yang Bo's own invisibility ability has no physical weight at all. But this guy's energy virtualization ability still has physical weight, which means that if a gravity detector is installed in some places, this guy can be easily detected. Another disadvantage is that Yang Bo's early invisibility ability requires naked body. Of course, energy virtualization also has a biggest advantage, that is, there is no energy fluctuation. Hee. Yang Bo looked at the killer, who was foaming at the mouth due to the electric shock. He took out the things he had prepared long ago with a smile. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Lucinda saw Viscount Bart take out the blood-drawing equipment, and his mind was a little confused. Why was it different from what he imagined? There are too many things to do. You can use it to clone people who are exactly like you. You can also use your biological samples to cultivate many of your descendants, and then sell them as slaves. I will let you watch me enslave your descendants. We nobles have many means. Maybe you don't care about your descendants. Yang Bo prepared to use Lucinda's blood for drug experiments. Because Yang Bo was not sure that killing this guy would definitely bring out the skill of energy void. Because the randomness was too strong, and this guy knew a lot. He was a senior pharmacist, could drive fighters, mechas, spaceships, and control various weapons. So Yang Bo decided to use the blood of this pot to make a genetic potion, and then use it on the gerbil to see if the skill of energy void could be brought out. If not, he would kill this guy himself. Ha ha. Lucinda laughed, because he didn't care about these offspring or not. Seeing Viscount Bart draw his own blood, he turned around and left without asking anything else. Lucinda was a little confused again. And then, he was taken to a special room by two robots. Looking at the small room, Lucinda felt a little palpitation for no reason. Because this might be where he would live for the rest of his life. However, Lucinda did not show it. Because Lucinda thought it was a psychological tactic of Bart. Butler, feed this guy with good food and drink. If he doesn't listen, give him some pain. As long as you don't kill him. After Yang Bo left the room, he instructed Butler Jerry. Chapter 937 Mutual Calculation. Butler Jerry naturally knew how to deal with it. Lock up the killer directly. Now that the killer has been imprisoned, there are many ways to keep the killer alive, and slowly interrogate him. Submit the evidence found at the scene to the authorities. If anyone causes trouble, notify me. Yang Bo spoke to Butler Jerry again. Yes, master. Butler Jerry knew how to deal with it. The Devon Star officials also knew about Bart's action. The officials quickly retrieved Lucinda's information, and found that he was an outsider from the Crimson Federation, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire have absolute power. These foreigners have come into conflict with the nobles of their own country. The only ones who suffer are these foreigners. As long as it is not other nobles of their own country, things will be much easier. The official first sent a letter of inquiry to Bart, mainly asking why Bart did this. But no relevant response was received. This matter also fermented on the internet, but most people think that Bart's doing this should be related to his being attacked. Because Bart couldn't attack a stranger for no reason. But many people were dissatisfied with Bart's behavior, because the reputation of nobles in the interstellar world was not good. Bart's rough style could easily make others misunderstand the nobles more. Bart submitted some evidence to the authorities, mainly some evidence found in Lucinda's residence. There was a lot of detailed information about Bart in it, although this could not be said to be direct evidence that Lucinda was the killer, but it was also a suspicion. Yang Bo didn't have time to do the experiment yet, because there was another killer. Lucinda's situation was provided by this killer, and Yang Bo wanted to squeeze some useful information out of this guy. So Yang Bo sent a message to the other party. I wonder if you have any other killer information? This time I have caught this person, but now he doesn't admit it, and I don't have any evidence. Yang Bo didn't want to pay the other party readily, because paying too readily was a bit unreasonable. Those who can be assassins are all extremely determined, so it is impossible for these people to confess so quickly. The assassin who contacted Bart also saw the live broadcast. After seeing the message from Bart, he replied, Lord Bart, my news cannot be wrong. Bart, I can't guarantee this, because the other party has not admitted it, and I don't have any evidence. Of course, if the news is finally confirmed, then I will pay you 50 billion. The assassin who contacted Bart, his eyes lit up after seeing Bart's promise. 10 billion has been given before. And there are another 50 billion to come, which adds up to 60 billion. After killing Bart, there will be 24 billion. The killer was immediately tempted. If he could provide another killer's information, He could earn 300 billion this time. However, the killer would definitely not take the initiative to mention this. Instead, he sent a message, "Then I will wait for good news from Viscount Bart. In addition, I have more information here, and I need to meet with Viscount Bart to discuss it, because it is of great importance. Bart, I didn't see your sincerity, but I paid great sincerity. I haven't confirmed the identity of the killer yet, but you have already given you 10 billion, but you don't have any valuable evidence to give me, especially direct evidence to prove that the person I caught is the killer." The killer who contacted Bart, after seeing the message Bart sent, also felt that he would definitely not trust himself from the other side's position. The killer thought about it, and found out that he knew the whereabouts of several killers. Originally, he met Bart to sell the relevant information of these killers to Bart. At the same time, he wanted to kill Bart. As for betraying his colleagues, this was normal, because as a killer, he only had money in his eyes. So the killer sent a message, "Then I will send another message to Lord Viscount Bart to show my sincerity." Yang Bo saw the message sent by the other party. This is also a killer, but he is ranked 16th on the list. This killer's nickname is Function, and he is a rare wind attribute superpower user, or an air attribute superpower user. The killer's usual method is to use his superpowers to form a gust of wind mixed with countless wind blades to attack. These wind blades are silent with the wind, and this killer is also elusive, with many incredible and unique abilities. Yang Bo looked at the address above, and then directly transferred another 10 billion to the other party, and sent a message at the same time, "I like honest people the most. Since you have expressed your sincerity, I will also express my sincerity. If the identity information of this person is confirmed, I will give you another 30 billion. Yang Bo was just painting a rosy picture for the other party, hoping that the other party would leak more information. In addition, Yang Bo wanted to dispel all the other party's concerns. Although the other party wanted to see him now, he agreed too readily, and the other party might be a little suspicious. As for giving money, it was just to show that he was rich. Anyway, the other party was caught by him, and he could return double the amount he gave now. The killer who contacted Bart on the other side saw that he had another 10 billion in his account on the killer platform, and his eyes widened. These damn nobles are so nice. The killer didn't expect that he would be hit by 10 billion just for sending an unconfirmed message. After meeting Bart, I will sell more information. When Bart catches these people and verifies their identities, he will transfer the money to me, and I will kill him with my superpowers. Why didn't I meet such a good target before? Bart is not as smart as I thought. Now I am fleecing him, and I will kill him myself later. It's very fulfilling just thinking about it. The killer has made a plan, which is to sell more information about friendly forces when meeting Bart. At that time, according to Bart's character, he will definitely give more money. When the money is added to the money for killing Bart, I will make a fortune this time. The guard leader of Bart's territory has just received the bounty, and received another arrest mission. The guards are all clamoring to carry out this arrest mission. Because this opportunity is rare, some noble guards will never participate in an action in their lifetime. Such a mission is simple. Not only can you gain the trust of the masters, you can also get a lot of bounty, and there is a big difference between having merit and not having merit in the subsequent promotion. On the other side, Yang Bo was also calculating the killer. After this person is caught, he will meet this killer in a few days. I don't know how much information about his peers this guy has in his head. Yang Bo was also a little curious, because Lucinda didn't know the news about his peers, and how did this guy know? Is it because of this guy's unique superpower? This doesn't make sense, because it is impossible for killers to reveal their identities. So how did this guy know the information of these killers? Master, someone has trespassed into the territory. Just at this time, Butler Jerry came in hurriedly. Yang Bo looked at the picture shown by Butler Jerry, and saw a red-haired woman riding a hovercraft, similar to a motorcycle. Take her to the island next door. Yang Bo recognized the woman who was staring at him on Paradise Island. And then, he confiscated the other party's strange crack. Chapter 938, Temple. Last time, Yang Bo threw the opponent's weapon directly into the space box, because Yang Bo found that only the space box can isolate other people's mental power. Other people's mental power has no way to contact his own weapon. Yang Bo did not study this weapon on the one hand. He did not have time, on the other hand. He was waiting for someone to come. In fact, Yang Bo also wanted to gamble, just betting that the opponent's weapon is the only one. Because in all Yang Bo's current cognition, there are definitely not many such weapons, and most of these weapons are not man-made. It is very likely that it is grown from some mutant animal. So far, human technology cannot replicate some structures of many existing organisms. For example, the flagellar motor of bacteria, which has a very delicate and incredible structure, and its energy utilization rate. Butler Jerry heard what his young master said and thought, could it be the woman that his young master provoked outside? This woman seems to have a bad personality, and she actually broke into the energy defense system directly. Yang Bo also released spiritual seeds to Butler Jerry, and there was no explanation for the butler's idea. The red-haired woman couldn't help it. Her weapon had clearly attacked Bart. But why was Bart still fine? Her weapon had lost contact. The red-haired woman looked a little haggard. Because she had been trying to contact her weapon these days. In the days without her own weapon, the red-haired woman felt very insecure. Hee. Yang Bo was very happy. No matter how powerful these guys on the killer rankings were, they were still in his hands. One has been caught and another one is coming to the door. Yang Bo is on another island. This island was purchased later. No one else is allowed to enter here because there is a laboratory. The red-haired woman looked at the island in front of her, which was about 10 square kilometers and covered with green trees. The red-haired woman no longer had the heart to look at the scenery. She saw Bart standing on the beach. Viscount Bart still had armor on his body, which wrapped his whole body tightly, and he was holding a laser gun in his hand. Liar! The red-haired woman gnashed her teeth. Bart's behavior seemed to be a sign of weakness, and it seemed that he was afraid of death. However, the red-haired woman had figured it out in recent days. If Bart was really afraid of death, he could have stayed at home. But why did he go to the auction on Paradise Island? This was obviously a trap. Sir Viscount Bart, I am one of the assassins who assassinated you. Where is my weapon? The red-haired woman asked directly. TSK. Yang Bo did not expect the other party to ask this question directly, which was also beyond his expectations. The red-haired woman was very beautiful, and had a good figure. With red hair, blue eyes, and white skin. She was wearing a red leather jacket, a white t-shirt underneath the jacket, black tight leather pants, and a pair of black boots. It looked very suitable for this motorcycle-like vehicle. How much money do you want? I can give it to you. As long as you can return the weapon to me, I promise to never take on a mission to assassinate you again. The red-haired woman couldn't see Bart's expression, because Bart was completely covered by the armor. Do you think I'm someone who needs money? I have more than 2 trillion now. If you kill me, I will lose more than 2 trillion. I still have my life. Can you give me more than 2 trillion? The words of Viscount Bart made the red-haired woman speechless. Then what do you want me to do to return the weapon to me? The red-haired woman has already risked everything. Without this weapon, she will be useless. Tell me first. What can you offer in exchange? Don't mention money. Besides, I'm not interested in you. Yang Bo answered in a light tone, as if he didn't care. The red-haired woman found that she had nothing to show for Bart. Her own money was nothing compared to the other party's money. I can be loyal to you, the red-haired woman said. Tell me where you got this weapon. Yang Bo asked after hearing this. I can't say that, the red-haired woman answered. As soon as the red-haired woman finished speaking, her eyes went dark and she passed out. It turned out that she was hit hard by Bart. After Yang Bo knocked the red-haired woman unconscious, he took out a restraining collar and put it on her. Huh? Just as Yang Bo released his spiritual seed to the woman, he found that there was a resistance in her brain, which directly offset the memory he released. This was the first time Yang Bo encountered this situation, so he was a little surprised. However, a long time ago, Yang Bo had expected this to happen. Interesting. Yang Bo was a little excited, because there was too little information about spiritual power and soul, especially in terms of cultivation. Then Yang Bo released the spirit seed for the second time. The spirit seed is actually to implant one's own spirit power into the soul of others. When the spirit power seed entered the brain of the red-haired woman in front of him, Yang Bo could clearly feel that there was also a spirit power in the brain of this woman to fight against his spirit seed, and directly dispersed his spirit seed. Then Yang Bo released the spirit seed several times, and constantly felt how the other party dispersed his spirit seed. It seems that this spiritual power does not belong to this woman. It should be the spiritual power released by someone else in this woman's brain. Could this be some of the legendary hidden sects? This kind of spiritual defense method, the principle is the same as one's own spiritual seed. One's own spiritual seed parasitizes on other people's souls, and can control others. And this spiritual skill released by others, is it to protect this woman? Not only can it protect this woman, it can also control this woman. The effect of spiritual power is mutual. Not only can it protect but also can control. And the strength of this spiritual power defense is constantly decreasing. Yang Bo continued to release spiritual seeds to this woman. 10 times. 20 times. 30 times. Yang Bo did not continue to fight with his mental power. He just used this intensive and continuous release of mental seeds to consume the layer of protection in the opponent's brain. This mental power skill is still a bit too crude. After my mental power seeds were released to the opponent did not know it all. And this kind of mental power skill, the woman in front of me can definitely feel it. 36 times. This time Yang Bo's mental power seeds just entered the woman's brain. The mental power protection in the woman's brain actually counterattacked Yang Bo directly. Haha. Yang Bo had been prepared for this move. And his mental power turned into a spike, instantly smashing the opponent's counterattack to pieces. Boy, you're dead. What surprised Yang Bo was that this mental power actually contained a piece of information. Haha. Yang Bo laughed, wishing that the other party would come to trouble him. Then Yang Bo released the mental seed again. And this time, the mental seed had no obstacles. Shatang. Yang Bo learned about the existence of an organization from the woman's memory. Shatang is a very mysterious organization. This woman is at the bottom of the entire Shatang and is called a cleaner. The main responsibility of a cleaner is to eliminate heresy. But in Yang Bo's view, the main responsibility of a cleaner is to make money. And the weapon used by this woman was also given by Shatang. To be precise, this weapon still belongs to Shatang, and this woman is just borrowing it. And these weapons are passed down from generation to generation. However, after Yang Bo understood the structure of the entire temple, he felt that this weapon might not be that simple. The spiritual power in this woman's brain is what her superior puts in her brain. When this woman uses the weapon, she will borrow the spiritual power released in her brain by her superior. Normally, this woman will send her spiritual power to her superior, into the released spiritual power. In other words, the skill released by the superior is equivalent to a spiritual power storage device. But Yang Bo's case may not be that simple. Everyone's spiritual power is different. What method did the temple use to make this woman's spiritual power merge with the spiritual power of her superiors? This woman was also trained by the temple since she was a child. This woman lived in a base before she was 30 years old, but she didn't know where this base was. After this woman left the base, she was in a state of the Crimson Federation, and then she started to take on missions, and kept hunting down heretics one after another. This person has been brainwashed too much. Yang Bo knew that this kind of person had been brainwashed for a long time, and was useless. This woman had a mental power. The maximum attack distance of this woman was more than 4,000 kilometers. As long as the target was set by this woman's mental power, she could use a special weapon to kill the other party. In other words, this woman's superpowers were not special. But this weapon was very special. It seems that this weapon also has the marks left by the high-level officials of the temple. Alas, reading the memories of these people has the greatest impact. The perverse theories of brainwashing these people sometimes sound reasonable. Yang Bo thought about it, and did not kill this woman, because it was a good bait. Yang Bo knew from the woman's memory that there were many people who lived with her at the beginning, which proved that this organization had many people, and must be very powerful. If this kind of organization was offended, it would not give up. If it lost people and weapons, it would definitely get back. Chapter 939 Wind Attribute. This woman only had a code name in the original base, G1751. She only had a name after leaving the base, and in this year she is 45 years old, her superpower level has reached A level, and she is a rare spiritual superpower. She can use mental power to control mysterious weapons to kill targets 4,000 kilometers away. It can be said that this woman is really amazing. This woman never thought that the Bart she was facing was not the original Bart. The original Bart was indeed young. Even though Bart had shown strong enough strength, many people still did not want to believe it. 99% of people believed that Bart's strength was improved in a short period of time by sacrificing something. This situation was a taboo for superpowers. It was absolutely abnormal for Bart to have such a strong strength at this age. And it only had one single line contact with his superior, who was called a vigilant in the temple. Each vigilant had a different number of cleaners. The main purpose of the vigilant is to give tasks to people like an and provide information. An superior is in the Crimson Federation. So Yang Bo has no way to find him. Yang Bo asked Butler Jerry to come over. Butler Jerry was also a little suspicious when he saw the fainted woman. This woman is under solitary guard and no one is allowed to contact her. All robots are used. Yang Bo said this because he was afraid that the people from the Shidang organization would cause harm to the people in his territory when they came to rescue this woman. This woman will be held in solitary confinement on an island, with robots serving throughout the process, and these robots also act as guards. Yes. Butler Jerry did not ask his young master why, because as a qualified butler, there is no need to ask why. There are so many mysterious superpowers in this organization, Yang Bo never thinks he is invincible. The superpowers he has, there must be the same in this world. So when Yang Bo does anything, he always considers it very carefully. This uninhabited island is actually a trap. Yang Bo doesn't know if the temple can locate the place wherein it disappeared last. If it can be located, it would be better. He will wait for these people to come. If the other party does not respond after a while, then Yang Bo will take the initiative to provoke the other party. I still need to ask Su Ruoxin. But it's a bit wrong. Will this temple be related to the royal family? It seems that I have to do it according to my own ideas first. While thinking about things, Yang Bo returned to the territory. Then Yang Bo watched remotely the guards of the territory capture the 16th killer on the list. Nicknamed the Wind God. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you are locked by drones and mechas, you must either surrender or be killed. The Wind God looks like a very handsome young man. And he looks very sunny. He doesn't look like a killer at all. I'll give you a chance to explain. Yang Bo also has an intermediate skill. Air Blade. Your Excellency Viscount Bart. You are committing a crime. And I am an imperial noble. The handsome and sunny young man looked at Viscount Bart and answered with confidence. Pa! Yang Bo slapped the guy in the face. Then he threw a spiritual seed at him. I heard you were a noble, so I wanted to beat you up. You're a noble. So what, believe it or not? I'll beat you into a vegetable. As long as you don't die, I'll just pay you. Pa! Papa! Yang Bo read the other person's memory while speaking, and then slapped the other person in the face. This guy's name is Aaron. He's really a noble, but a minor noble. Moreover, the noble title was bought. The title bought in the empire has no right of inheritance, which means that his title cannot be passed on to his descendants. This guy is nominally a minor noble, but in fact he is a killer, and also engages in human trafficking and theft. This guy is a complete bad guy, who likes to use the wind attribute superpower to chop people into pieces. Pervert. Yang Bo's memory of these perverts feels like watching a very perverted horror movie, and feels a little disgusting. No. No! You can't do this to me. I'm a noble. Aaron watched himself being hoisted by a drone. At first, he didn't know what Bart was going to do. But when he saw the fireball in Bart's hand, he screamed heartbreakingly. I have money. I have a lot of money. I also know the secrets of some big shots. I'll give you 20 billion. I have unique superpowers. I'm the 16th killer on the killer rankings. I can be loyal to you. No. No. I can be your slave. I am willing to implant a slave chip. Aaron looked at the fireball formed in Bart's hand and begged for mercy loudly. In a split second, Aaron felt that the helmet on his head was gone. But the next second he felt the heat. Liar. Aaron knew that Bart was using the fire energy ray. And the fireball in Bart's hand was just to attract his attention. Boom. Wind energy control plus 32. Hee hee. Yang Bo looked at Aaron, who exploded in the air. Yang Bo could understand being a killer. But he could not understand that the killer had some perverted hobbies when killing people. Just like Aaron, if he is a true noble, he will never kill this guy, but make him his lackey. Because most nobles have no moral concept at all, they only have family and interests in their eyes. But Yang Bo feels that if such a person lives one more second in front of him, he will feel sick. At the same time, Yang Bo also did an experiment, that is, the goal of releasing his spiritual seed. After being beaten to death, he will not suffer any harm. Butler, publish the evidence on the internet. Yang Bo said. Yes. Butler Jerry nodded. Yang Bo transferred another 60 billion to a killer and sent a message. Thank you for the information you provided. I think we already have a relatively honest foundation, but I can't come out of the territory to see you. The killer on the other side also widened his eyes when he saw the 60 billion in the account. Seeing the message sent by Bart, the killer did not reply immediately. After the killer saw a video posted online by Bart's butler, he knew the whole story. So the killer sent a message. I got a new message recently. After I check it out, I will visit Lord Viscount Bart in person at his territory. Yang Bo was a little suspicious when he saw the message sent by Shashi. Why didn't this guy come? Did he feel dangerous? So he sent a message. I am waiting for you. I have plenty of money. As long as the information you provide is accurate enough. The killer on the opposite side saw the message sent by Viscount Bart and almost jumped up with laughter. The reason why he had to wait 2 days before going was, first, to wait for Bart to confirm the identity of the previous killer, and then pay himself, so that he could make more money from him before killing Bart. In addition, he did know that another killer had come to Devon Star, and he wanted to verify the information about this person, and then sell it for money. The killer was happier and happier, and even had an impulse to cooperate with Bart for a long time. However, the killer knew that the person who offered the bounty was very powerful. If he really cooperated with Bart for a long time, the other party would probably attack him. Try the air blade. Yang Bo couldn't wait to test his new superpower. Chapter 940 Powder Barrier. In fact, Yang Bo could have caught the killer who contacted him right now. This guy is also very cunning and has changed several places. But Yang Bo felt that there was no need to take the initiative to find the other party. This kind of expectation of letting the prey come to the door obediently is the most satisfying. Yang Bo also knew that the other party regarded him as prey, and the money transferred to the other party will be taken back from the other party. Yang Bo came to Bart's underground laboratory. Air blade. Yang Bo condensed an air blade in his hand. The air blade had no color and looked invisible. The appearance of the air blade was like AV. The first thing was to test the power of the air blade. The air blade hit the target silently. Clang, leaving a mark on the target. The second air blade, Yang Bo directly used the wind attribute superpower to condense, that is, compress. The compressed air blade also had no color and no shape. Yang Bo's compression method is very simple, which is to release many air blades and then merge them. 2, 3, 10, 50, 100, a full 100 are compressed together. Although it has not reached the limit, Yang Bo feels that there is no need to continue. Because if it is compressed further, the amount of mental power consumed and the time are very long. Clang, the air blade hit the target. The last time it only left a shallow mark. This time it directly left a deep mark on the target. The targets Yang Bo used were all made of battleship armor. This superpower is used to attack technological equipment. I feel a little useless. Yang Bo looked at the effect and felt a little dissatisfied. Soon Yang Bo thought of another way to use it. One by one, the air blades were continuously released, and then Yang Bo controlled these air blades to form a sphere composed of 200 air blades. This sphere directly covered the target, and the entire target made a harsh metal friction sound, and countless sparks. The attack of the air blade has evolved from direct impact to grinding. It still feels a bit useless. Yang Bo looked at the target after the attack, and still felt it was a bit useless. This kind of attack takes a long time. Although it also wears out the target a lot. The enemy can't give so much time, since the attack ability is not good. What about the auxiliary ability? There is no wind in the laboratory. But Yang Bo can use artificial equipment to create wind. Huh? Yang Bo found that his perception was accompanied by the wind, reaching every place that the wind could reach. Through the wind, you can feel the appearance of everything in the laboratory. As long as the wind can reach every place, even the gaps of some equipment. Hee. Then Yang Bo used the power of the wind to fly. And you can use the wind attribute superpower. With the help of the power of the wind, you can fly up and down, left and right. The speed can be fast or slow. I now have 2 flying abilities. One is the flying ability controlled by gravity, and the other is the flying ability of wind attribute. Yang Bo turned on the energy detection equipment again, and the test results were eye-opening. That is, when using the wind attribute superpower to fly, the energy fluctuations of the body are perfectly integrated with the wind. Of course, Yang Bo's body cannot disappear, so the radar will still be discovered when it shines on Yang Bo's body. Then Yang Bo used the photoelectric interference superpower, combined with the wind attribute flying ability. This time Yang Bo found that he had completely disappeared on the radar. However, a gust of wind was found in the radar weather mode. However, the energy of this wind was not enough to cause the radar to alarm. The wind that Yang Bo was flying with only pushed him up. Such wind force can't cause any harm to others. If it is a hurricane, a tornado, or a short period of severe convective weather, this will trigger the radar alarm. Of course, It is just an alarm, and there will be no other reaction, because in today's high-tech society, the rescue system is very sound. The defense capabilities of various buildings to defend against hurricanes are no problem at all. This is a huge advantage. When flying with gravity superpowers, you need to avoid radar. It seems that I have to create another identity. Yang Bo is ready to find another suitable identity. Now I have the ability to move in space. So creating another identity is very beneficial to me. Yang Bo already has the ability of a flying master. And he also has the passive ability of sound waves and the ability to listen. So when Yang Bo is flying, he can use the wind to know a lot of situations around him. Just like he is a radar. Then Yang Bo left the laboratory again, feeling the various information transmitted by the wind. However, this also has a shortcoming. That is, standing at the upwind side, you can't feel the information of the wind blowing. Yang Bo was feeling the breath brought by the wind, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Bo asked the housekeeper to prepare a lot of glass powder. Then Yang Bo came to the laboratory and used the wind attribute superpower to roll up the glass powder. The glass powder formed a thick barrier. Then Yang Bo attacked the barrier with laser. The laser focused on the barrier and instantly lit up the barrier. In other words, after the laser hit the glass powder, it was directly dispersed. Although the laser also caused some glass powder to melt. But the defensive effect is very good. Then Yang Bo tried to add other metal powders to the glass powder. The defense against lasers is stronger. Then Yang Bo thickened the barrier and increased the power of the laser cannon. TSK. This powder barrier is more cost-effective than any other means of defending against energy attacks. If you use an energy shield, the energy consumed is too much. And now I have wind attribute superpowers. I only need a little superpower. I can roll up a powder barrier that is tens of meters thick. And facing different targets, different powders can be used. This requires a lot of experimental data support. Energy weapons are not omnipotent, whether it is laser weapons, ray weapons, ultrasonic weapons, or microwave weapons. These energy weapons have strong attack power and are very fast. But they also have a big shortcoming, because they are affected by the medium when they propagate. For example, in cloudy weather or rainy weather, these energy attacks will be greatly reduced. Yang Bo's idea is to use his superpowers to control these metals or other powders to block energy attacks. I am really a genius. Yang Bo couldn't help but praise himself. At this time, Enon had woken up and looked at the surrounding environment. This is a room. The room is decorated very warmly. The room is very large. You can hear the sound of the ventilation equipment working at the vent. Enon first checked himself and felt the collar on his neck. His heart sank, but he was not panicked. Enon closed his eyes and tried to use the mental power in his brain to contact the Vigilant. But the next second, Enon panicked because the Vigilant's mental power disappeared. If he lost this mental power, his own strength would be greatly reduced. The reason why an ant's mental power is so strong that it can attack targets thousands of kilometers away is completely because of normal times. The mental power is stored in the group of mental power of the Vigilant and taken out when it is needed. This is also a secret technique of the temple. Enon opened the door in a panic. There was a living room outside. There were 2 robots in the living room. Madam, I am happy to serve you. Please read the residence rules carefully. Violation of the residence rules will be punished. A robot directly opened a virtual projection, and then made a mechanical sound. Bart. Discount Bart, you will regret it. After reading the rules of residence, Enon realized that this meant he was under house arrest here, so he roared loudly. Now Enon felt very insecure. He had lost his weapon, and the mental protection of the Vigilant. He felt like a lamb to be slaughtered, but no matter how hard Enon screamed, there was no response. The 2 robots remained the same. Enon frantically searched for the exit. Although he found the exit door, it was a pity that he could not open it at all. Hee Shintang. Yang Bo knew from the mental power released by An's vigilant communication that Shintang could locate the place where An disappeared. It seems that this organization needs a killer. Teach them how to be a man. Yang Bo was going to create a new identity to cause trouble for Shintang. Yang Bo now knew that Shintang's range of activities was in the Crimson Federation, and most of the killers liked to operate there. The warlords of the Crimson Federation issued the most assassination missions, and it was very chaotic there, and it was easy for the killers to get involved there. The Empire and the Alliance are not suitable for killers to survive, because the order of these 2 countries is too stable. Only some top killers can survive in these 2 countries. As for which killer to choose, this needs to be considered. Yang Bo's plan is very simple. Directly use the spirit seed to control the other party, and then let the other party return to the Crimson Federation. Of course, the other party must have an energy stone with space coordinates. After the other party returns to the Crimson Federation, he can reach the place where this guy is through space movement, and then kill this guy. Disguised as this guy again. These killers have complete resumes in their organization. These killers also have some public identities, and resumes in the Crimson Federation to disguise them, so that they will not be suspected. Really looking forward to it. Yang Bo can't wait to see what kind of organization the Temple of God is. This organization is now an organization that makes money. But what are they going to do with so much money? What kind of organization is it that needs so much money? And what kind of organization can cultivate a killer like an in, and also have some secret methods of mental power? Yang Bo's first suspect is the royal family of the Blue Water Empire, because the place with the strongest mental power research is the royal family. Of course, this is the situation among the information Yang Bo knows now. Maybe there are other forces, but he just doesn't know. Chapter 941 Change of Thought. The imperial authorities are too weak. They haven't come to me to understand the situation for so long. Is the official trying to smooth things over? Yang Bo is not going to continue experimenting with the powder barrier. Because he doesn't need to do it over and over again. Because this is a scientific thing, a calculation model can easily tell which powders are most suitable for powder barriers. That is to say, in the face of different energy attacks, different powders are used as materials. Because there are many types of energy attacks: laser, electric current, infrasound, microwave, particle weapons, high-energy ray weapons. For example, glass powder is the most suitable for laser cannons, because glass powder will scatter the energy of laser cannons. And energy attacks like infrasound require the use of absorbing materials. Although Yang Bo does not expect Devon Star to find out the mastermind behind the last terrorist attack. But Bart's character must be asked for an official explanation. So Yang Bo found Jerry the butler, and asked these two questions. Master, the authorities have indeed not found any useful information. All those who provided weapons to the terrorists committed suicide. Even the families of those who had families committed suicide together. Some nobles must be behind this incident. Only some nobles have the ability to make these people's identities very clean. These people must be the death squads trained by the nobles, or they are intelligence personnel in the dark. Butler Jerry heard the young master ask this, so he spoke. Looks like I need to put some pressure on them. Yang Bo's ability to disguise has reached the level of a grandmaster, so even Bart's closest butler had no doubt that the person in front of him was a disguise. Butler Jerry saw his young master log into his social account again. His young master began to speak, criticizing the Devon Star government. Bart's reputation in the entire Blue Water Empire is indeed a bit bad. Bart had done too many bad things in the past. And Bart's means of getting rich are even more shameful. Bart made his fortune by buying the League Cleaners to win during the sword-fighting competition. At that time, a lot of nobles in the Blue Water Empire lost money. The media, social platforms, and other public opinion tools of the Blue Water Empire were all in the hands of the Blue Water Empire nobles. After these people lost money, they definitely didn't have a good impression of Bart. In addition, Bart was very proud after winning money, and called the losers idiots. And the last time Bart was attacked by a terrorist, it was originally a bad thing, but this guy made more than 2 trillion by live streaming. What are the nobles of the Blue Water Empire? They wish all other nobles would die. Even brothers don't want to see each other get rich, let alone Bart. Although Bart suffered a terrorist attack last time, and it was a missile laser cannon. But almost no one sympathizes with Bart, because Bart has earned more than 2 trillion. There are already 3.6 billion people following Bart, ranking 65th on the entire social platform. Bart directly cursed on his personal social account. How many days have I been attacked, and now no official has come to comfort me? No official person issued a formal notice. In today's high-tech society, we didn't find any clues about the other party. I heard that a lot of people committed suicide. Did the taxes we paid in the past support these wastes? No one came to comfort me, and no one came to compensate me for my losses. We hereditary nobles, have we been abandoned? Should we hereditary nobles be attacked by laser cannons and missiles? After seeing the message sent by Bart, everyone had no sympathy, but complained. What's the use of official condolences? You've already made more than 2 trillion. It's strange that the official people can find out. This is obviously an internal conflict among your hereditary nobles. If you ask me, this is just a dog-eat-dog fight. Of course, anyone who can compare aristocrats to dogs must be aristocrats themselves. If ordinary people say this, they would have been arrested by the Empire long ago. Bart's speech did not gain sympathy from anyone, because this terrorist attack is nothing compared to 2 trillion. Yang Bo did not expect that if he sent a message, the official of Devon Star would come to apologize and give him a large sum of hush money. If it were in the alliance, the authorities would have reached an agreement with the victims in private, and the victims could have received a huge amount of hush money. Because in the alliance, public opinion is still important. As for the Empire, public opinion is nothing, and the authorities really don't have any useful information. So naturally no one would come to Bart's door, as they would definitely be criticized by Bart. Everyone knows Bart's personality. And what if Bart does a live broadcast to negotiate with the official representatives? So no one wanted to communicate with Bart, and no one dared to communicate with Bart. Yang Bo returned to March Star, searched the spiritual seed, and got a message from Mei Xiao. Someone is issuing a bounty in the Pirate Alliance, targeting the cargo and passenger ships to March Star. As for the specific target of this bounty, it is still unclear, because the Ashes organization has suffered too much, and its ability to collect intelligence is relatively weak. Yang Bo searched the memory of the elder of the Pirate Alliance Council, who released the spiritual seed. After Yang Bo released his spiritual seed, he did not read other people's memories frequently. He would check for any information related to him after a while. Yang Bo would not care about information that had nothing to do with him. WOC. When Yang Bo learned the specific information of the bounty from the elder's memory, he was also shocked. The Pirate Alliance Council received a huge bounty, up to 400 billion credit points. Of course, this is a phase bounty. The first phase of 100 billion, mainly to disrupt the route to March Star, and to increase the freight and passenger costs to March Star by at least 30%. What does this mean? That is, the Pirate Alliance will target the route to March Star. Then the spacecraft will have to take extra safety measures first. Hire more guards. The other is to raise the security alert level to the highest level. It is also possible to stay in a certain place and wait for many spacecraft to move forward together. Insurance companies will also increase insurance premiums. In addition, the salaries of staff on dangerous routes are also very high. This will increase a lot of costs invisibly. This is only the first stage. In the second stage, the Pirate Alliance will attack March Star. This stage is worth 300 billion credit points. And there will be more bounties later. Is this targeting the 9th Fleet or March Star? Yang Bo couldn't tell who the other party was targeting for a while, because in order to achieve the above bounty, the 9th Fleet and March Star cannot be avoided. The 9th Fleet is not favored by the military, and March Star is not favored by many other large companies and families. It would be fine if these two unlucky guys got together and nothing happened, but now these two unlucky guys are developing better than the other. It seems that someone can't sit still. Do you want another identity? Yang Bo wanted to use another identity. In the past, he didn't have the ability to move in space, so he couldn't leave a place with a fake identity. This also caused terrorist attacks everywhere on March Star for a long time. To be honest, Yang Bo himself was a little worried during that period, fearing that someone would pay attention to this place. Now that he has the ability to move in space, Yang Bo decided to wear more vests. Of course, Yang Bo is most concerned about what skills these bad guys can reveal after they die. Of course, there is another reason, which is to make money. Even though Yang Bo now has more than 2 trillion, if he really wants to accumulate enough strength, this amount of money is not enough. How much does a lowest level military warship cost? And there are many operators on it. As for Li Yong and Wang Muxue, the fleets of these two people cannot be publicly owned. So you need to get an identity to own a warship. And the warlord of the Crimson Federation is a good identity. Yang Bo's thinking has changed again. Chapter 942 Happy Cooperation. Whether Yang Bo is in his current identity or Bart's identity, there are great restrictions. Although the nobles of the Blue Water Empire have great power, they are also very limited in terms of armed forces. Bart can form his own private armed forces, but there is a limit. Not to mention Yang Bo's own identity, the Alliance has experienced several military seizures of power in history, so the control of armed forces is extremely strict. Even some security companies in the Alliance cannot own warships. They can only own armed transport ships. That is to say, transport ships are converted into combat ships. This type of ship does not have a modular design, and its energy system, defense and attack, do not meet the standards of warships, but it has more energy weapons than ordinary ships. The Empire and the Alliance have very normal order, so if you want to develop two strong armed forces in these two countries, The vested interests and management of these two countries will not allow it at all. In the past, Yang Bo wanted to use Bart's identity to develop his military power. At that time, Yang Bo had no other choice, and only Bart's identity was suitable. Now that he can move through space, the more chaotic Crimson Federation is a good choice. Of course, Yang Bo has another choice, which is to choose a planet to quietly develop his armed forces. This choice is more difficult. Even if he finds a planet, Yang Bo wants to rely on his own strength to build an armed force that can compete with the military power of the Imperial Alliance. That can only be a dream. Moreover, if you develop on your own, there are not many ways to make money. Because the human and material resources required by current science and technology cannot be accomplished by one person. Although Yang Bo has a mechanic mode, he can make a lot of things. But the energy of the mechanic mode itself is limited, and there are more problems. For example, raw materials. Many raw materials are produced on some planets with relatively high gravity or density. These planets are not suitable for human habitation. For example, energy metals have high radiation. These energy metals, and some rare metals, all require huge mining companies to produce. Of course, the most important thing is to develop yourself. There is no place to make money. You can use your killer identity to quickly accumulate wealth and strength, and strive to get an identity recognized by the Empire and the Alliance. Many states of the Scarlet Federation are not recognized by the Scarlet Federation itself, but are recognized by the Alliance and the Empire. The Alliance and the Empire recognize these states that are not recognized by the Scarlet Federation itself. But of course, they have no good intentions. This is how politics works. The Crimson Federation has frequent trade with the Empire and the Alliance. With some of their own connections, they can quickly gain a base and accumulate enough military power. The next day, Yang Bo arrived at Devon Star and sent a message to Zhang Buizhen using Mr. Zhou's watch. Zhang Buizhen has been living a comfortable life these days, because the genetic medicines that have been sold have not revealed any negative news, which is definitely the best news. Because Zhang Buizhen also knows that some of the people who auction the medicines have no good intentions. As long as his genetic medicines have a little flaw, they will magnify it infinitely. Now that there is no negative news, it proves that my medicine is very good. I know this. And so do others. So more and more people want to buy medicine. More and more people are in contact with me. And the conditions they offer are getting higher and higher. I have not agreed to these people yet. Because high-quality gene medicine cannot be as common as ordinary gene medicine. I have been thinking about asking Mr. Zhou to introduce more high-quality gene medicines. Zhang Buizhen still has some gene medicines that he has not sold. But it is impossible to sell all of them. I must keep some inventory for emergency. As long as those who contact me can offer a suitable price, I am willing to sell it to them privately at a low price. Master. Niu Bo hurriedly took the watch. Zhang Buizhen knew something big was going to happen when he saw Niu Bo's look, and he put down what he was doing and asked quickly, "What's the matter?" Niu Bo showed Zhang Buizhen the message sent by Mr. Zhou. It was Niu Bo who had been in contact with Mr. Zhou. This was for the sake of future safety. If Mr. Zhou wanted to threaten Zhang Buizhen with this matter in the future, then Zhang Buizhen would say he didn't know about these things. And Niu Bo would take all the responsibility. Insidious. Despicable. Shameless. Zhang Buizhen's face changed drastically when he saw the message from Mr. Zhou. If the route to March Star is harassed by pirates, the operating costs of cargo ships and passenger ships will increase by 30%. Then it will destroy the already fragile trade of March Star. If the operating costs increase by 30%, the price of terminal goods may double. Because the rising costs will lead to a lot of reduction in the original traders. Not every businessman and every company is willing to risk being attacked by pirates to do business. Master, although the authenticity of this matter has not been confirmed, but I personally think it should be true. And this matter is not only aimed at us, it is likely to be aimed at the Ninth Fleet. Niu Bo quickly stated his analysis. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No! Kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Buizhen walked back and forth in front of the window. If the bounty offered by the Pirate Alliance is really successful, first of all, the good situation of March Star will be destroyed. I will lose control of March Star. Maybe I will be imprisoned, and then commit suicide while in prison. Secondly, the Ninth Fleet will be infinitely magnified by the military and government because of these problems, and the Ninth Fleet may be disbanded. Then the mastermind behind the scenes will take over March Star, and take over the Ninth Fleet. Good. 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 Our Zhang family must have contributed behind the scenes. These big families in the alliance have strong connections in the military and in the political circles. Although I know that the Zhang family is not that simple, I didn't expect their revenge to come so quickly. Good, good, good. Please help me contact Mr. Jiu. I want to give the family a surprise. After hearing his young master's analysis, Nyobo nodded. There are too many things involved here. The development of March Star. This is no longer necessary to talk about. The Ninth Fleet also relied on some of Admiral Wang's connections and slowly developed. Although Nyobo did not have any contact with the Ninth Fleet, he also knew some news from the military. The military blocked the Ninth Fleet in terms of personnel, logistics, supplies, and technology. I originally thought that the Ninth Fleet would become worse and worse without the support of the military. But I didn't expect that Admiral Wang also had these connections. Now that the Ninth Fleet is developing better and better, some people in the military must be getting restless. Maybe the entire military is getting restless. Yang Bo received a message from Zhang Buizhen on Devon Star. Mr. Jiu, are you interested in doing something big? Our Zhang family has a secret treasure, which contains many priceless things, and many secret techniques related to superpowers. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Someone offered a bounty in the Pirate Alliance. Who would benefit the most, of course. It would benefit the most, so he replied with a message. Mr. Jiu, Mr. Zhang. Do you really believe what I said? Why don't you wait until the situation is clear before asking me to solve the problem? Zhang Buizhen. Sir. This is too polite. This is not the first time we have cooperated. And I also know that some people will not give up. Mr. Jiu, Mr. Zhang's family is too powerful in the local area. It is difficult for me to ask for the price. Zhang Buizhen had no choice after seeing this answer. Although he revealed the location of the family's secret treasure. But if you want to get these secret treasures, you must mobilize a lot of people. And it is not certain that you can succeed. Zhang Buizhen. Sir. Tell me the price, Mr. Jiu. 8 billion as a friendship price. In addition, if young Master Zhang is interested in the things in the secret collection, we will give you a 50% discount on the market price. Of course, we have the right of first choice. Zhang Buizhen, 30% off. 50% off is too high, Mr. Jiu. If it is a normal sale, of course, it will be 30% off. This is young Master Zhang's family property. If young Master Zhang has these things, you will be the most orthodox inheritance. Other people in the Zhang family are not considered the most orthodox inheritance. I believe that if these things are auctioned, they may be higher than the market price. Zhang Buizhen had no choice after seeing the message sent by the other party. And the other party's words also touched Zhang Buizhen's heart. He had the family's secret treasure, so he was the most orthodox inheritance. As for the auction, many families would definitely be interested. Zhang Buizhen, good, in addition. I hope you can investigate this matter thoroughly. It would be better if you can get the specific plan of the pirate attack. Mr. Jiu, to be honest with you. Mr. Zhang, I also have people in the Pirate Alliance Council. As long as the price is right, I can get the information that Mr. Zhang wants. Zhang Buizhen was not surprised after seeing this news. And the other party meant to ask for money. Obviously, if the plans of the Pirate Alliance were leaked, Mr. Jiu's people would be at great risk of being exposed. Zhang Buizhen, sir. Name a price. Mr. Jiu, the friendship price is 15 billion. 3 times. Because my people will withdraw after providing information at most 3 times. And the situation in the Pirate Alliance Council is very complicated, involving many forces. Zhang Buizhen felt a little annoyed after seeing this offer. But I thought of Mr. Jiu's future purchase of warships. I was getting Mr. Jiu's money for free, because I would ask the Planetary Parliament to promote the plan to purchase warships. When the warships were on the way to delivery, I would let Mr. Jiu take over. The one who would lose would not be me, but the insurance company or the warship manufacturing company. Of course, if Mr. Jiu went to grab the warships himself, he would definitely not calculate according to the original price of the warships. But I didn't lose anything. Zhang Buizhen, okay, happy cooperation. Mr. Jiu, happy cooperation. Hee. After seeing Zhang Buizhen's message, Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Chapter 943, Difficult. Zhang Buizhen then agreed on an address with Mr. Jiu. Zhang Buizhen will give Mr. Jiu the details of the location of the family's secrets and the defense layout in the form of physical objects. The reason for doing so is to avoid unnecessary trouble. Network information communication is likely to leak secrets. Anyway, this is not the first time that Zhang Buizhen and Mr. Jiu have exchanged physical objects. After discussing this matter, Zhang Buizhen sent another message. I don't know if I can trouble the Grand Master. I'm a little tight on money now. I need money in all aspects. And I also need to stabilize some relationships. Yang Bo knew what the other party was thinking when he saw the message. So he replied readily, of course, no problem. We are now partners. We have relatively common interests. And Zhang Xiao can put the medicine materials together in the safe. Zhang Buizhen was relieved to see Mr. Zhou's reply. And was also very happy. Then I'll trouble you. If you need money, you can contact me at any time. Mr. Zhou, okay. I didn't expect that Mr. Zhou would be the first to warn. After Zhang Buizhen ended the contact with Mr. Zhou, he sighed deeply. Zhang Buizhen said this because he also had spies in the family. The fact that the spies did not provide these information proves that this matter was kept secret within the family. This is a very bad phenomenon. Although Zhang Buizhen knew that there would be such a day, he did not expect it to come so suddenly. Nyobo nodded when he heard his young master say this. Fortunately, Mr. Zhou asked us for help. By the time we knew the news, it would be too late. And now, even if Mr. Zhou took action against the family, it is unknown how much influence it would have on this matter. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard Nyobo say this. This matter was definitely not decided by the family alone. There may be other forces involved. Later, Mr. Zhou will be entrusted to investigate this matter clearly. And we have to find a way to thwart the plan of the Interstellar Pirates. When Zhang Buizhen said this, he felt more and more overwhelmed. Because there are too many things involved in this matter. If something goes wrong, he may lose control of March Star. Because this also involves the Ninth Fleet. As a politician of the Alliance, the biggest taboo is to be involved with the military. No matter how powerful the power is, however big the politician is, as long as he is involved with the military, then his political career will come to an end. But this matter is not just aimed at himself. So Zhang Buizhen feels very tricky now. I think there must be someone behind this. Who wants us to contact the Ninth Fleet. Or for the Ninth Fleet to contact us. Once the matter is made public, it will be effortless for the other party to not only solve our problem, but also the Ninth Fleet. Nyobo nodded. This matter is indeed too difficult. The biggest taboo among politicians is to get involved with soldiers. In the military, if these soldiers get too close to certain politicians, then these soldiers will also reach the end of their lives. The army of the Alliance is a relatively independent circle. On the one hand, the Alliance army has gradually developed into this, and on the other hand, it is the result of the Alliance's political system. Because it is necessary to prevent politicians from colluding with soldiers, the army is relatively independent. Although it is a good thing that the army is relatively independent, it has been independent for too long, and this circle is controlled by certain people. The major fleets of the Alliance army are controlled by several major families, and of course politicians are constantly interfering. The Parliament of the Alliance will support some small forces in the army, and then fight against the big warlords in the army. To be honest, this effect does exist. But it is not very good. The establishment of the Ninth Fleet is actually the result of a game between the Parliament and the military. Wang Mushu of the Ninth Fleet rejected the advice of the military at the beginning, and was determined to suppress the rebellion. This is definitely good news for politicians. If the advice of the military is followed, there will be many more meritorious soldiers. The placement of these soldiers will cost more. If the rebellion on Pato Star lasts too long, it will affect the reputation of the Alliance, which is definitely not a good thing for the current ruling party of the Alliance. Of course, Wang Mushua also indirectly offended the military and the opposition. Wang Mushua's rapid suppression of the rebellion did allow the ruling party to avoid a political crisis, but it also offended the opposition. The ruling party and the opposition, they don't look at the essence of the matter itself, they just look at the other party's position. Wang Mushua's approach is absolutely correct. But as an opposition party, it has lost the best opportunity to strike the ruling party. What the result was, needless to say, Councilman Zhou Rui seems to have some relatives with Admiral Wang? Niu Bo said another piece of information. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. They are relatives. You can talk to Councilman Zhou Rui. Disclose this matter to Councilman Zhou Rui. Zhang Buizhen had no choice but to do this, as the Ninth Fleet must know about this matter. Although this will have a certain impact on Zhou Rui's political career, because once this matter is known to others, then Zhou Rui will not be able to mix in the political circle. The most important thing now is to ensure the safety of the waterway. In fact, we have the information provided by Mr. Gio, which can help the Ninth Fleet gain greater credit. And it is best to let the Ninth Fleet severely damage the Interstellar Pirates' plan. The Interstellar Pirates are definitely not fools. If they suffer big losses one after another, then they will never carry out such a bounty mission again. When Yobo heard his young master say this, he spoke again. The key is to find a middleman. And a middleman that both parties trust. I'm afraid Zhou Rui is not enough. After all, their positions are completely different. Zhang Buizhen also felt a little tricky. Because now, he had to ensure the safety of the route. I have to talk to Ms. Zhou Rui first. Nyobo had no other way. And Nyobo would also take a big risk in this matter. If Zhou Rui had other ideas, she could use this matter to threaten her young master. Or use this matter to exchange for greater benefits. Because his young master has many enemies. And many people are willing to pay a lot of money in exchange for these handles to attack the young master. Zhou Rui is a politician herself. So Nyobo didn't believe it too much. But this matter couldn't be helped by other people. Nyobo, thank you for your hard work. The reason why Zhang Buizhen asked Nyobo to handle this matter was also a guarantee. Young master, I will do this right away. Although Nyobo was worried, he was not afraid. Because as long as his young master didn't have any problems, then no matter how big the problems he had, it would not be a problem. Chapter 944. The matter is back in his own hands. Zhang Buizhen actually has many ways to let Admiral Wang of the 9th Fleet know the news. But Zhang Buizhen's purpose is not just to let Admiral Wang know the news. Instead, he wants Admiral Wang to defeat the pirates' plan. If he simply wants Admiral Wang to know the news, he can just post the news online. Because Zhang Buizhen has the intelligence provided by Mr. Jiu, he can accurately strike the pirates' plan. When Yobo went to find Zhou Rui, Yang Bo also sent a message to Zhou Rui using the identity of the third master. Yang Bo wanted to mail an energy stone with space coordinates to Tianyun Star, and then let Lin Yu take the energy stone away, and find a place for him to stay there. The security level of the accommodation must be the highest, so as to avoid the energy fluctuations caused by his space movement from being detected by the outside world. Although the energy fluctuations when he moved in space were already very small. But that was the capital star. And no one knew whether there would be a more advanced defense system. The more advanced the defense system and energy detection equipment are, the greater the detection distance is. And the smaller the detected energy fluctuation value is. After Zhou Rui received the message from San Yi, she readily agreed. Zhou Rui did not want to give up the line of San Yi. Because as a politician, some things must be solved by unconventional means. Needless to say, San Yi's strength. There is such a line, which can help me solve some problems in the future, which is simply too good. Yang Bo sent the message on Devon Star, and then returned to March Star, and changed his identity after going out invisibly. First, the space energy stone with space coordinates was sent to a safe in a shopping mall. Of course, this energy stone was strictly packaged to prevent energy leakage. Then, from the safe in another shopping mall, the relevant information about the family secrets and the raw materials of the medicine provided by Zhang Buizhen were taken. Zhou Rui's people quickly got the energy stone placed by Yang Bo, and prepared to send it to Tianyun Star through the hidden channels of the Bounty Hunter Guild. At this time, Zhou Rui was meeting with Niu Bo. Ms. Zhou, I wonder what your relationship with General Wang is like. Niu Bo's words made Zhou Rui a little unsure of how to answer. Zhou Rui didn't know what this sentence meant, because there were several possibilities. The first possibility was that someone was talking about her relationship with Wang Muxue. Another possibility was that Zhang Xiao might have some kind of connection with Wang Muxue, and wanted her to be the middleman. No matter which situation it was, Zhou Rui felt that she would be in great trouble. Zhou Rui knew clearly that once she was involved with someone in the military, she was a general in the military. Once this kind of thing was brought up, whether it was true or false, her career would be over. In the first case, young Master Zhang can protect himself, but his reputation will definitely be damaged. The second case is even more dangerous. If any other problems arise later in what young Master Zhang is going to do, he, the middleman, will be the one to take the blame. We are just distant cousins. Since I can remember, I have only met General Wang a few times. We haven't seen each other for decades. Zhou Rui's mind was spinning rapidly, and she finally chose this answer. This kind of simple kinship relationship would not be brought up in the alliance, especially for distant relatives. The alliance values human rights and privacy. Even if the father is a murderer, his son can become a member of parliament. This shows the freedom of the alliance. Therefore, Zhou Rui only acknowledged the factual relationship of relatives, and did not admit that the two had any contact. Zhou Rui's resume was originally faked. And Wang Mushua's resume is also verifiable. The Interstellar Society is not like the Earth. Relatives and friends may meet during the New Year and other holidays. Because the Interstellar Society is on different planets, the time of contact is relatively long. Many relatives can meet when they are young. But when they study and work, they may never meet again in their lifetime. That is, they can only meet through the virtual network. I don't know if Ms. Zhou can contact General Wang. I have something important to contact General Wang. Uncle Niu was not surprised by Zhou Rui's answer, and directly stated his purpose. Zhou Rui felt her scalp tingling when she heard this request. This was definitely not Uncle Niu's intention, but Zhang Xiao's intention. Zhou Rui didn't know why Zhang Xiao took the risk to contact Wang Muxue. There must be a huge risk hidden in this. Once young Master Zhang contacts Wang Muxue, and this matter is made public, then young Master Zhang will not be able to get involved in the political circle. Young Master Zhang must be very clear about this matter. So it is easy to imagine how big this matter is. Zhou Rui wanted to refuse, but she was following young Master Zhang after all. I don't have the contact information of General Wang, but I can try to contact him. Zhou Rui didn't dare to agree now. Nor did she dare to refuse, because she didn't know how big the matter was behind it. Once this matter was exposed, she didn't know how many people's futures would be ruined. Then I'll wait for good news from Ms. Zhou. Uncle Niu laughed. Zhou Rui felt her scalp tingling when she heard this. Uncle Niu's meaning was very clear. This matter must be done. After Uncle Niu left, Zhou Rui also left. After returning home, Zhou Rui felt her scalp tingling. What kind of thing is this? Young Master Zhang wants to contact Wang Muxue. This is a big thunder. Once this matter is exposed later, her future as a middleman will definitely be gone. Zhou Rui also knew that. This is why Uncle Niu came forward. Once something goes wrong, it will be Uncle Niu who will take the blame. And it has nothing to do with young Master Zhang. But what should I do? Uncle Niu's attitude on this matter is very clear. And it must be done. Alas, Zhou Rui felt that this matter was too difficult. If this matter was not handled well, her future would be gone. Zhou Rui had long known that in the political circle, if one did not stand in the right line, it would be easy to ruin one's future. But she did not expect that the time would come so quickly. Zhou Rui came to her father's villa again, and told the matter again. After listening to this, Zhou said, "This thing must not be done. Once the bomb explodes later, you, the middleman, will bear the brunt. If this thing does not explode, then young Master Zhang may have other things for you to take the blame. There will be a second time after the first time. You will still have no political future by then. So it is better to leave early." Zhou Rui nodded when she heard what her father said, and sighed, "I just don't want to accept it. And young Master Zhang's thing must be very big." Zhou took a sip of tea and continued, "This matter must not be small. There is another key reason. That is, whether Wang Muxue is willing to cooperate with young Master Zhang. If she is not willing, will young Master Zhang be angry with you as the middleman? And will he think that you, the middleman, are making trouble? But this matter is not without a solution." Zhou Rui heard this and asked quickly, "Father, please give me some advice. Find a middleman who has a good relationship with both parties, and cannot be blamed by both parties." Zhou said meaningfully, "Yang Bo." Zhou Rui immediately thought of Yang Bo. Needless to say, Yang Bo and Zhang Xiao have a close relationship. First, Zhang Xiao's current career is inseparable from the mutant animals in Yang Bo's private territory. Second, Yang Bo and Wang Muxue also have a very deep relationship. It can be said that Wang Muxue cannot do without Yang Bo's support. The most important point is that Yang Bo has no political identity. Even if the matter is exposed in the future, it will not have any impact on Yang Bo. Another more important point is that neither Zhang Xiao nor Wang Muxue can do anything else against Yang Bo. Even if Wang Muxue refused to cooperate with Zhang Xiao would not fall out with Yang Bo. So Zhou Rui quickly picked up the communicator and sent a message to Yang Bo. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo sent a message very quickly this time. Zhou Rui quickly called, "Yang Bo, I need your help with something. Let's talk about it in person." Yang Bo had just returned to the villa not long ago, and he had already sent the energy stone with space coordinates that he had sent out, and it had begun to move. He was preparing to make the medicine materials provided by Zhang Buizhen into finished medicine, when Zhou Rui sent a message. "Sister Rui, if you have anything to say, please call me." Yang Bo thought it was about the last time, so he answered, It's not about the last time, but something else that is very important to me. You must help me with it. Zhou Rui knew that Yang Bo was talking about the last time. Okay then. So the two of them made an appointment at a place. The place was a park by the sea. The biggest scenery of this park was the stones on the seaside that were polished smooth by the storms of this planet. The side of these stones facing the sea was made very smooth by the violent hurricane. But it was not smooth because the hardness of the material on the stone was not uniform. The material of each layer of the stone was different. And the degree of erosion by the storm was also different. So some of these stones have vertical lines. And some have horizontal lines. The horizontal lines formed a natural channel. The two came to the park and did not walk through these magical channels. Instead, they found a stone, and the two of them sat on it. From here, you can see a wide range of surroundings. I wonder what Sister Rui wants to talk to me about. Yang Bo looked at the environment and knew that Zhou Rui's talk to him was not ordinary. I have encountered a more difficult problem recently. Uncle Neo wants me to contact my cousin. Zhou Rui looked around and answered. Both of them wore sunglasses, masks, and sweatshirts, and covered themselves tightly. When Yang Bo heard this, he immediately knew what it was. It was the information I provided to Zhang Buizhen. What is fourth brother going to do? Isn't he afraid that this matter will be known by others? Yang Bo knew it, but he still pretended to ask. Alas, this matter must be very complicated. Although I can help, I don't know my cousin's attitude. After all, if this matter is exposed, my cousin and I may have ruined our future. But if I don't do this, Mr. Zhang will definitely have an opinion on me. So I can only ask you for help in this matter. I will recommend you to Mr. Zhang. When Zhou Rui said this, she tilted her head and looked at Yang Bo. I don't want to get involved in this matter. Yang Bo pretended to speak. Yang Bo, I beg you. You are the only one who can act as the middleman in this matter. You won't offend people on both sides. Even if there are problems in the future, it won't affect you at all. Zhou Rui hugged Yang Bo's arm and spoke in a pleading tone. Chapter 945, Surprise. Okay. Yang Bo felt his scalp tingling. Zhou Rui gave Yang Bo the impression of a strong woman. In addition, when he saw Zhou Rui using a disguise potion to disguise herself as a bald man, Yang Bo never regarded Zhou Rui as a woman. But now Zhou Rui was hugging his arm, and he could feel her big and elastic chest. This conflicted with Yang Bo's inherent impression, so he felt a little tingling. Thank you, Zhou Rui said excitedly when she heard Yang Bo's promise. Because Yang Bo agreed to this matter, she solved her biggest problem. But how do you describe the relationship between me and your cousin to fourth brother? Yang Bo calmly prepared to pull his arm out of his rich and flexible chest. I will describe your relationship in a more obscure way, regarding personal privacy issues in our alliance. Others will not ask in detail. Zhou Rui felt that Yang Bo was going to take her arm away, so she hugged her tighter, and felt that he was playing a prank on her. You have exposed your relationship with your cousin, haven't you? You know such a private matter. What do you think fourth brother will think? Yang Bo laughed and asked Zhou Rui. Ah. Zhou Rui heard Yang Bo say this, and suddenly realized it. I just don't know what fourth brother wants to find your cousin for. It should be something very important, otherwise he wouldn't risk contacting your cousin. Yang Bo said again. What should I do now? Yang Bo said this, Zhou Rui had already thought of it. It was because the matter was so big that Zhou Rui didn't dare to get involved. If Zhang Buizhen could take the risk of contacting the military, how could the matter be small? I can help you with this matter. But how can I let fourth brother believe me given my relationship with your cousin? Yang Bo was not easy to deal with this. If young Master Zhang doubts, then I have no other way. After all, Uncle Neo meant that I had to handle this matter well. Young Master Zhang will definitely ask you when the time comes. And it will have nothing to do with me. Zhou Rui heard what Yang Bo said and started to pass on the blame. Alas! Yang Bo pretended to sigh. This matter may be very important to your cousin, and it may change the status quo of the Ninth Fleet. Yang Bo certainly knew what Zhang Buizhen was going to say to Wang Muxue. Fighting against interstellar pirates is definitely beneficial to the reputation of the Ninth Fleet. Yang Bo felt that Zhang Buizhen's idea was correct. It would help both him and Wang Muxue. Besides, Yang Bo also hoped that the Ninth Fleet could get more actual combat. To be honest, the fleets of the Alliance and the Empire rarely had actual combat. Although the interstellar pirates are rampant, they dare not confront the Empire's fleet head-on. Needless to say, the forces behind the interstellar pirates, It is precisely because of these forces that their actions often avoid the Empire's fleet. You care so much about my cousin? Zhou Rui heard Yang Bo's words and reacted immediately. Yang Bo was a little speechless. How could Zhou Rui think of this? We are a small group. Of course we hope that each other will get better and better. Is this an explanation? Then I am still helping you. Or you can contact your cousin? Is this what I said? Yang Bo was ready to stand up. And the thinking of a strong woman is sometimes confusing. But Zhou Rui held Yang Bo's arm tightly, not letting Yang Bo get up. I was joking. Are you angry now? Zhou Rui's voice was full of ridicule. Go and report the situation quickly. This matter must be very urgent. The sooner you prepare, the better. Yang Bo sighed. Are you angry? If I'm angry, I won't help you. Well, how about my suggestion last time? I have 3 girlfriends. I'm fine now. Let's just help each other. Don't care about other things. Yang Bo shook his head. Alas. Zhou Rui sighed when she heard Yang Bo say that. Yang Bo didn't like strong women. She and her cousin. Neither of them became Yang Bo's girlfriend, but were ordinary women in the Shuilan Empire. Although Su Wei was a princess, she was just an ordinary person. After they left, Zhou Rui sent a message to Niu Bo. Niu Bo and Zhou Rui met in a tea house. In fact, there is a better candidate for this matter. If I contact my cousin rashly, there may be some counter effects. Zhou Rui had already thought about it when she came, so she spoke directly to Niu Bo. When Niu Bo heard Zhou Rui's words, he asked curiously, is there a better candidate? Niu Bo also knew that if Zhou Rui rashly contacted her cousin would definitely be on high alert, because the situation of the Ninth Fleet was also complicated, and she might suspect that her young master had ulterior motives. When it comes to Zhou Rui's cousin's position, she would doubt everything. So Niu Bo was even more curious about the candidate Zhou Rui mentioned. This person is Yang Bo. As for what happened between the two of them, I just heard some of the circumstances, because some things are not convenient to ask clearly. Zhou Rui decided to muddle through the matter. Niu Bo was a little surprised to hear this. Before Zhou Rui said it, she thought of many people, but she didn't think of Yang Bo. Because the difference between the two people's identities is too big. Wang Muxue is the general of the alliance. What is Yang Bo? Yang Bo is just a slightly rich man now, plus he is lucky. There is nothing else. To be honest, although Yang Bo is very famous, and the alliance has established Yang Bo as a benchmark of freedom, he is a talent who grew up under the alliance's free system, but his real social status has not improved much. Whether in politics, military, or business, Yang Bo has no status. And how high is Wang Mushua's social status? There are only a few admirals in the entire alliance, not to mention a whole fleet of main forces. Niu Bo wanted to ask a lot of questions, but he couldn't because Zhou Rui had made it very clear that this involved privacy. Niu Bo returned home with a lot of questions. Puff! Zhang Buizhen spat out a mouthful of tea after hearing Niu Bo's report. Are you sure? Zhang Buizhen's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief. Ms. Zhou Rui said so. I think she would not lie. Niu Bo had nothing to say, and he could only say this. And he was not surprised at his young master's reaction. Is there something between the two of them that cannot be told? Zhang Buizhen felt that he did not know Yang Bo at all. Just like a stranger. Niu Bo stopped talking, because he did not know at all. Zhang Buizhen picked up the communicator with full of curiosity, and sent a message to Yang Bo. Zhang Buizhen also knew that Yang Bo would not answer the phone or reply to messages when he was online. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo replied immediately. Zhang Buizhen picked up the communicator and called, Yang Bo. Do you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner. Fourth brother is so anxious to invite me to dinner. Is there something urgent? Yang Bo knew that Zhang Buizhen would definitely call him after Zhou Rui went back and told him. But he deliberately said so now. I do have something urgent to ask you. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Anyway, he had such a good relationship with Yang Bo, there was no need to hide it. Then I'll come over. Then I'll wait for you. In less than 20 minutes, Yang Bo arrived at Zhang Buizhen's villa. Fourth brother. As soon as he arrived at the door of the villa, he saw Zhang Buizhen waiting at the door. Zhang Buizhen's villa has been greatly upgraded. The entire community where the villa is located has several more warning cannons, not only energy cannons, but also physical attacks. Maybe there are all kinds of mechas or drones hidden in the villas around. Thank you for your help, Zhang Buizhen said with a smile, as he watched Yang Bo get off the flying car. It was hard for Zhang Buizhen to associate the young man in front of him with the general of the alliance. Fourth brother. You are being too polite. Yang Bo smiled and followed Zhang Buizhen into the villa. I asked you to come here today to confirm a piece of news. Arriving in Zhang Buizhen's study, Zhang Buizhen poured tea for Yang Bo and said with a smile. Fourth brother. Just say what you want to say. We are not strangers. Yang Bo also answered directly. The following questions may involve a person's privacy. You can choose not to answer. Of course. There is no contradiction between us. If you think my questions are a bit presumptuous, you can ask directly. Zhang Buizhen thought about it for a while and said. Fourth brother. Just ask what you want to say. I will never get angry. Yang Bo took the tea that Zhang Buizhen poured for him and said after taking a sip. Do you know the commander of the Ninth Fleet? Zhang Buizhen asked directly after hearing this. When Zhang Buizhen asked this question, he did not move the teacup in his hand, obviously waiting for Yang Bo's answer. Such a secret matter. I didn't expect that fourth brother also knew it. Yang Bo's answer directly confirmed it. Zhang Buizhen never dreamed that Yang Bo actually had a relationship with the Admiral of the Empire. Don't laugh at me. Fourth brother. We met online. But after meeting in person, I felt that we were not suitable. And now we can only be ordinary friends. I wonder if this matter will affect fourth brother. Yang Bo had already thought of the answer. Do you mean you are dating online? Zhang Buizhen was a little stunned. The general of the empire actually went online, and then fell in love online. How many years has this been a script? I don't like strong women. People like them will give up everything for the sake of profit. Yang Bo shrugged and said something that surprised Zhang Buizhen even more. Because what Yang Bo said meant that Yang Bo rejected the general of the empire. It sounds a bit incredible, but if you think about it carefully, there is nothing surprising. The future partner of this admiral of the Ninth Fleet cannot be a member of any family, but can only be an ordinary person. I have encountered a difficult problem here, and I need an intermediary to communicate with the Ninth Fleet. I wonder if you can help. Zhang Buizhen did not have time to figure out other things, and asked directly. Chapter 946 Meeting. Will it be a big deal? Yang Bo hesitated for a moment. This matter is not only related to me, but also to you. Someone wants to mess with our March star. Someone has issued a bounty of nearly 400 billion in the Pirate Alliance. Zhang Buizhen also understood Yang Bo's hesitation, so he simply told the story. Once the other party's plan succeeds, all our efforts will be in vain. You have so much land, the price will continue to fall. The trade of our entire planet will be affected, and the number of people coming to our planet for tourism and investment will continue to decrease. It will also have a certain impact on our genetic drug development. Maybe I will be driven out of March Star. The reason why Zhang Buizhen said this was to make one point to Yang Bo, that is, everyone has interests. Yang Bo must understand that doing this is not only for himself, but also for Yang Bo. At the same time, this matter is also related to the Ninth Fleet. If the route to our planet is affected, then the Ninth Fleet will definitely be greatly affected. Some people on my side of the pirates can get some information. At that time, the Ninth Fleet will not only protect the route, but also make great contributions. And many people in the Ninth Fleet are newly recruited. They need to fight one battle after another to improve their abilities. Zhang Buizhen spoke again, without waiting for Yang Bo to speak. Zhang Buizhen thought that Yang Bo had a good relationship with the Admiral of the Ninth Fleet. Yang Bo answered awkwardly at this time. In fact, I am not very familiar with the other party. We have only met a few times. If I rashly raise these questions, the other party may not believe it. Zhang Buizhen heard Yang Bo say this, and said, some things must be tried, because this matter is very important to us and the Ninth Fleet. Yang Bo, the other party has a big plan for this matter. It is not only aimed at me, but also at our planet. And even more so at the Ninth Fleet. There are some things I am afraid you don't know. The situation of the Ninth Fleet is also very difficult. It is all supported by the Admiral of the Ninth Fleet. The Alliance military forces have tried every means to suppress the Ninth Fleet. Now the Ninth Fleet has not collapsed as others think, but is getting better and better, and many people can't sit still. So, Zhang Buizhen was afraid that Yang Bo didn't understand the power relationship, so he said a lot of things. Yang Bo was certainly well aware of the situation of the Ninth Fleet, but he would not show it in front of Zhang Buizhen. Is it wrong to quell the rebellion? Yang Bo asked in disbelief after hearing this. Alas, the alliance has been developing for so many years, and any system has become rigid, and the class has long been solidified. The Admiral of the Ninth Fleet was able to successfully cross the class by chance. Although the Ninth Fleet has made contributions to quelling the rebellion, you also know that our alliance has not had a large-scale war for so many years, and those military officers have only worked hard to gain experience. Although the Ninth Fleet has made contributions, it has eliminated all the promotion channels for everyone else. And those people in the military hate the chief officer of the Ninth Fleet to death. There are many things you may not know, but I know. Once the interstellar pirates succeed, then the military will find an excuse to deal with the Ninth Fleet. Zhang Buizhen explained this matter very clearly to Yang Bo. Then I'll give it a try. After Yang Bo listened patiently, he mustered up his courage and said. Zhang Buizhen was relieved to hear Yang Bo's answer. What he needed was a channel to contact the other party. With Yang Bo's presence, Niu Bo didn't need to take risks. He didn't expect Yang Bo to have contact with the Admiral of the Ninth Fleet. After all, one was a cleaner who grew up in the welfare system. The other was an Admiral of the Alliance. Even novels don't dare to write this way. No one would connect this point. Yang Bo, you have to let the Admiral know that I will not have any other ideas about this matter. Because I took the risk of contacting her, which has already put me in a passive position. Zhang Buizhen patiently explained to Yang Bo, just to make Yang Bo believe him. And he absolutely had no other ideas. Zhang Buizhen was also worried whether the Admiral of the Ninth Fleet would believe him. Of course, Zhang Buizhen also had other preparations. As long as Mr. Jiu provided information, he would provide it to the Ninth Fleet. Even if the first interstellar pirates succeeded. As long as the Ninth Fleet confirmed that their information was correct. The second interstellar pirates would not be able to escape. Yeah. Fourth brother. I can only say that I tried my best. After all, I don't really know her very well. The reason why Yang Bo said this was to give Zhang Buizhen a feeling that he had no confidence in making the other party believe this matter. If the other party did not believe Zhang Buizhen, he could not blame himself. Of course, Zhang Buizhen could understand what Yang Bo said. After all, if it were me, I wouldn't necessarily believe it. Then I'll leave first. I'll come visit my fourth brother when I get more news. Yang Bo also looked anxious. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Buizhen was very satisfied with Yang Bo's positive attitude, because this matter could not be communicated in a short time. It's okay, these pirates are too arrogant, carrying out terrorist attacks on our planet, and now they are targeting our shipping lanes. Yang Bo shook his head. Zhang Buizhen sent Yang Bo to the door of the villa again, and watched Yang Bo leave in his own flying car. After Zhang Buizhen returned to the villa, he was still thinking about the relationship between Yang Bo and the Admiral of the Ninth Fleet. TSK. Niu Bo. One is a cleaner of the Alliance, and the other is an Admiral of the Alliance. How can they meet each other? Zhang Buizhen thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Alas, in the case of personal privacy and personal freedom in our alliance, we don't know who is on the other side of the internet. Maybe they met in the game, but not necessarily. After all, Yang Bo's current girlfriend is a princess of the Empire. Niu Bo was very surprised at first, but later he was not very surprised. After all, Yang Bo's current girlfriend is a princess. Haha, I overlooked this point. Yang Bo's current girlfriend is also of a very high status. Although for us, the title of the Shuilan Empire is nothing, but for the Shuilan Empire, the title of the princess is already very high. Many people in the Shuilan Empire are still scolding Yang Bo, swearing that he kidnapped the princess of the empire. Zhang Buizhen also laughed when he heard Niu Bo say this. And he thought it through. Master, in fact, most otakus are the type of people who are introverted and coquettish. They look very honest in real life, but they are very open on the internet. Niu Bo nodded. Zhang Buizhen heard this and said, Yang Bo is really my lucky star. The mutant plants and animals he discovered completely changed my fate. I didn't expect that he would be useful again at this critical moment. He is more suitable to be the middleman than you and Zhou Rui. Because no one will associate him with the admirals of the Alliance army or even the fleet. This is also the young master's luck. Niu Bo bowed and answered. After Yang Bo took the flying car home, he directly contacted Wang Muxue with his watch. Wang Muxue was also a little surprised that Yang Bo suddenly contacted her. After Wang Muxue disguised herself, Yang Bo picked up Wang Muxue outside the airport. Yang Bo? The other party asked directly after getting in the car. Wang Muxue's disguise was very simple. She was wearing sunglasses and a mask, and a loose sweater, and looked like an ordinary person. Let me make it clear first, this matter is not what I want to find you for, but... Yang Bo drove a car and took Wang Muxue to the beach. Both of them wore masks. After getting off the car and looking at the sea in the distance, Yang Bo began to tell the cause and effect of this matter. It was what Zhang Buizhen said, and what was originally Zhou Rui's matter. This matter. Wang Muxue also felt that this matter was very tricky, because Zhang Buizhen's identity was too unusual. Chapter 947 Despicable Nobles. And Zhang Buizhen has many rivals, not only his own family, but also various pharmaceutical companies. The pharmaceutical market of the Alliance is only so big. Now Zhang Buizhen has made high-quality genetic medicine, and it is said that it is made by a grandmaster. He has taken a big piece of the pie of the pharmaceutical company. Now the high-end pharmaceutical market of the Alliance has been disrupted by the newcomer Zhang Buizhen. Although the high-end pharmaceutical market occupies a small share in the entire pharmaceutical market. But there is one thing involved, that is the brand effect. The gene medicine made by the grandmaster level, this is a signboard. Just like some famous doctors in the past, they can drive the development of the entire hospital. High-end gene medicine will drive the brand of the entire company. And what these pharmaceutical companies are most worried about is Zhang Buizhen, if he will compete downward after the brand is established. Mainly because of Zhang Buizhen's identity as a politician, their identity is related to him, which is a taboo. Once it is known, it will be over. However, after Wang Muxue heard Yang Bo's words, she was a little moved. The current situation of the Ninth Fleet is still very embarrassing. First of all, the Ninth Fleet is not loved by the military, and is being suppressed desperately. Many people want to replace me. After all, if I am replaced, there will be many vacancies in the Ninth Fleet. The only way to break the deadlock now is to make merit. If I make merit, then the Parliament will definitely push me up to compete with other people in the military. Of course, the people in the Parliament have no good intentions. When one day, when I am strong enough, the Parliament will choose someone else to target me. How credible do you think Zhang Buizhen's words are? Wang Muxue thought for a while and asked. Yang Bo shook his head when he heard this. I am just faithfully conveying what you two said. I will not exaggerate. Nor will I analyze it with you, because I don't understand these things. There are too many things involved. You decide for yourself. In fact, when Wang Muxue asked this question, Yang Bo knew that she already had the answer in her heart. Zhang Buizhen didn't need to take such a huge risk to set a trap for Wang Muxue. Because if this matter was exposed, Zhang Buizhen's loss might be even greater. Wang Muxue laughed when she heard Yang Bo's words. Yang Bo, although I don't have any substantial evidence, I know you are not simple. Simple people won't arrange their 3 girlfriends clearly, and one of them is a princess of the empire. Yang Bo couldn't see the other person's expression, and of course the other person couldn't see his expression clearly. You think too much about some things. I am just an ordinary person. Yang Bo would never admit it. Are you really an ordinary person? An ordinary person can have a net worth of hundreds of billions in a short period of time. Can an ordinary person have such good swordsmanship? An ordinary person can make tens of billions in the empire, and then leave the empire safely. I know the moral character of the nobles of the Shuilan Empire very well. Wang Muxue didn't say more. That is Yang Bo's medicine manufacturing technology. It's just my luck. I admit that I have some talent in swordsmanship. Tell me when there's news. I'm going back to play games. Yang Bo didn't plan to say much to Wang Muxue. This woman is too smart. The more she talks, the more loopholes she reveals. Can't you just accompany me to see the scenery? Wang Muxue grabbed Yang Bo's arm. Yang Bo felt that this scene seemed a little familiar, so he said, you should go back and think about what decision to make. Alas, I am where I am today thanks to you. Actually, this is a good thing for me. It's just that once some things start, it's hard to get rid of them later. Wang Muxue was worried about this matter. There are some things that Yang Bo simply cannot say. On the surface, the various families in the alliance are clearly divided. Those who develop in the military will not develop in politics. But if you think about it carefully, the parliament and the military are a combination of contradictions. Each family and each large company has a very good relationship with both sides. Just like the Zhang family where Zhang Buizhen is, many things produced by Ping and Technology Company are military products. Although the budget for military products is voted on by the parliament, if the military does not accept it, then the parliament vote will have no effect. So these companies have good relations with the parliament and the military. To be more specific, these companies have common interests with some members of the parliament, and some families in the military. If Yang Bo said it, it would make him look too smart, And Wang Mushua is not a fool. Thank you, Yang Bo, Wang Mushua said at last. Yang Bo did not speak, because he felt a little guilty. Wang Mushua worked so hard to run the fleet, but in the end, it was not his. If she is obedient, I will let her be the fleet commander in the future. Yang Bo thought silently in his heart. Then Yang Bo sent Wang Mushua to the airport. And then he returned to his villa. In the villa, Yang Bo was thinking about this matter while cooking. This matter is actually a good thing for him. It can mobilize resources from all aspects, so that the Ninth Fleet can get rid of the current predicament. The better the fleet develops, the more beneficial it is to him. Yang Bo sends the energy stone that he asked Zhou Rui to send away. I am already on the way to Tianyun Star. Wait until the energy stone reaches Tianyun Star. In the future, I can easily reach the capital star of the Alliance. The secret treasure of the Zhang family, where Zhang Buizhen is located, is on the capital star. The capital star is the safest in the entire Alliance. More than 20 planets on the capital star that are not suitable for human habitation have all been built into powerful armed fortresses. In addition, there are many large enterprises and factories on the capital star of the Alliance. The capital star of the Alliance is the last fortress of the Alliance. There are many factories there, and a lot of material reserves. Of course, the capital planet also has a large population, and it also has many secret weapons. Of course, there are many bad guys there. I'm really looking forward to it. Yang Bo was looking forward to taking a stroll around the Alliance capital planet. Yang Bo knew that Wang Mushua would not have an answer soon. And even if Wang Mushua was willing, she would have to wait for a few days. It was impossible for Zhang Buizhen to just propose and Wang Mushua would agree directly. The next day, Yang Bo arrived at Devon Star. There were 2 imprisoned killers, and Yang Bo would not contact them for the time being. The killer who contacted Bart finally got the news, and the killer was willing to take Bart's territory. Yang Bo knew that the other party did this to show his sincerity. However, for safety reasons, Yang Bo would not let others see the killer. Who knows what strange abilities these killers have? Yang Bo directly met with the other party on an uninhabited island in the territory. To be honest, the islands on Devon Star are much more beautiful than those on March Star. Most of the islands on March Star are bare, mainly because there is a storm season that lasts for half a year. Lord Bart? Yang Bo saw a flying skateboard from a distance. A middle-aged man in short-sleeved shirt and shorts, seeing Bart in battle armor, greeted him respectfully on the surface, but in fact, he sneered in his heart. It's me, nice to meet you. Yang Bo now looked like Bart, about 10 meters away from him. At the same time, Yang Bo was holding 2 laser guns in his hands. In contrast, the killer on the opposite side had nothing with him, wearing short-sleeved shirt and shorts and sneakers, and it was impossible for him to carry any weapons. Given Lord Bart, I have 2 more assassins' information here. The reason I postponed meeting you is to make more money. The assassin on the other side took out 2 pieces of paper, and said in a flattering tone. Originally, the assassin thought that he had a good cooperative relationship with Bart, and with the things he sent, Bart should talk to him nicely. But he didn't expect that after hearing this, Bart directly picked up 2 laser guns, pointed them at himself, and said, back 10 meters away. Lord Bart? It proves that the assassin felt a little confused when he saw 2 laser guns pointing at him. I want to check the authenticity of the information. In addition, I have an energy detector here. If there is any energy fluctuation on your body, don't blame me for shooting. I believe you have also seen the video of me shooting. I can hit the energy transceiver of the mecha from several kilometers away, so I can easily hit you. The killer retreated obediently after hearing what Viscount Bart said. Yang Bo came to the 2 pieces of paper placed on the ground by the killer, but did not touch the 2 pieces of paper, but took the video recording equipment to transcribe the contents of the 2 pieces of paper. The killer saw Bart's behavior, and he was calm on the surface. But he sneered in his heart. Do you think I would do such a low-level thing? After seeing what Bart transcribed, the killer released his fire power to burn the 2 pieces of paper. Yang Bo directly sent the 2 messages to Butler Jerry. I don't know whether these 2 messages are true or false, but I will not treat anyone unfairly. So let's settle the accounts first. Your Excellency Viscount Bart, you are too polite. The killer thought Bart wanted to settle accounts with him and transfer money to him. Haha, you know so much information about killers, you must be a killer too. May I ask what rank you are in the killer rankings? But Bart's 2 sentences later made the killer realize that he had misunderstood Bart. Sir, the killer didn't expect Bart to ask this suddenly, and was about to say something. But the next second, he saw Bart's figure coming at him like a cannonball. It proves that the killer also reacts quickly, and immediately uses his superpowers. But his eyes went dark, and he was knocked unconscious by Bart in armor. Despicable noble. This was the killer's last thought. Hee. Yang Bo put a confinement helmet on the killer, and it was the kind that covered everything. Even his eyes were not exposed. Everything the killer saw in the future was the image played inside the helmet through the signal converted by the photoelectric camera on the helmet. TSK. It's really a soul attack ability. So this guy is a killer who kills the opponent in a dream. Yang Bo directly released a spiritual seed to the opponent. Chapter 948 Abacus. As for the helmet covering the head tightly, how to solve the problem of eating? There is no need to worry about this in today's high-tech society. Just deliver the nutrient solution directly. The killer in front of him is named Li Yuehan, the 19th on the killer ranking list, nicknamed the Dream Controller. Yang Bo also understood why this killer did not kill him. This killer must look into the eyes of the target when killing him, and he wore sunglasses when he was in Paradise Island. It was because of this small action that the killer could not release his superpowers. No wonder this guy has such a strange ability, but is not famous. A small pair of sunglasses blocked the other party from releasing his dream superpower. This is probably something many people did not expect. Sure enough, there is no 100% perfect superpower. TSK, this guy still underestimated the nobles, and thought he could make a fortune from Bart, and took Bart's life by the way. Doesn't this guy know how shameless the nobles of the Empire are? This guy is also a member of the Korea State of the Scarlet Federation. And this guy has a lot of assets in Korea State, and he has a group of people under him. It just so happens that I can take over these people. First let the butler plunder this guy, and then beat this guy up, and then let him go. Butler Jerry saw that his young master brought another killer over, and ordered himself to take away the wealth from this man. Butler Jerry was not surprised at all. In the Blue Water Empire, all nobles are like this. Yes. Butler Jerry has many ways to plunder all the wealth from this man. This man's superpowers are very strange. You must not open his helmet. Yes. Butler Jerry nodded quickly when he heard his young master say this. Find someone else to send this thing to the Blackstone Star of Korea State in the Scarlet Federation, and let him be on standby there. Yang Bo took out another energy stone with space attributes, and directly put the energy stone in a box specially for energy stones, and handed it to Butler Jerry. Yang Bo had to wait for the butler to squeeze all the oil out of Li John, and then let Li John go. When Li John returned to Blackstone Star, he would ask the person on standby to find a place that was isolated from energy fluctuations, and put the energy stone away. Then, he could go to Blackstone Star to find Li John to brush up his skills. Although Li John could be used to brush up his skills now, it was not necessary. He had to let this person return to his nest by himself. Because there were still some things in his nest. He released the spiritual seed for him. And when he arrived at his nest, he would find a way to replace him. Li Yuehan's superpower. Li Yuehan himself named it the Dream Realm. In fact, it is a superpower of the soul, which ignores distance. Li Yuehan himself intended to release the Dream Realm to Bart, and also wanted to get all kinds of secret information from Bart in his dream. This is much worse than the Spirit Seed. But the more soul skills, the better. Killing people in the Dream Realm. The target will die quietly in his sleep. The performance of the dead in the Spirit Seed and the Dream Realm is different. It would be good if this skill was refreshed, so that when I kill others in the future, I will confuse the enemy through the death status of each person. It is possible to analyze what skills these people have suffered. If a single skill is used too much, it will easily attract other people's attention. The people on the killer list are just unknown to anyone. But they use superpowers to kill people for a long time, and soon someone will summarize the general attributes of their superpowers. In fact, these people on the killer list have many unique skills. Just like Li Yuehan's superpower, he will only use his superpower after returning to his nest. In this way, there is no way to trace him. On the contrary, those who go to the door to kill people directly are easily found out. In the state of big data, several people died in the same way in succession, and you were also in this place or this area during this period of time, then you will become one of the biggest suspects. The current science and technology can analyze what superpowers were used through the remnants of superpowers. Generally, Yang Bo would not use his special superpowers to kill the other party. Li John's dream field is actually not omnipotent. Someone escaped the attack of Li Johnson's dream field. The dream realm of John Lee does not mean that he can kill the other party immediately. Some people need a long time. Because sometimes the bounty mission not only requires killing the other party, but also requires getting something. Despicable nobles. Ah! Bart! Come out! After John Lee woke up, he quickly found the environment he was in. His whole head was covered with a helmet. And what he saw in front of him was the picture taken by the camera on the helmet. Moreover, once this helmet senses that my brain is active, it will release high voltage current, instantly knocking me out. There is no way to get rid of this confinement helmet of the Blue Water Empire, because the Blue Water Empire is leading in the research of the soul. Now I am imprisoned in a small room. There is no furnishing in this room. No bed, no toiletries, and no toilet. The walls of the entire room are all battleship armor, and there is high voltage current on them. There was only a small vent on the top, but there was a protective net outside the vent, with ultra-high voltage current on it. There was not even any lighting equipment in this room. And what he saw was the night vision capability of the camera on the helmet. Bart, come out! Lee John was regretting it now. If he had known earlier, he should have taken the money that the damn bastard Bart had transferred to him and ran away. Even in the current environment, Lee John did not dare to insult Bart, because John Lee knew that someone would definitely be monitoring him. The guards and servants of the noble's territory were very loyal to their lords. Once he angered the people monitoring him, they might give him a taste of his power, such as turning on the ultra-high voltage current on his helmet. I am willing to pay money to redeem myself. I will return all the money that Lord Bart transferred to me. I will pay another 10 billion to buy my life. John Lee was also a smart man. Bart must have imprisoned him for his money. So he shouted cheerfully, for John Lee, as long as he can get out of Bart's territory, he has plenty of ways to get more money. Of course, he will retaliate against Bart. I'll add 20 billion, which is really all my assets. Master Viscount Bart, I'm asking for more. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I realize my mistake, and I'm willing to give 20 billion to honor you. Viscount. Butler Jerry was a little speechless when he saw John Lee like this in the surveillance video. I even felt a little depressed, because I still have many ways to make John Lee spit out all the money. But I didn't expect this guy to be so straightforward. I prepared all kinds of tricks, but I didn't expect him to surrender directly. Lower the temperature of the room, and it's easy to take out 20 billion, proving that this guy has more money. Jerry, the butler, felt uncomfortable, so he decided to deal with John Lee. As for the other killer, Jerry, the butler, didn't know that the other party was a killer, and thought that it was some romantic debt that his young master had done outside. So Ann's situation was much better. Food, clothing, and housing were very comfortable, and there were robots to serve, but he lost his freedom. Ann has been relatively calm recently, and has not been making trouble. Of course, Jerry the housekeeper does not know that Ann is also confused now. The temple is a group of mental power placed in Ann's brain, and it has disappeared without a trace. This is a big shock to Ann, because he has accepted this group of mental power in his brain since he was a child. It is precisely because of this group of mental power that he can use weapons to kill targets thousands of kilometers away, in many dangerous times. It is this group of mental power that saves him. And now this group of mental power has disappeared. How did the other party do it? Because according to what I know, this kind of situation never happened inside the temple. And Ann lost this group of mental power, and felt very insecure. To put it bluntly, Ann is now very scared of the current environment, because the other party can deprive the group of mental power in his brain. How powerful can the other party be? Of course, it is impossible to make trouble. Ann still has some regrets in his heart, regrets coming to the Blue Water Empire, because the Blue Water Empire leads the world in the research of soul and mental power, and the Blue Water Empire has a famous soul killer. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in Viscount Bart's territory. It seems that I was already detected when I released the spiritual beacon on Paradise Island. The trace of spiritual power released by Ann on Paradise Island is called the spiritual beacon, which is a weapon used to guide oneself to release. We must find a way to report this situation to the temple. The temple has already warned us to be careful in the Blue Water Empire. I didn't expect that I would suffer when I came here. It seems that what is said on the internet that Bart is a big liar is true. This guy went to Paradise Island just to lure us into action. And gnashed his teeth in hatred for Bart, but he didn't dare to show it at all. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. And didn't know how Bart would arrange for her. And she was worried about the temple, because Ann felt that Bart had arranged her here with no good intentions. although she acted very calm. She was always looking for opportunities. And didn't know what she was thinking. And the other party had known it long ago. Ha ha. Let's see what the temple can do first. If these guys don't find my place, then I'll let in find a chance to contact the temple. Yang Bo's little calculations were very loud. Chapter 949 Li Jian leaves. As for Li Jian's experience, Yang Bo doesn't care at all. The housekeeper might squeeze out more money after some trouble. Although Yang Bo knows how much money this guy has, he didn't tell the housekeeper. Because it will be his in the future anyway, and the gesture he made now is mainly based on Bart's personality. And as a noble of the Blue Water Empire, he will definitely not let the other party run away with his money. Of course, Yang Bo did not intend to confront the other party, because it would be hard to say after the confrontation. Li Yuehan suffered, the temperature of the whole room dropped rapidly. Li Yuehan regretted it very much now. He should not have come to see Bart alone. Bart, this bastard, must have thought of this trick when he gave the money. That's why he gave it so readily. I have been in the business for decades, and I still believe in the nobles of the Blue Water Empire. What kind of character are the nobles of the Blue Water Empire? I was really careless this time. It's also my fault that I am too greedy. As a killer, don't be too greedy. If I took the tens of billions that Bart transferred to me, wouldn't it be easy? Alas, I don't know how much money Bart will get from me. If it's just money, it's easy. I don't know if this guy will investigate my identity. Li Yuehan also couldn't use his own energy. He was shivering from the cold, and could only move continuously in the small room. Thinking about this matter in my heart. 35 billion blue coins, that's all my wealth. Your Excellency Viscount Bart, I offended you. These 35 billion are my apology. I will return all the money Viscount Bart transferred to me. Merciful Viscount, please let me go. Merciful and generous Viscount. Li Yuehan kept moving around in the room, while shouting loudly. Although Li Yuehan himself felt that saying these words was a bit disgusting. But people have to bow their heads under the ease. Because Li Jian knew that it was not Viscount Bart himself who was monitoring him. It was one of Viscount Bart's servants. Although he felt disgusted by what he said, it was normal in the eyes of these servants. These servants of the nobles of the Blue Water Empire all believed that their lords were the most generous and the most kind. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire were very good to their servants. The quotas for the servants of the nobles of the Blue Water Empire were all in high demand. That is to say, once you become a noble servant, you don't have to worry about birth, old age, sickness and death. And you don't even need to raise your own sons and daughters. There are no various miscellaneous taxes. And the status of noble servants in the Blue Water Empire is higher than that of ordinary civilians. Even in the modern society with advanced science and technology, network information is everywhere. But these servants still think that their lives are much better than those of the Alliance. Although the people of the Alliance have freedom, this kind of freedom is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the noble servants of the Blue Water Empire. Because although these people in the Alliance have freedom, they have various other things, such as taxes, employment anxiety, and they are not allowed to have children. In the Shuilan Empire, servants of nobles are allowed to have children. And the children do not need to be managed by servants from birth. Many nobles have their own schools. And many servants of nobles will let their children go out with others. For example, if this servant is a gardener, he hopes that his son or daughter will also become a gardener. Butler Jerry saw this guy's performance and felt very satisfied. It's just that I prepared so many things, but none of them came in handy, and I felt a little unwilling. Do you know you're wrong? Butler Jerry asked directly. Li Jian was very happy to hear someone respond, proving that his idea was right. I was wrong. It is my lifelong honor to serve the generous and kind Viscount Bart. I was wrong. I offended Viscount Bart. Li Jian really didn't know where he was wrong, so he could only say this. On the surface, this guy was extremely respectful. But in fact, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Bart immediately. Moreover, Li Yuehan was determined to repay the treatment given to him by Viscount Bart double one day. The first thing to do was to ensure that he survived. And then, he would have enough time to take revenge. All the money my young master transferred to you will be returned. And a fine of 40 billion blue coins will be imposed. Butler Jerry found out Li Yuehan's apparent identity, which was a member of the Kuraya state of the Scarlet Federation. Li Jian's own offer was 35 billion blue coins. And he added 5 billion blue coins, which was almost enough. Li Jian heard the voice raising the price. And he immediately agreed. I was wrong. I am willing to offer my sincerity. 40 billion blue coins. Wait for this bastard. The money I saved as a killer for so many years was taken away by this bastard in an instant. Okay. Okay. Nobles of the Water Blue Empire. Wait for me. Many nobles of the Water Blue Empire are participating in the training on our side. I will kidnap all the descendants of the nobles of the Water Blue Empire. The nobles of the Water Blue Empire will be my biggest enemies in the future. I must double the money I lost. And I will make the descendants of the nobles of the Water Blue Empire live a life worse than death. And live in my dreamland for the rest of their lives. Lee Johnson gnashed his teeth in his heart. This time he didn't make a penny, and lost 40 billion blue coins, and was locked up. 40 billion blue coins, which is equivalent to 60 billion credit points. This is almost all of Li Yuehan's wealth, but there is nothing he can do now. Very good. Butler Jerry nodded when he saw that the other party was so sensible. Then Li Yuehan's room was opened, but Li Yuehan couldn't see the situation outside now, because the video signal in the helmet was cut off. Li Yuehan felt that he was being held by a robot, and then there was a gust of wind, and then it was quiet for a while. When the video signal in the helmet was connected again, they were already on the beach. Transfer the money. And get out of here after the transfer. A voice sounded in the helmet. Li John saw the robot next to him holding his things. The front of the helmet was also opened. Thank you. Thank you. Although Li John was gritting his teeth in hatred and wanted to destroy Bart's territory directly, he still had to say thank you politely. Li Yuehan's superpowers had no effect on the robot. Of course, the account that Butler Jerry used to collect the money was not Viscount Bart's. After Li Yuehan completed the transfer, Butler Jerry remotely opened the helmet on Li Yuehan's head. The robot took the helmet off Li Yuehan's head, and then got on a flying car and flew away. You bastard. Wait for me. Li Yuehan knew that he was now on the beach near Wandao City. In just a few hours, not only did his dream of getting rich break, but almost all the money he had saved in his life was robbed. He was extremely angry. But reason told him that Li Yuehan had to leave the Blue Water Empire first. Li Yuehan was afraid that Viscount Bart would go back on his word. So he bought a ticket to leave the Blue Water Empire as quickly as possible. And at the same time, he was brewing a plan to retaliate against the nobles of the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo sensed this guy's thoughts through the spiritual seed, and smiled. It seems that I will have an excuse to deal with the nobles of the Blue Water Empire in the future. Chapter 950 Agree. Li Yuehan's strength is just like that. Yang Bo did not think much of Li Yuehan's strength. Although this guy has soul skills, he is not as good as himself in terms of mental strength. Li Yuehan did not realize that there was anything extra in his mind. He was just thinking about escaping, and thinking about how to take revenge. Yang Bo valued this guy's identity more. This guy's identity can do a lot of things. In fact, I feel that the most suitable place for me to live is the Crimson Federation. Yang Bo made a comparison, and found that the best place for him to improve his skills is the Crimson Federation. The Crimson Federation is in chaos. Each state has its own laws. And the parliament of each state is also in chaos. It is said that all the members of the Crimson Federation are criminals. Because if you don't commit crimes in the Crimson Federation, you can't grow up at all. Things that are illegal in the Alliance and the Empire are legal in the Crimson Federation. Genetic mutants, mechanical modified humans, clones, these are all legal there. Cities in the Crimson Federation are basically controlled by various companies. These companies control everything in this city. Monopolize everything in the city. The city councilors are all shareholders of this company. You can buy anything you want in the Crimson Federation. There you can also experience many things that you can't experience in the Alliance and the Empire. No matter how perverted your request is, as long as you have money, you can get it there. Yang Bo knew that the fat boss used to like to go to the Crimson Federation to play, because clones are popular there. So you can find any goddess in your mind. It is said that some places in the Crimson Federation have all the popular female stars in the Alliance. Of all ages. They are made using cloning technology. But clones made in this way will face a series of problems. Because these clones cannot be raised by the company from childhood. But a special cloning mode is used. It can clone people into the way you need them in a short time. So the final fate of these clones is quite miserable. Once they lose their usefulness, they are likely to be directly recycled. Yang Bo is actually still very concerned about this kind of thing. He is very disgusted with this practice. When I get to control a part of the power in the Scarlet Federation, I will just use some people to brush up my skills. In the Scarlet Federation, there are conflicts every day. I have a lot of abilities, but these abilities are rarely used. In the Scarlet Federation, the big fist is the truth, The big fist is the law. Between the cities of the Scarlet Federation, each company has a strong armed force, and the two sides often clash in order to grab territory. And the police there are seriously corrupt. As long as you give them money, they can let you do anything, even help you do anything. The Scarlet Federation can have today's ending. It is inseparable from the Empire and the Alliance. Yang Bo knew from Li Zhan's memory that the Alliance's pharmaceutical companies all have branches in the Scarlet Federation. They will test various drugs in the Crimson Federation. And the quota for drug testing is not available to ordinary people. You need to pay money. That is to say, if one person is paid 100,000 yuan, you have to agree to only take 50,000 yuan, and the remaining 50,000 yuan must be given to others before you can test the drugs. To be honest, Yang Bo is looking forward to it. He should also show his abilities. In addition, it is much easier to establish armed forces in the Crimson Federation. Of course, the resistance is also great. First of all, the various forces within the Crimson Federation are ruthless. In addition, these forces are closely connected with the Empire, the Alliance, the Interstellar Pirates, the Killer Organization, the Mercenary Union, the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Brotherhood, etc. These organizations also need such a chaotic environment to survive. Similarly, the Crimson Federation is also the largest place for selling stolen goods and money laundering. Yang Bo felt that he could develop better there. The societies of the Alliance and the Empire were too stable, which was not conducive to his own development. Alas, I don't know how Tainyo is. After the independence of the Green Demon Star, although the exchanges with the Alliance became more and more extensive, it was actually blocked behind the scenes. Because the last time the Green Devil Star's alert fleet was attacked by pirates, mainly because of the rich mutant material resources on the Green Devil Star. In the past, the Alliance secretly blocked the Green Devil Star, and the major forces within the Alliance also secretly used the mutant materials on it to make money. So at that time, as long as you had money and connections, it was easy to get to the Green Devil Star. Now that the Green Devil Star is independent and autonomous, everything is under the sun, the huge benefits brought by the mutant materials, the Alliance Parliament blocked the Green Devil Star. We still have to find a way to get to Green Devil Star. When we get to Capital Star, we'll see if there's any way. If the mutant materials on Green Devil Star need to be transported out, there must be a route. The mutant materials above can bring us great advantages. Yang Bo thought of the mutant leeches he had raised. If this thing were made public, it would definitely become the most sought-after thing. Mutated leeches have no attributes, and the genetic evolution potion made with mutant leech materials can stimulate the user's own attributes and talents. Other gene evolution potions have attributes. Although the official will judge your attributes and talents based on your blood and other factors, this is not 100% accurate. Once the gene evolution is used, the attributes of the potion are inconsistent with, or even conflict with its own attributes, then it will cause failure. We have to find a way to deal with the second game world. In 1 week, the special investigation team sent by the Emperor will arrive at Devon Star. I wonder if anyone among these people knows where the second world is. I hope the Emperor will send some confidants this time. Yang Bo returned to March Star, and at this time, Li Zhan had already boarded the spaceship. Li Zhan was still cautious after boarding the spaceship, because the nobles of the Blue Water Empire had too much power in the Empire. Mainly because he was scared by Bart. He was afraid of encountering such unreasonable nobles again. Yang Bo had just come to the internet room, and saw the message from Zhou Rui. How is the matter going? Yang Bo, I have taken over. And as for how it will develop in the future, it is up to her. Zhou Rui sent a message, and waited for Yang Bo's reply. Unexpectedly, she waited for several hours before seeing this message. Zhou Rui, that's good. Do you have time to come out for tea? I'll treat you to tea. Yang Bo, no time for now. I'm playing games. Zhou Rui, when will I treat you and your girlfriends to dinner? You helped me solve a big problem this time. Yang Bo, no need. It's not a big deal. Besides, this matter is also related to me. After all, I have so much land on March Star. Zhou Rui saw the message sent by Yang Bo. Of course she understood that Yang Bo was talking about that if something happened in Zhonghua town, the value of his land would also depreciate. At this time, Wang Mushua sent another message. I agreed to what you said last time, but I won't see any of them. I will only see you. Chapter 951 Zhang Buizhen's Persuasion. Yang Bo was not surprised at all by Wang Mushua's decision. Although there are certain risks in contacting Zhang Buizhen, it seems that the benefits are greater now. Wang Mushua's Ninth Fleet is also facing a great dilemma. It is unrealistic to rely entirely on the high-quality gene medicine made by Yang Bo for blood transfusions in the long term. For the fleet, military merit is the first priority. No matter the military or the parliament, military merit cannot be erased. Once the military and the parliament do not recognize the military merit, then the entire military system will collapse. Although the military of the alliance is controlled by some families, they only control the officer class. They even control the most important positions in the officer class. Most of the other positions are ordinary people. The other 7 fleets of the alliance, the families behind each fleet cannot control all the officer positions. If these families control all the officer positions, what will happen if the ordinary soldiers at the lower level have no promotion channels? Besides, the parliament has been interfering with the army, and no family is allowed to control all the officers. The council in each fleet is constantly supporting other families, and constantly sharing the power of the family of the fleet itself. Military merit is also the foundation of the army. The reason why Wang Mushua disobeyed the order of the military and insisted on suppressing the rebellion by himself was because he got military merit. This is a very good opportunity to break the deadlock, although there will be certain risks. But as long as it succeeds, the Ninth Fleet will be completely revitalized. No one can blame the Ninth Fleet for the fight against interstellar pirates. Although many people in the alliance colluded with interstellar pirates, this was done in private. No one dared to collude with interstellar pirates openly. In the alliance, most of the time, public opinion is just a tool used by politicians to gain power. It is a means to coerce or even deal with hostile politicians. But it is undeniable that politicians in the alliance must be cautious on major issues, because the politicians in the alliance are divided into many factions. Although public opinion sometimes does not play a decisive role, politicians who oppose you can definitely play a decisive role. Yang Bo simply answered, "Okay." Yang Bo also knew that he had to abide by this matter. It was impossible for Zhang Buizhen and Wang Mushua to meet in person. This was also the reason why Zhang Buizhen chose Yang Bo. If someone else had passed the message in the middle, Zhang Buizhen would not have believed it, but Yang Bo also had his own interests in it, because the interests of March Star were closely related to those of Yang Bo. After Wang Mushua saw Yang Bo's reply, she was completely relieved. Wang Mushua found that she was increasingly unable to understand Yang Bo. The relationship between Yang Bo and Zhang Buizhen is actually this good. And Yang Bo's behavior at his contact with Zhang Buizhen is totally unlike that of a young man in his 20s. Yang Bo's behavior at his contact with Zhang Buizhen is like that of a seasoned veteran. Whether it is the naming rights of the mutant creatures or the exclusive development rights of the mutant creatures, all are given to Zhang Buizhen. This is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do. Yang Bo is like an old fox. Any other young person would not miss the opportunity to become famous. How much fame can the naming rights of a new type of mutant creature bring to a young person, and the development rights of mutant creatures can be given to other pharmaceutical companies to develop? If Yang Bo had not participated in the swordsmanship competition, I am afraid that few people know how much money Yang Bo has now. Wang Mushua thought of the Green Demon Star again. On the surface, Yang Bo was stranded on the Green Demon Star for several months and ate grass roots. The soldier of the fleet that he met, he returned to the fleet and found that the soldier was still on the fleet. Didn't land on the Green Devil Star. So was the person he met Yang Bo? There is no evidence now. Wang Mushua was inclined to believe that the mecha master he met on the Green Devil Star was Yang Bo. But unfortunately, there was no evidence. One day you will reveal your true face. Wang Mushua looked at the one word Yang Bo answered, and then looked at the planet through the huge windows of the fleet. The Ninth Fleet was stationed on March Star, and could look down at the huge planet from a high position. Yang Bo invited Zhang Buizhen to have tea again. TSK. Zhang Buizhen was very happy when he received the news that Yang Bo was coming to have tea, because Yang Bo said there was good news. Yang Bo is really hard to figure out. Zhang Buizhen said to Niu Bo. Niu Bo nodded. I also feel that I can't figure out this person. Although we have investigated a lot of information about him, I didn't expect that he has this relationship. In general, our alliance is still doing a good job in personal privacy, especially the personal privacy in the game. These game companies will try their best to protect the personal privacy of players, because once it is exposed, these companies will go bankrupt. Zhang Buizhen nodded. What Zhang Buizhen could check was some information on March Star, and some official information of Yang Bo. However, Yang Bo's communication information and game information were all in major companies. It was too difficult to invade these companies, and obtain Yang Bo's personal information. For the internet companies of the Alliance, personal privacy is an absolute forbidden zone. Once an internet company is exposed to leak personal privacy, the company will immediately go bankrupt. Help me prepare some small gifts. Prepare 3. And I will give them to his 3 girlfriends. In the future, when I contact the other party, Yang Bo will have to run back and forth. Although Yang Bo also has some interest in it, we should be more particular about being human. Zhang Buizhen instructed Niu Bo again. Yes. Niu Bo then went to prepare the gift. Half an hour later, Zhang Buizhen personally greeted Yang Bo at the gate of the villa. When he arrived at Zhang Buizhen's study, Yang Bo started talking about this matter. Fourth brother, the other party has agreed. I will listen to your instructions on what to do next. Yang Bo, I didn't realize you have such ability. The next step is to wait for my specific news. As long as the Interstellar pirates have a plan, I will know it immediately. When the time comes, I will send you a message or call you to come and appreciate the artwork, which means that there is definite news. As long as the other party is ready. Zhang Buizhen was very satisfied with Yang Bo's attitude. Okay. Yang Bo also nodded. The reason why Yang Bo said this just now was to make it seem like he was just a messenger in the middle. And it was up to you to decide how to do it. On the one hand, it was indeed inconvenient for Yang Bo to say something. On the other hand, it was also to hide his shortcomings. Because the more he expressed his views, the more he would reveal his flaws. Yang Bo, I actually think that General Wang is a good person. Would you really not consider it? Zhang Buizhen personally poured a drink for Yang Bo, and then asked, Fourth brother, you are joking. I am just a commoner. Although I don't understand politics, the Ninth Fleet can be stationed in such a remote place. It is also said on the internet that the main battleships of the Ninth Fleet have not been repaired, and a large part of the modules are missing. How many risks are there? I still know a little bit. Yang Bo smiled, and acted very smart. Zhang Buizhen was not surprised at Yang Bo's words, because there were too many such things on the internet, especially since the Ninth Fleet had just come here to station, and all kinds of conspiracy theories were overwhelming on the internet. This is the advantage of being in the Alliance. Freedom of speech. What you see on the internet is too one-sided. Since the Ninth Fleet has been established, Admiral Wang's position has been consolidated. It is very difficult to build a new fleet in the Alliance, and it is also very difficult to disband a fleet. In fact, for the Ninth Fleet, being stationed in March Star is a good thing. Yang Bo, do you think that if the Ninth Fleet was stationed somewhere else, it would have developed like it is today? This is actually the result of the game between several major families within the military. There are indeed people in the military who want to target the Ninth Fleet, but they dare not put the Ninth Fleet in their own jurisdiction, because once it is placed in their own jurisdiction, the families behind other fleets may in turn support the Ninth Fleet to compete with the original fleet in this jurisdiction. These warlords in the military are also scheming against each other. Come to our March Star. Although our side is relatively poor, it is very stable. The Ninth Fleet needs a certain window of stability when it is just established. Look at the current situation of the Ninth Fleet. How well it is developing. If we win a few more battles and wipe out a few more interstellar pirates, the Ninth Fleet will have completely established its foothold. And as Admiral Wang, his future partner can only be a civilian. First of all, as one of the most powerful admirals in the military, political families are excluded first. The various families within the military are also excluded. Families larger than Admiral Wang cannot marry Admiral Wang, because if one family marries, the other families will oppose it, and those larger than Admiral Wang. The small military family not only will not bring any help to General Wang, it may also cause some enemies. And those small military families dare not marry General Wang, because they may face suppression from other larger military families. Zhang Buizhen drank juice while chatting with Yang Bo. No matter what fourth brother says, I like little women like Su Wei. I don't like those strong women. Yang Bo smiled. What Zhang Buizhen said, Yang Bo didn't think carefully. You? I don't know if it's your luck or mine. Since I met you, good things have happened one after another. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. Yang Bo's ideas seemed a bit naive to him. If it were someone else, they would have taken down General Wang long ago. General Wang's status in the Alliance is beyond words. Being able to have an intersection with such a woman, 99% of men can't refuse. Of course, fourth brother is lucky. I'm actually quite unlucky. Yang Bo flattered a little. Maybe we are both lucky. Zhang Buizhen laughed when he thought of Yang Bo's resume. Yang Bo's resume used to be a complete unlucky guy. How about having dinner at my place tonight? Thank you for your hospitality. Fourth brother. Su Wei and the other three are training mechas. I will go back to cook for them. Yang Bo shook his head. TSK. Zhang Buizhen didn't know what to say. I prepared 3 small gifts for you. I will have to trouble you to run back and forth for this matter in the future. This matter is too important to me. It would be best if you could help as a middleman. I won't say thank you or anything. I will see how you perform in the future. Zhang Buizhen had planned to let Niu Bo be the middleman. Letting Zhou Rui contact is just the beginning. Zhang Buizhen will not believe Zhou Rui is the middleman. Who knows what the messenger will say? This matter is too important. So important that Zhang Buizhen must be absolutely sure. Then I won't thank fourth brother. I'll take the gift back. Yang Bo nodded. Originally, I wanted to prepare a gift for General Wang, but I was afraid that it would be found out, so I couldn't give it to her. You apologized to her on my behalf. Zhang Buizhen spoke again. Yang Bo found that the 3 gifts were all bags. These luxury goods can be traced, so Zhang Buizhen said this. Well, then I'll go first. Yang Bo nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Buizhen said as he saw Yang Bo out. Yang Bo is really good to his 3 girlfriends. Watching Yang Bo's car drive away, Zhang Buizhen said to Niu Bo beside him. Yes, he gave the advanced special mecha as soon as he said it, and he even gave this advanced special mecha to 3 rookies to practice with. Niu Bo nodded. Who makes him rich? He also spent tens of billions to build 2 large gardens, just because his girlfriend likes them. If this is told to others, I don't know how many women will be envious and jealous. Zhang Buizhen laughed. How is the matter of entrusting the relevant company to invite a group of stars to our March Star going? Zhang Buizhen asked again. If March Star wants to make a name for itself, it still needs to work hard on publicity. Inviting stars to hold concerts is one of the most convenient and fastest means. I feel like there seems to be something wrong. In the past, the stars we invited always had inappropriate schedules. But recently the company we entrusted said that there will be results soon. I feel there is a conspiracy. If the spaceships these stars are on are attacked by pirates, how much negative impact will it have on our planet? Niu Bo and Zhang Buizhen said after returning to the study. TSK. This possibility is 100%. This is to completely ruin the reputation of our planet. Zhang Buizhen said with certainty. Uncle Niu, do you have any good ideas? The spacecraft that the stars are riding must not have any accidents. Hire the best security company. Zhang Buizhen said again. Uncle Niu nodded. This is a must, but it's a pity that we can't hire a fleet to escort. Although we can't hire a fleet to escort, we can hire Mr. Jiu. Zhang Buizhen said something else. The reason why the star's spaceship cannot be escorted by the fleet is because the star's agency does not allow it. Because it will bring some negative impact to the star. Because some people will think that the fleet is used to protect the public safety, not to protect the safety of celebrities. This is a good idea. Niu Bo's eyes lit up when he heard this. But Mr. Jiu is a free mercenary. Niu Bo then said worriedly. Zhang Buizhen also felt a headache when he heard this. No one can guarantee whether the free mercenary will be blinded by money. After all, if so many celebrities on the spaceship were kidnapped, how much money could be obtained? It shouldn't be that serious. Right? Zhang Buizhen said this without confidence. We know too little about Mr. Jiu. We don't even know if he is a man or a woman, or if he is fat or thin. Niu Bo also shook his head helplessly. Chapter 952. The investigation team arrives. Why don't you ask Mr. Jiu? Niu Bo could only give this suggestion in the end. So when Yang Bo arrived at Devon Star, he saw the message sent by Zhang Buizhen. So he replied, we will not accept this mission from Mr. Zhang, because there are too many celebrities involved in it, and you don't have to worry, the interstellar pirates are unlikely to attack the spacecraft on which the celebrities are riding. Zhang Buizhen was no longer surprised that Mr. Jiu took a long time to reply to the message. After seeing the message, he immediately replied, this is the best time to attack our March Star. How could these interstellar pirates miss such an opportunity? Mr. Jiu, Mr. Zhang, what you said is correct. But have you ever thought about it? If interstellar pirates attack the spaceships of the stars you mentioned, how much impact will it have on the Alliance? And how many fans do these stars have? Zhang Buizhen, but I dare not bet. Mr. Jiu, Mr. Zhang can definitely hire 2 top security companies. I believe Zhang Buizhen knows the power of top security companies. Zhang Buizhen, I just want an extra layer of insurance. I don't know if Mr. Geo is willing to take this task. Mr. Geo, in principle, we don't like to take on such ostentatious tasks. Our mercenary group can become an ace mercenary group because we take on very high-level tasks that are not very influential. Zhang Xiao. Take a look at what happened to those famous mercenary groups in the past. In our line of work, we must avoid being ostentatious. Zhang Buizhen nodded after seeing Mr. Geo's answer. Free mercenaries are actually like killers. Once they are completely exposed, they will face many dangers. Because the mercenary group did a lot of tasks when it was growing, it was inevitable to offend many people. Zhang Buizhen, please help me. Mr. Geo, we are willing to pay a high price. Mr. Geo, it's not impossible. Anyway, we mercenaries are just doing tasks. But this time, I want a top-level warning reconnaissance satellite. Zhang Buizhen was completely relieved after seeing the other party's request. The top-level warning reconnaissance satellite is mainly used for planetary defense systems. I can ask the official March Star to buy it. And then it will be snatched away by Mr. Geo on the way. In other words, Mr. Geo helped me get the job done without spending a penny. Zhang Buizhen, of course, there is no problem with this. It is just that we need to trouble Mr. Geo to pick up the goods in person. At that time, this batch of goods will be purchased in the name of the official. I will provide the detailed route and information of this batch of goods. Mr. Geo, of course, there is no problem with this. But we have a request. Zhang Buizhen saw that the other party's request was to have a separate area in the spacecraft, and no one could enter this area. Zhang Buizhen saw this news and readily agreed. As for the subsequent spacecraft flight information, we will talk about it later, because it has not been confirmed yet. The reason why Yang Bo needed this advanced warning reconnaissance satellite was mainly to see the reconnaissance capability of this satellite. There are many types of satellites. Yang Bo wanted a simple reconnaissance satellite, and did not want a satellite with attack weapons. Different satellites carry various weapons, including laser weapons, microwave weapons, high-energy particle weapons, high-energy ray weapons, and missile-like weapons. The energy systems of satellites carrying different weapons, and others are also somewhat different. Relatively speaking, satellites equipped with energy weapons have relatively small differences, while satellites equipped with missile weapons are another type of system. Yang Bo mainly experienced the working mode of this reconnaissance satellite. Through the working mode of this satellite, he adjusted his photoelectric camouflage ability. Energy weapons and missiles are certainly powerful, but there is a prerequisite that they must be locked first. Therefore, in interstellar wars, many times the fighting becomes like the ancient age of discovery. The oldest artillery, and they are close to each other and open fire. Because of the strong interference in the interstellar war, neither side can lock onto the other. They can only fire at the approximate position like the oldest artillery. Just like the battle between the Green Devil Star's 9th Fleet and the pirates that Yang Bo saw. The warships of both sides passed each other, and then fired at the same time. This is called face-to-face combat. As for letting Zhang Buizhen reserve an area on the spacecraft, Yang Bo plans to release a space beacon in this area. At that time, he will go in first, then teleport to other places, and then disguise himself as someone else to go in. Repeat this several times. Package yourself as a team. Master. Butler Jerry reported the money he got from John Lee. Very good. These outsiders don't know how to be polite. This guy is very sensible. If he doesn't know how to be polite, we will give him another lesson. Yang Bo looked at the numbers and nodded. This money will be used to reward people related to the operations. Butler, you take half. Yang Bo allocated another sum of money to the butler. Master is too generous. John Lee probably has other identities. People from the countryside of the Crimson Federation don't know how to be polite. Butler Jerry bowed to thank his master for the reward. Because his master took out a full 10 billion. It's probably related to the assassin organization. Maybe he is the assassin. This guy is sensible. Forget it. We nobles should also have enough etiquette. If he doesn't know what's good for him, that's another story. How long will it take for the special investigation team from the Empire to arrive? It's been so long since I was attacked last time, and no one has given me an explanation? Butler Jerry agreed with his young master's words and said, Young master is right. The special investigation team of the Empire will arrive in 2 days. I have urged the Devon official 3 times. But they didn't respond at all. They are all good for nothings. I want to see what the special investigation team of the Empire is capable of. If they don't give me an explanation, I will make them pay. Yang Bo nodded. Pay close attention to the situation of the Empire's Special Investigation Team. I want to know who they have contacted here. The mastermind behind the scenes may disrupt the investigation team's vision. Butler Jerry nodded when he heard what his master said. Master, I understand. After Yang Bo explained the matter to Butler Jerry, he came to the mecha training room. Ning Shui and Bai Lu were driving mechas and conducting intense combat training. Mecha training must first be carried out in combat training, and then long-range weapon training will be used. Conducting combat training, that is, further mastering the mecha. The mecha master must be fully aware of the performance of the mecha to the point where he can operate it with his eyes closed. Before conducting long-range weapon training, the mecha master must feel that the mecha is like his own body, and that it is one with his own body. Because the mecha uses long-range weapons, combat training movements are also used. The mecha master controls the mecha, just like a real person uses a weapon. While using long-range weapons, he must also avoid the enemy's long-range weapons. The High Five has too many long-range weapons, including various energy weapons and missiles. It is even equipped with various drones and various robots. The mecha master has to control drones, robots, and long-range weapons while controlling the mecha. The number of drones and robots that each mecha master can carry is related to the level of the mecha master himself. To put it bluntly, the faster the mecha master's reaction ability, the stronger the reaction ability, the more tasks he can handle at the same time, then he can handle multiple lines at the same time, and command more drones and robots. Everyone thinks that mecha battles are two sides controlling a mecha to attack each other. The real mecha battle is that the mecha carries many drones and robots. When you face a mecha, it carries hundreds of drones and dozens of robots to attack at the same time. And you also have a mecha, and many drones and robots, so which targets to attack first, and which targets to attack later? The mecha master has to make a choice. Because there are many types of drones and robots. Mechas over 10 meters high, hundreds of tons of steel collide with each other. People look so insignificant under mechas over 10 meters high. The huge pressure that comes at you makes people very fascinated. People have had an inexplicable fascination with the strong from ancient times to the present. The reason why mechas are popular is that, on the one hand, various countries promote them in this way, and on the other hand, when you are already controlling a mecha over 100 tons and over 10 meters high, looking down at other people who don't have mechas, it's like an ant. It feels like they can step on each other to death at any time. The reason is that humans like violence. Bai Lu's mecha control level is higher than Ning Shui's. Bai Lu's mecha is the 15th generation mecha purchased by the territory. Ning Shui uses a space mecha. The two steel giants, more than 10 meters high, constantly collide violently. The sound of the collision is so clear in the entire training ground. Each collision represents the power of thunder. When you control the mecha and hear this collision sound, you will feel your blood swelling. Not to mention the sound of the mechas colliding. Even when driving bumper cars, the collision feeling is fascinating. Yang Bo looked at the recent training records of the two again. Bart, would you like to have a match? At this time, Ning Shui shouted loudly through the mecha's speaker. Don't be angry if you lose. Yang Bo laughed. Humph, if you lose. You lose. Then Yang Bo also took out his own space mecha. Yang Bo's space mecha was shorter than Ning Shui's space mecha. Regardless of whether Ning Shui or Bai Lu's space mechas are more than one level higher than Yang Bo's space mechas in terms of data. But Yang Bo's reaction is faster, and his moves are more bizarre. In addition, Yang Bo's mecha is shorter than the other two mechas, so it looks a bit funny when fighting. It's like a small guy suppressing two big guys. Yang Bo still opened the cockpit of the space mecha and jumped on it, and did not directly summon the space mecha, and then the person was directly in the space mecha. Yang Bo now has space, and the ability to move to the mecha space. The mecha space is actually an independent space. There is nothing else in the whole space, and it is pitch black. Now Yang Bo can't figure out what dimension the space is. The eyes can't see anything in the space, but through perception, you can sense that there are many energy fluctuations in it, as if it is a world full of energy. The small space mecha controlled by Yang Bo, under the siege of Bai Lu and Ning Shui's big mecha, easily distanced himself from the two mechas, and took advantage of the uncoordinated time of the two mechas to launch a series of attacks on Ning Shui's mecha. The mecha controlled by Ning Shui was eliminated directly. Of course, fighting training is not about fighting hard. Just like a boxing match, it mainly depends on the points of both sides. Bai Lu was left alone, and was soon eliminated by Yang Bo. When Bai Lu and I become proficient in cooperation, it won't be so easy for you to win, Ning Shui said with sweat on her forehead. Hee hee. It's too early to learn about mecha cooperation. Yang Bo smiled. The cooperation of mecha comes after long-range weapon training. There are too many conditions required for the cooperation of mecha. The first of which is that the level of the mecha master must match. In addition, there are various configurations of mechas. The configuration of a team's mechas should be matched according to different mission types. Not all mecha masters are omnipotent. Each mecha master has his own strengths, so the weapons used by each mecha master are different. I feel that I have made rapid progress recently, Ning Shui said again. Yang Bo almost rolled his eyes when he heard this. Who can train with space mechas every day like Ning Shui? The cost of mecha training is also very high. Mechas need constant maintenance. Although the mecha has a long service life in theory, it still needs maintenance during use. Any man-made things need regular maintenance. The higher the technological content of the things, the higher the maintenance cost. That's right. I can feel it. Although Yang Bo thought so in his heart, he had to praise Ning Shui on the surface. Bart, why don't we forget about our wedding? My grandfather received news that many assassins are coming to Devon Star, and they want to take advantage of our wedding to take action, Ning Shui said to Bart when they were alone. Alas, I am a hereditary viscount with a fortune of 1 trillion. If I don't hold a wedding, I will lose face. You also know that for us nobles, face is more important than anything else. Besides, this news may not be true. Some people want to embarrass me, so they spread such news to make me afraid to hold a wedding. When the time comes, I will ask the best security company to be responsible for our wedding, Yang Bo explained reluctantly, as if he didn't want to hold a wedding either. Alas, I hope what you said is true. Ning Shui also knew that, as a noble, face is the most important thing. Yang Bo was looking forward to more assassins. After Li Jian returned to the Scarlet Federation, he would become Li Jian and collect information about other assassins everywhere. Then, he would kill them all at once. Of course, there is one bad thing in the Scarlet Federation. That is, the cyborgs do not have any skills. So Yang Bo now dislikes the cyborgs very much. How often do your family members come here? Yang Bo asked again. Someone from our family has come. They are mainly responsible for ultra-high temperature materials. As for those who will attend the wedding, they will probably come in half a year. Our family also needs to prepare some things. Ning Shui was a little shy when she talked about this matter. Yang Bo understood that the other party had to prepare a dowry. The Shuelan Empire is a dowry from the woman to the man. And for people like Ning Shui and Bart, Ning Shui's small noble family needs to pay more dowry, because Bart is a hereditary viscount. Yang Bo couldn't say anything about this matter, because it was related to the face of Ning Shui's family. The more and higher-end things Ning Shui's family brings out, the more impressive it will be. If the dowry Ning Shui's family brings out is not up to standard, then others will laugh at their family. The Blue Water Empire's approach is completely different from the Alliance. Most of the Alliance members pay a. And of course the women in the Alliance do not want the man to pay for the bride price, because most of the women in the Alliance pay for independence. If a woman asks for a bride price from a man, she will be laughed at by other women, who will think she is a man's vassal. Then, I will deliver your family's share of ultra-high temperature materials as soon as possible. Yang Bo originally planned to give a sum of money first, but this would be a bit hurtful. The people of the Blue Water Empire value face, whether they are nobles or small nobles. If Yang Bo proposed to pay for it himself, Ning Shui's family might feel that it was humiliating themselves. Thank you. Ning Shui certainly knew Bart. Why did she do this? Anyway. It's a good deal for me in the end. Yang Bo smiled. 2 days later, the people of the Blue Water Empire's Special Investigation Team arrived at Devon Star. The first thing he did was to arrange a meeting with Bart. Bart came to the door in a rage, and directly took out all his audio and video recordings, and then he scolded the dozen people in the investigation team. I recorded the entire attack process, and it has been so long since the incident, and I haven't received any useful answers. Now I want you to give me a definite time, and how long will it take to give me an answer? Viscount Bart, you can rest assured about this. The leader of the team was the director of the 3rd Office of the Special Affairs Investigation Team of the Blue Water Empire, named Li Zhenggang, a hereditary earl, a handsome middle-aged man, black hair, black eyes, yellow skin. Don't worry, I'm like a turtle hiding in my own home now. Do you know how many people laugh at me behind my back? Do you know how much the defense system of my territory cost? Do you know how much my destroyed armor is worth? Do you know how much these terrorists have affected the reputation of Devon Star? Li Zhengang looked at Bart's aggressive attitude and didn't have much to do, because Bart was the victim. Although he was a hereditary earl, which was nominally higher than a hereditary viscount, Bart's family was not weaker than his own family. Moreover, Bart's strength is needless to say, and there have been witnesses. Li Zhengang did not dare to put on airs as a count, or he might be beaten up by Bart. The bastard. Viscount Bart. We just arrived here. We will take a few days to rest. After we understand the whole situation, we will reply to you. Li Zhengang regretted that he went to Bart to find out the situation right away. Who are these people? Are they not good for nothings? Listen to me. I seriously suspect that you are here to smooth things over. Before the matter is investigated, none of you are allowed to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you. If you want to fool me, forget it. Li Zhengang and his people watched Bart leave after threatening them, and there was nothing they could do. Chapter 953 Arrogance. Lord Bart, we have a few more questions for you. Li Zhengang still couldn't get Bart to leave. The investigation team actually got all the information a long time ago. But this information is not very useful, because the whole family of the person who contacted the terrorists is dead. Even if there are superpowers with soul secrets, they can't read the memory of the dead. But the special investigation team is here, and they can't help but give a result. This result must be acknowledged by Bart. If Bart doesn't admit it, the investigation team can't report back at all. Ask. I will cooperate with you now, but I hope you can give me a result as soon as possible. Using high-power energy weapons and missiles to attack a hereditary viscount on the territory of the Empire is an unprecedented scandal. It is a shame for the Empire. These people dare to use high-power energy weapons and missiles to attack me, the Viscount. Today. Tomorrow they can use missiles and weapons, or even bombs to attack the Emperor. It is the direct consequence of you cowards managing this country. I think in a few years, our country may be like the Crimson Federation, where these great nobles each occupy a planet. I don't care about this matter. Anyway, my benefits are already huge. Don't expect me to give an explanation, or a so-called result that I admit. You have to give an explanation to all the nobles of the Empire, to the people of the Empire, and to the international community. Unexpectedly, Bart cooperated very well. But what he said was a big hat after another. That's why we came here. Li Zhengang had no choice but to answer. Yang Bo looked at Li Zhenggang's appearance. This guy was obviously not the main person in charge of this investigation team. He was probably a scapegoat, because Yang Bo clearly felt that the mental power of two people in the investigation team was very strong. From the moment he met these people, the mental power of these two people was slowly released. However, the mental power of these two people did not actively approach him, but passively detected his mental power fluctuations. A bit like a lie detector? Yang Bo felt that the other party's approach was similar to the function of a lie detector, because when everyone speaks, their mental power fluctuates. These two people are middle-aged men who are quite handsome. One of them has long blonde hair and white skin, and the other one is bald and yellow. Sir Bart, I am Vic, a member of the Special Investigation Team. I have a few questions for you. Bart. When asking questions, it was the bald middle-aged man with yellow skin. You are too inefficient. You should use the soul secret method to directly read the memories of the two cyborgs, instead of asking me, the victim, as if it was all my fault. I have to say, you guys are really efficient. Dickie couldn't refute Viscount Bart when he heard him say that, because the soul secret method is not easy to perform, and it may not be able to read the other party's memory. The soul secret method will only be used at the last moment, when there is really no clue, because once the soul secret is released on the target, the consequences of the target are difficult to predict. According to past experience, there is a 90% chance of becoming an idiot, a 10% chance of dying directly, and only a 1 in 10,000 chance of being normal. But there will be many sequelae. Excuse me, Lord Viscount Bart, do you have anyone you suspect? Vicky looked at Bart and asked. There are many people who envy and hate people like me. I don't know if you have seen the ranking of the new generation of noble geniuses in the Empire. I have surpassed all the garbage on it. These garbage rely on the resources of their family, earn a pitiful little money, and brag about it. What genius. They are all garbage in front of me. Vicky saw Bart talking about a little money, while he stretched out his little finger, and put his thumb on the top of the little finger. There was also a swordsmanship competition. And I also offended a lot of people. Those damn guys only saw that I won tens of billions. But there were so many people betting. Why didn't anyone go and find these people? It's because of other people. They don't dare to provoke them at all. Vic heard Bart say this again. But Vic was complaining in his heart. Others are making a fortune quietly. But you are the only one who is publicizing how much money you have won. If not you, who else will they target? Vic is not surprised at all by Bart's character. On the way here, he had already analyzed Bart's character. Bart is a very flamboyant person, so flamboyant that he looks a bit arrogant. However, the people in the investigation team couldn't refute what Bart said, because what he said was true. There were several other duels, and the Zhang family, Wu family, and other families were all suspects. Maybe the Altina family is also a suspect. After all, if I die, the family can take all my money away. I believe you also know that hereditary nobles have many ways to do it. The people present also admitted what Bart said. There are some other competitors? Do you know what I'm talking about? Vic shook his head when he heard Bart say this. We don't know. So you are all a bunch of rubbish, ultrasonic materials. Don't you collect things related to ultra-high temperature materials? Don't you know that the companies and research institutes in this field were directly defeated by my ultra-high temperature materials? Yang Bo looked at the people in the investigation team in front of him with contempt. Lord Bart, please watch your words. Vicky was slightly dissatisfied when he heard Bart say that he was a waste. Then give me an investigation result within 10 days. If there is no result within 10 days, you will admit that you are a bunch of waste. If there is a result within 10 days, I will apologize to you. The people in the investigation team did not expect Bart to say this again. Ahem. Li Zhenggang coughed and was about to speak. If you are sick, go back and get treatment. Why are you coughing here? Unexpectedly, Bart turned hostile and started to curse. 10 days. If you don't give me a satisfactory result after 10 days, you just wait. The members of the investigation team saw Bart arrogantly saying something, then kicked the door away, and left. Watching the door made of battleship armor being kicked away by Bart, and the door also hit some things outside, it attracted the attention of the people around. Li Zhenggang also felt his scalp tingling. This Bart is too strong. What do you think of Bart? Li Zhenggang turned around and asked the members of the investigation team. The people in the investigation team all have some special abilities. Some can tell whether what the target said is true or false by observing his words and expressions. Others can sense the other party's mental fluctuations through soul perception. What Bart said is true. When he said these words, his mental fluctuations were very stable. Vicky spoke first. Bart didn't take us seriously. He was very relaxed. It may be related to his status and his strength. A member of the investigation team, who was good at observing expressions, answered. Li Zhenggang nodded. Bart's strength is indeed strong enough. Whether it is superpowers or social status. I always feel that if we don't give a result in 10 days, Bart might take it out on us. Someone said worriedly. Alas. Li Zhenggang felt a little headache when he heard this. Li Zhenggang actually felt quite wronged. Because he didn't want to get involved in the muddy water at all. In Li Zhengdong's opinion, this investigation was destined to end in vain. The people behind this must be the nobles. And these nobles did everything perfectly. All the people who had contact with the two anti-government mutants died. Even their families. Where can we find evidence? And those weapons and equipment were made many years ago. As for other clues, since others are handling them, they will definitely not leave any handles. Why did Li Zhenggang become the head of the investigation team again? This is related to the internal struggle of the Special Investigation Department. Some people want to take this opportunity to get rid of Li Zhenggang. I'm afraid we still have to use the soul secret technique on the two mutants. The investigation team chose a new office. Li Zhenggang said. The reason why Li Zhenggang said this is because he himself does not know the secret art of soul. And those who know the secret art of soul are not under his management. So he has no way to give orders directly. Vic smiled bitterly and shook his head. The brain structure of the cyborg is very different from that of ordinary people. The success rate of using the secret art of soul on the cyborg is only 1/5 of that of ordinary people. And the things found by the secret art of soul cannot be used as direct evidence. And these two cyborgs are most likely unaware of the mastermind behind the scenes. The mastermind behind the scenes may have contacted the senior management of these two cyborgs. Li Zhenggang felt even more overwhelmed when he heard Vic's words. Other nobles must be involved behind this. Because ordinary people simply cannot do such a big thing. Without ironclad evidence, these nobles will not admit it. And to put it bluntly, even if there is ironclad evidence, these nobles can easily push out some people to take the blame. It may be a steward or a family member of these nobles, and the impact on the entire nobles can be said to be basically no. But all aspects of this matter must have a result. Bart wants a result, the imperial nobles want a result, His Majesty wants a result, and the international community wants a result. We can do a transformation test first. We don't have any more useful information now, and it's been so long since the incident. Li Zhenggang still asked for the sole secret method. You can give it a try. Vic had no other choice. Because if there is no result in 10 days, Bart will definitely make a big fuss. Because if Bart doesn't make a fuss, he will be looked down upon by others. A nobleman was attacked by terrorists, and there was no reaction. Yang Bo had already returned to Bart's territory. Let's do it tonight. Yang Bo was ready to do it tonight. On the one hand, he wanted to make things bigger. And on the other hand, he wanted to obtain the spatial coordinates of the second world. The muddier the water, the easier it is to fish. I will directly slap the imperial officials and the emperor in the face. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Because sometimes if you don't make things bigger, others will not pay attention to it at all. Tomorrow's news headlines will say that the Empire's investigation team was attacked by terrorists. I want to see if those guys behind the scenes are scared. While framing others, you can still do your own work. But be careful. The people in the investigation team must have some special abilities. Yang Bo is going to plan carefully and make the noise as big as possible. How about a self-detonation attack? I have the ability to move in space anyway? Or let the clown perform. Prepare some mecha bombs produced by the Alliance. My target this time is temporarily set on the two people of Vic. The reason why Yang Bo only took these two people as the target for the time being is that he is not sure if there are other people in the investigation team. There must be the Emperor's confidants in the investigation team. And there may be spies. First, one of the two people of Vic must be captured. And then the situation of the others will be known. Chapter 954 Clues. The Special Investigation Team lives in an independent manner. The Special Investigation Team did not have too close contact with local officials of Devon Star. Because before the terrorist attack was investigated, local officials of Devon Star were all suspects. The members of the investigation team received various data about the official investigation of the last terrorist attack on Devon Star while on the way. Now the members of the investigation team are watching the video that Bart brought out. I feel like Bart seems to be doing it on purpose. He has been recording since he left Paradise Island. And he could have not shown up at that auction. While watching the video, the members of the investigation team expressed their opinions. This possibility is very high. And Bart still has time to broadcast live. I suspect he did it on purpose. Although Bart has lost the intelligence support of the Altina family, Bart obviously has other sources of information. This is normal. Bart himself has money. And with ultra-high temperature materials, there are also some interests involved. The investigation team watched the video and did not gain much. Because the second half of the video was the content of the live broadcast. The situation of the two modified people is very stable. And the confessions of the two modified people are very consistent. The two modified people obviously don't know the mastermind behind the scenes. Everyone, think about whether there are other ways to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Li Zhenggang was also very troubled. This topic has been discussed many times. The group had already discussed it on the way. Team Leader Li, in fact. The official response of Devon Star was too slow. If the official response was faster, the people who came into contact with the two modified people would not commit suicide. That's not necessarily true. There are many people who were arrested and then committed suicide. As long as these nobles don't have substantial evidence, we can't do anything to them. Team Leader Li, I heard that someone from the Alliance wants to contact us. Someone asked. Well, the last and this terrorist attack are closely related to the Alliance's reaction suits, and are also related to the theft of the Alliance's energy stone. It is precisely because someone from the Alliance wants to contact us that we can only use the soul secrets on one of the cyborgs to the maximum extent. This is our only breakthrough at this stage. Although I am not optimistic about using the soul secrets on cyborgs. Some things still need to be done. Li Zhenggang nodded. Then let's do it tomorrow. Bart only gave us 10 days. If this guy really makes trouble, we might suffer a great loss. Vicky also shook his head. Bart himself is the victim. So if he makes trouble, it will be difficult to end it. These people don't know at all that the Bart they are talking about has already arrived near the manor. The manor where the investigation team lives is near Wandao City. The surrounding transportation is very convenient because there are many manors here. So there are many people coming and going. Although there was a terrorist attack on the nobles on Devon Star, many people living here still cannot leave. The owners of these manors can leave the manors and go to other places. But the servants in the manors can't leave at all. Yang Bo's plan this time is simple and crude. He just rushed in with the bomb. Then there was a loud bang. 2 mecha bombs were specially prepared. One was a burning bomb, and the other was a shockwave bomb. On the surface, Yang Bo created a self-exposure attack. In fact, Yang Bo would move back to his closed laboratory in his territory through space in the last time. The energy shock caused by the bomb will cover up the energy fluctuations of his own space movement. Yang Bo is now waiting for an opportunity. After the investigation team has finished their meal, they will take action after they return to their rooms. Because Yang Bo is now invisible, he needs to find out the room where these people are. Although the ability of invisibility is very abnormal, Yang Bo is still very cautious about people with mental power or soul power. Because although the invisible person is invisible, his spirit and soul are still there. Spirit and soul are things of another level. However, Yang Bo does not need to contact these people in person. There is a special butler in the manor. The butler is arranging people to prepare dinner. In addition to the people in the investigation team, there are dozens of people in the whole manor. After Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to the manor's butler, he found out that this butler was actually a member of the Carter family in secret. But in public this butler was a member of the royal family. This butler informed the Carter family of everything that happened today. That is, Bart came to the investigation team today. It is just that the butler is not clear about the conversation between the investigation team and Bart. The whole manor is a building similar to an ancient castle. The main part of the castle is where the investigation team lives and works. The servants in the castle live in another building behind the castle. Yang Bo knew from the butler's memory where the investigation team lived. Then Yang Bo hid in the manor, and through the manor butler's spiritual seed, he kept obtaining the movements of the members of the investigation team. Because Yang Bo wanted to avoid a direct encounter with 2 members of the investigation team who had super mental powers. Just like Wang Muxue, why Yang Bo did not release the mental seed for her, it was because Wang Muxue was a mental superpower, and her mental power was extremely abnormal. The highest commanders of all the main battleships of the Alliance were mental superpowers, and their mental powers were extremely abnormal. A main fleet of the Alliance had at most hundreds of various warships, had tens of millions of drones, had at most more than hundreds of thousands of manned and unmanned mechas, and even hundreds of thousands of manned and unmanned fighters. There are more robots and the like. Once a war breaks out, the main fleet of the Alliance will be needed. How many tasks does the commander have to handle at the same time? If you are not a psychic superpower, you can't command at all. Some people say intelligent systems. When facing a real war, the role of intelligent systems is only auxiliary. When the energy attacks from both fleets explode, all detectors will be interfered. Not to mention that both fleets have targeted energy interference attacks. At this time, the commander needs to have superb command and prediction abilities. In the battle between the Green Devil Star and the 2 pirate warships, Wang Muxue judged the intentions of the 2 pirate warships and then directly confronted them. Once Wang Muxue made a wrong judgment, the pirate warships could completely escape. As the saying goes, it is easy to get thousands of troops, but it is difficult to get a general. So people like Wang Muxue are very rare in the entire alliance. This is a true general. And Yang Bo can't do anything to Wang Muxue, because the 9th fleet belongs to the alliance. Once Wang Muxue gets into trouble, the military and parliament of the empire will immediately send a new commander to take over the fleet. So Yang Bo has been silently supporting Wang Muxue. And the key officers brought by Wang Muxue's 9th fleet are all attracted by Wang Muxue's personal charm. The personal charm here refers to Wang Muxue's battle with pirates on Green Devil Star. And when he suppressed the rebellion on Pato Star, he did not obey the military's orders, but suppressed the rebellion alone. It would be completely ineffective to change someone to manage the 9th fleet, unless all the officers of the 9th fleet were replaced. The reason why these officers were willing to follow Wang Muxue was because they still had a sense of justice in their hearts. These officers also knew that if Wang Muxue had obeyed the military's orders at that time, a large number of officers would have been promoted. But the situation on Pato Star would definitely have been worse. Yang Bo waited for more than an hour, and it was finally time for dinner. The housekeeper of the manor personally invited the investigation team to dinner. The investigation team was meeting in the conference room. At this time, Yang Bo found an opportunity. After leaving the conference room, The dozen people in the investigation team did not go to the restaurant together. Yang Bo read the housekeeper's memory. And of course, he was very familiar with the entire manor. A middle-aged man with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin who looked a little ordinary. When Yang Bo first met the investigation team, he was thinking about this middle-aged man, because he was the one who set up the investigation team at that time, and everyone else was staring at him. This middle-aged man just glanced at him, and then silently observed the other people in the investigation team. This was definitely not normal. So Yang Bo guessed that this middle-aged man might be a hidden mind planted by His Majesty the Emperor. The middle-aged man was going to go back to his room. Not knowing what to do, Yang Bo hid himself in advance on the path that the middle-aged man had to take, and released the spiritual seed to him. Sure enough, he is an intelligence officer sent by the Emperor. Li Zhenggang is so unlucky. The internal struggle of the special investigation team actually involved him. The people in the investigation team want to use the soul secret method on the modified people. In addition to Vic, the other person who possesses the soul secret method is Su Yud, but this person was given the royal surname. Vic and Su Yud are not good people either. They carried out secret missions and killed many people. It's a pity that this guy doesn't know the specific location of the second world. There is a special department in the royal family responsible for the second world. After Yang Bo obtained the memory of this person, he felt a little sorry. But this guy is not a good guy either. As an intelligence officer of the royal family, he has also carried out many missions. Let's kill them together when the time comes. The reason why Yang Bo wanted to kill this man was that he was afraid that he would release his spiritual seeds and be discovered by the royal family. The royal family has the secret method of soul. And Yang Bo is not sure whether they can discover the spiritual seeds released by this person. Because there are many superpowers in this world, some of which have never been heard of. Just like the superpower of the dream realm. So Yang Bo didn't dare to gamble. The reason why the royal family secretly controlled the second world seemed to be looking for something? I guessed this a long time ago, but what exactly are they looking for? Yang Bo left the manor in stealth, and then found a place where no one was, revealed his body, and then waited for the investigation team to finish their meal and go back to their rooms to rest. This mission can be said to have been completed, although the specific coordinates of the second world are still not obtained. But from this secret agent of the royal family, some information about the department responsible for the second world is still known, and it can be regarded as a direction. It will just be a simple skill brushing later. I don't know what skills these two families, who know the soul secret method, will give. Yang Bo was a little excited. Chapter 955 Accident. Weiqi and Su Yu did not know how much they had done for the royal family. Yang Bo was also looking forward to it. Maybe he could get a lot of secrets from their memories. In order to maintain their rule, the royal family must have done a lot of shameful things. Yang Bo also saw from the perspective of the manor housekeeper that the people in the investigation team were very satisfied with the manor's services. The people in the investigation team did not know that the manor housekeeper, who served them attentively, was arranged by other families. As the Shuilan Empire has developed to this day, each big family has spies from other families. The royal family also has spies in each family, and each family has spies in each of the royal family's industries. The manor steward did not show any abnormality. The manor steward, in the end, Yang Bo will make him disappear. Because Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to the steward. After this incident, the people in the manor must be checked one by one. Yang Bo can't guarantee whether the spiritual seed in the steward's brain will be discovered. The Carter family might suffer some unprovoked disaster. It feels like the Carter family has been in trouble one after another since they met me. Could it be that I am unlucky with this family? Yang Bo thought that several things were related to the Carter family. After waiting for more than 2 hours, the people in the investigation team finished their meal. Although some people in the investigation team were not nobles, this is how noble banquets are. When eating a meal at a noble banquet, the tableware has to be changed in many ways. Different types of food require different types of tableware. Even the wine glasses had to be changed 5 or 6 times. The wine that was drunk before the banquet began, different foods should be paired with different wines. After the investigation team finished their meal, their work for the day was over, and they all returned to their rooms. Yang Bo released the royal spy of the spiritual seed, and after returning to the room, he prepared to report today's events. There are few surveillance cameras near the noble's manor, which gives me a lot of room for action. Yang Bo was also ready to take action. Yang Bo took out the space box, and then took out a huge mecha bomb. Then he took out another space box, which also contained another huge mecha bomb. These 2 bombs were a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. These 2 bombs were small-sized among mecha bombs. The people in the investigation team were actually divided into different levels. According to each person's level, the room specifications were also different. Yang Bo moved quickly. After taking out 2 bombs, he flew into the air, and the armor on his body shone. The reason why Yang Bo had to speed up was mainly because there was an energy defense system in the manor. The defense level of the entire manor is also very high. The entire building is at the fortress level. But Yang Bo's strength is too abnormal. The moment Yang Bo took off into the air, the windbreaker on his body was directly torn apart. The armor inside was a clown image. The energy warning systems of several noble manors around detected the energy fluctuations on Yang Bo's body and activated the defense systems one after another. At the same time, the planetary defense system of Devon Star and the defense system of the garrison fleet also sounded the alarm. A shrill alarm sounded in the manor where the investigation team lived. Unfortunately, Yang Bo was too close to the manor, and the shrill alarm sounded just now. Yang Bo, in the image of a clown, directly broke the window of Vicky's room. And Suyud happened to be in this room, which Yang Bo did not expect. Yang Bo used the collision skill to break the window, and the countless fragments of the window carried huge kinetic energy, like a huge shotgun, hitting the 2 defenseless people. Mind control plus 32. Ugh, Yang Bo did not expect that these 2 people would actually get together. Suyud's head was missing a small half, obviously cut off by the glass fragments. And Vic was also seriously injured. Although the glass of the fortress-level building is very strong, once it is broken, the damage it causes is also terrible. Although the 2 people have reached A level. On the one hand, they are not superpowers with strength attributes, and their physical strength is much weaker than that of strength attributes. In addition, there are 2 people, and they did not expect someone to break the window by force. So the superpowers of the 2 people did not work. The 2 were discussing, tomorrow, they would use the soul secret method to read and transform the meaning of interpersonal relationships. Yang Bo broke through the window, and the alarm of the alarm system happened at the same time. So the 2 did not have time to put on any defensive equipment. People, even those with superpowers, are actually very fragile, especially their weak points. There were holes everywhere on the wall, which showed how much kinetic energy Yang Bo brought by breaking the window. The main reason was that Yang Bo's collision ability was too abnormal. At this time, the windows had been sealed. The bearing capacity of the glass in a fortress-level building is also limited. When attacked, a layer of battleship armor will be put down outside the glass. It's just that Yang Bo's speed is too fast, and the destructive power is too great. Yang Bo released a spiritual seed in Vic's brain. At the moment when Yang Bo released the spiritual seed, Vic's eyes widened. Obviously, the other party sensed Yang Bo's action. Yang Bo knew why the other party was surprised, because the other party felt that Yang Bo was the same kind of person as him. I thought they were sent by the Emperor to silence him, because these people who knew the secrets of the soul had carried out many secret missions. TSK. Yang Bo quickly searched Vicky's memory and found many secrets. Seeing that he was dying, Yang Bo did not stay for long. Then Yang Bo left an energy bomb and rushed out of the room. The reason why he didn't kill him now was to read his memory and filter out the useful things, which would take some time. So he let him die. Although the door of the room was also battleship armor, it was completely vulnerable to Yang Bo's collision ability. Vicky's eyes widened as he looked at the huge mecha bomb. The whole manor sounded a shrill alarm, and the servants in the manor were still a little confused. When they reacted, the servants scattered. However, some servants were locked outside the manor building. Carter family, you deserve it. The manor's housekeeper didn't know that the manor was attacked, because the manor's housekeeper was transmitting information to the Carter family through hidden channels in his room. Yang Bo directly knocked open the manor's housekeeper's door, and then threw a bomb into the room. Boom! At this time, the first mecha bomb thrown by Yang Bo exploded. Mind control plus 32. Vic also gave a mind control skill. Telepathy plus 16, but another skill appeared, which made Yang Bo a little confused. There are so many talents in this investigation team? Yang Bo was stunned by this skill, and he didn't know who was killed by the bomb. Although the rooms in these buildings are also fortress level, but now these rooms are completely closed, which will make the mecha bomb more powerful. Yang Bo came out of the housekeeper's room of the manor, bringing another huge mecha bomb, because Yang Bo had another target. That was the royal spy. The royal spy was reporting the situation to his superiors, and heard a piercing alarm. The spy quickly took out the weapons and equipment he carried with him, including a set of armor and a laser gun. The window had been blocked by the battleship armor. The spy urgently reported the situation to his superiors while looking at the door. "We were attacked." The whole manor sounded a rapid alarm, and the specific situation was unknown. The royal spy reported in a very calm tone. "Pay attention to your own safety. Manors are all fortress level, so there shouldn't be much of a problem." The superior's tone was also very calm. "I've put on my gear and prepared my weapons. I didn't expect this mission to be so dangerous," the spy continued. At this moment, the whole building shook violently. The spy's heart sank, and he reported, "There was a huge explosion here, and the room also shook violently. Judging from the sound of the explosion, it should be some type of mecha bomb. And judging from the vibration, the explosion should be inside the building. These damn guys are not trying to silence our investigation team. Are they?" The boss took a breath when he heard this. "These nobles are too crazy." "Cyborgs? Could it be the cyborgs you received?" the boss asked again. The spy answered, "I don't know." At this moment, the spy found that his door flew over instantly. The spy never thought that the door made of battleship armor would be knocked away by someone, so the whole person was hit against the wall by the flying door. "Clown." The spy was seriously injured by the huge force, and saw the clown-like person at the door, and uttered 2 words with difficulty. The clown stretched out his hand, and made a snapping gesture on his neck. The spy saw that the Joker's other hand was still holding a huge mecha bomb, and a series of question marks appeared in his mind. But unfortunately, the Joker didn't give him any chance at all. His whole body jumped up and stepped on the deformed door. The spy made a puff, and the liquid in his body rushed out from the gap in the armor. Fighting plus 32. A message appeared in Yang Bo's mind. "Pa!" At this moment, the second mecha bomb exploded. Life skills plus 16. Yang Bo is no longer surprised, because no one can tell the random skills clearly. Then Yang Bo placed the third mecha bomb in this room. Although the spy had communication equipment on him, it was blocked by the door. Just 0.5 seconds before the third bomb exploded, Yang Bo disappeared silently. The energy residue left by Yang Bo's space movement will also disappear completely because of the explosion of the bomb. This bomb is an energy incendiary bomb, and the whole scene will be destroyed. It can be said that the whole room will be burned into lava. Yang Bo returned to the underground laboratory in Bart's territory. "This time I gained a lot. Although the skills given twice were rubbish. The higher the mental control skill, the stronger my mental power will be. And this telepathy. We will know who has revealed this skill later. The telepathy skill is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Could it be a spy planted by other countries? It turns out that the soul secret method is not as strong as I imagined. The soul secret method is based on the different attributes of each person's soul. And the skills to be cultivated are also different. And the soul secret method has a shortcoming. That is, if the opponent's soul is stronger than your own, the soul secret method you release will backfire. Using the soul secret method to read other people's memories, there is a high failure rate, which is much worse than your own spiritual seeds. But the soul secret method can indeed sense the release of your spiritual seeds. It turns out that the second world has a certain relationship with the soul secret method. But what exactly is the relationship? Vicky doesn't know. Yang Bo walked out of the laboratory while thinking. The laboratory here is separate, and not together, with the ultra-high temperature material laboratory. Just after leaving the laboratory, Jerry the butler called and said, "Master, something big has happened. The Imperial Special Investigation Team has been attacked by a terrorist suicide bomber." Chapter 956, The Furious Emperor. "You deserve it." Butler Jerry was not surprised to hear his young master gloating over his misfortune. The security system of the manor next door, to where the Special Investigation Team lived, captured the murderer's crime process. Butler Jerry was also a little happy when he talked about this matter. Because his young master was attacked by a terrorist, there is still no result. If his young master was really attacked by a terrorist and had an accident, then the entire territory would fall apart. Although the territory now has a lady, but the young master is gone, the Altina family will definitely not let him go. So in Jerry's subconscious, the attack on these members of the investigation team is a good thing. The murderer is dressed as a clown, and he also brought 2 mecha bombs. Although the manor where the investigation team lives has an energy defense system, but the murderer had already rushed into the manor building before the energy defense system was activated. The manor where the investigation team is located then sent out 3 violent energy fluctuations. And from the outside, it can be seen that the manor is severely damaged from the inside. Young Master. Look, the fighter planes of the planetary garrison fleet. Butler Jerry pointed to the sky. Yang Bo saw meteors falling from the sky in the dark night. It looked like a gorgeous meteor shower. This was the light emitted by the fighter planes of the garrison fleet when they passed through the atmosphere. They all deserve to die. Steward, please pay attention to the defense system of our territory. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Yang Bo smiled. As a country, it is not necessary to have evidence for everything. Many people know which families are behind the attack and the reward for the mastermind. But there is no evidence. That's because the incident wasn't a big enough deal. If it was a big enough deal, the country would have many ways to deal with these families. It's not like there haven't been a number of noble families in the history of the Blue Water Empire who died one after another for no apparent reason. It's what they deserve. The Special Investigation Team can't find any results. They're here just to show the official attitude. Butler Jerry nodded. Did the Special Investigation Team do something special? Otherwise, these guys wouldn't be so crazy? Yang Bo asked with a little doubt. It's probably the work of 2 cyborgs. These 2 cyborgs are senior fighters of the Alliance anti-government armed forces. There is news that the Alliance's representatives are about to arrive at Devon Star. The Alliance is much more advanced than our empire in terms of technology. The Alliance has rich experience with members of the Alliance anti-government armed forces. Maybe we can find something useful from the 2 cyborgs. This attack may be a private decision made by the Alliance anti-government armed forces. These big families in our country should not be so stupid. Butler Jerry speculated. Yang Bo also opened his watch. This matter has already made the headlines. The video footage broadcast in the news only showed a clown quickly taking out 2 space boxes and taking out 2 mecha bombs from the boxes. WOC, this is a big investment. Oh my god, there are actually 2 space boxes. It seems that the mastermind behind the scenes is really anxious. What is a space box? Just like the space backpack in the game, the price of this thing on the black market can reach tens of billions. Because this thing is used to smuggle contraband, it is simply a huge profit. Why is this the first time I have heard of such a thing? Now you have learned more. The space box is said to be the masterpiece of a certain forging master. The total number of space boxes is said to be no more than 200. I have a question now. That is, why these clowns can avoid the official search of Devon Star. Haha, the official search is a joke. There are so many territories of great nobles, the estates of great nobles. Where can't a few people hide? What the above said is right. There is no way that the official search can search some estates of great nobles. Some people are so embarrassed this time. I guess there must be some secrets in the 2 cyborgs. The delegation of the Alliance is about to arrive, and has rich experience in the Alliance anti-government armed alliance. I have said it before, this delegation is just an official expression of attitude, and it is impossible to get any substantial results. The mastermind behind the scenes has cut off all clues. Fortunately, we ran away early, otherwise, if we stayed on Devon Star, some accidents might happen again. Mech bombs, space boxes, and these clowns can be perfectly hidden. The mastermind behind the scenes is about to be revealed. Haha, even if we know who did it, what can we do without ironclad evidence? It's a joke. TSK, I wonder if the Imperial authorities will send more investigation teams. And then they were wiped out again. Shame on you. This is a slap in the face. Not a shame. I guess the people who attacked, the nobles definitely don't know. The nobles are not that stupid. This is a slap in the face of the Imperial authorities, and even more so. A slap in the face of our Majesty. The above person is wrong. Without the permission of the nobles, how can these clowns sneak into the vicinity of the manor so easily? The scene in the video was shot in the manor next to the manor where the investigation team was stationed. The video starts with a man in a windbreaker taking out 2 mecha bombs from the space box one after another, and then rushing directly into the manor. The moment the man in the windbreaker took off, his windbreaker tore, revealing the clown-shaped armor inside. After the clown broke through the manor window, all the windows of the manor were instantly sealed by the battleship armor. This clown's strength is too abnormal. He actually broke through the fortress-level window. Maybe the window has been tampered with in advance. Yes. There may be someone in the manor to meet him. I also feel that the window must have been tampered with in advance. Otherwise, how could this person have such abnormal power? The specific situation cannot be seen in the second half of the video. Only 3 loud noises can be heard. Then the window that the Joker rushed in, because the battleship armor was sealed outside. At the moment of the explosion, the battleship armor that sealed the window instantly bulged out. Then the video switched to energy detection mode, and it can be directly observed that the manner of the investigation team experienced 2 more explosions, generating huge energy fluctuations. I said there must be an insider. The Joker brought 2 mecha bombs, but the explosion occurred 3 times. The Joker hasn't come out yet? Who knows who is under the Joker's armor? Anyway, everyone alive in the manor is a suspect. After the Joker went in, he put the armor in the space box, and his true face was not exposed anyway. Haha, I said this empire is going to end. The special investigation team is a big joke in the eyes of some people. These are all garbage. WOC, Bart posted a picture on his social account. Everyone hurried to Bart's social account to see, and found that it was a photo of a hand holding a wine glass, without any text. But everyone knows what he meant. Bart is gloating over other people's misfortune. No one is surprised by Bart's behavior, because Bart is just like that. The Imperial officials are furious, and His Majesty the Emperor is furious. Bang! The Emperor smashed his beloved teacup directly to the ground. Provocation? This is naked provocation. What is the loss of the Special Investigation Team now? The Emperor was furious. The Special Investigation Team was established by the Emperor's order, and the Special Investigation Team was attacked by terrorists just after arriving for half a day. This was a slap in the face. And the Emperor felt that he had lost all face. This was bound to be laughed at by other countries in the world. It would also be discussed by the nobles in the country. It was conceivable that the Emperor would be the object of private ridicule by the nobles for a long time in the future. Your Majesty, the casualties have not been counted yet. Everyone who can be contacted should stay in the room. According to the current information, the murderer has not escaped. The butler knelt on the ground and answered carefully. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. In addition, I authorize you to use all means. If someone hits you, your master will be slapped. It depends on whether you can fight for your master. The Emperor gritted his teeth and said. The royal chief steward did not dare to answer at all, but knocked his head heavily on the floor. Pay close attention to all movements, report the latest news quickly, and do it. The Emperor spoke again. As the ruler of a country, there are many things to do. At this time, another attendant came in from outside, and knelt on the ground as soon as he came in. Your Majesty, are there several ministers outside asking for an audience? No. I am too embarrassed to see anyone now. The Emperor replied angrily. The attendant quickly retreated. The ministers who were outside asking for an audience heard the attendant's words, and knew that the imperial government and His Majesty had lost face this time. The ministers also knew how much waves this incident would cause. The ministers did not dare to leave at all, and then asked the attendant to report again. However, the Emperor still refused to see these people. The attendants conveyed the Emperor's words, that is, everyone should do their job. Alas, it seems that we have to use unconventional means. Some people are they must collude with anti-government armed forces. Colluding with anti-government armed forces is fine, but they actually made such a big mess. Some people really went too far. But there is nothing we can do if we can't get evidence of others. Alas, the empire seems to have entered a troubled time all of a sudden. Alas. Several ministers also sighed. Meanwhile, Yang Bo, who was in the Bard territory of Devon Star, was closely following the development of the incident. 9 minutes after the incident, 150 fighter planes of the Devon Star garrison fleet, carrying more than 1,000 mechas, and millions of drones and unmanned robots, blocked the 300-kilometer area around the terrorist attack site. However, this action was met with unanimous ridicule on the internet. If you don't believe me, just look at me. There is no result this time. If there is a result, I will eat shit upside down. What the above person said is bullshit. Isn't it obvious? I don't believe that the mechas and drones of the garrison fleet can conduct a carpet search of all the surrounding noble manors. The 9 minutes man ran away long ago. I bet these mecha bombs are from the Alliance again. Haha. Everyone above is a detective. They can definitely work in the Empire. I'm not bragging, but with this bunch of rubbish in the Empire's official ranks, when can they come up with satisfactory results? They are indeed rubbish. It's been a long time since the last terrorist attack, and there's no response at all. Yang Bo was also amused when he saw these comments, which contained all kinds of conspiracy theories. The muddier the water, the easier it is to fish. Hee hee. In 2 days, we will attack the manors of the Zhang and Wu families. When that happens, those who are watching the fun may think that they are playing a trick of self-torture. So happy. Now we are waiting for the official casualty data to see which unlucky guy has the skill of telepathy. The only thing Yang Bo is concerned about now is telepathy. If he wants to find the unlucky guy who has the skill, he can only identify it by the number of deaths. Chapter 957. Where did the murderer go? It's a pity that we didn't get more dirt on the Imperial family. People like Vicky would regularly use a soul secret method to erase all memories of past tasks. But because this method makes the soul very weak, the intervals are relatively long. There are only 3 tasks in Vicky's mind, one of which involves the former chief steward of the royal family. Vicky is responsible for soul searching someone in the former chief steward's family. I didn't expect the former chief steward of the royal family to step down because of me. Yang Bo only then knew the whole story. The former chief steward of the royal family was because Yang Bo broke the winning streak of the Swordsmanship Association. The Imperial Swordsmanship Association did not recognize this record because the previous record was created by the great general of the empire. Actually, I am just taking the blame. The emperor will find ways to weaken the power of some people around him when they are too powerful. So don't be a dog for the emperor, because he will treat you well when he wants to use you. Once he thinks you have grown up and your power is too great, he will kill you. Then, he will support others. Of course, Yang Bo knew that the most fundamental reason was that the chief steward of the royal family had been in the position for too long, and the emperor was very worried. In fact, this is the same as working. Even if you are a veteran of the company, you can work hard with the boss, but when the company grows up, at that time, the boss only sees that you have made a lot of money. As for your past struggles, the boss has no memory of them. At that time, the boss will think that it will save a lot of money to lay you off and replace you with another person. In addition, the company's veterans will definitely have a group of trustworthy people when they grow up. In the eyes of the boss, you are just a clique, and the boss can't remember at all the struggles you and your people had for the company in the past. Of course, it is easier to work as a part-time worker. At most, you will just leave. But for the emperor, only the dead are the most trustworthy. The former chief steward of the royal family has died, but no media reported the news. No one cares about the chief steward of the royal family without a position. Even the chief steward's family members were killed by those who possessed the soul secrets, because the emperor was afraid that the former chief steward would say something else to his family. Just like people like Vichy, who regularly receive some soul secrets to clear their memories. The emperor was still afraid that the secrets would be leaked. The second thing that Vic remembers is that he used the soul secret method on a servant in the general's mansion. But this time, the soul secret method failed and did not obtain the servant's memory. The third thing is that this matter is related to Yang Bo. Vic used the soul secret method on a servant in Su Wei's house and obtained Su Wei's detailed information. Although Su Wei was a princess before, she was an ordinary person, so the royal family did not collect relevant information. After Yang Bo took Su Wei away, the royal family wanted to obtain Su Wei's information, so they could only start from Su Wei's servants. Of course, servants who have been subjected to the secret soul technique will die suddenly for no apparent reason. But for Vic, a life is nothing, as long as he can be loyal to His Majesty. It's a pity that the other unlucky guy didn't read his memory. This matter is nothing to the royal family, because the person who specifically commands Vic is not the emperor himself. Once something happens, the middleman in charge will commit suicide. These guys are really good at playing. The manor where the investigation team lives was surrounded by people. Mechas were patrolling around. The whole building was crawling with all kinds of robots. And there were drones in the sky. The commander of the security fleet combined the data recorded by all the cameras in the surrounding manor, including the data from the security system inside the manor. It was confirmed that the murderer did not come out after entering the building. In other words, the murderer is still inside the building. The commander of the security fleet was able to contact the leader of the investigation team in the building. He could also contact other people. But this was even more frustrating, because no one is sure of the clown's true identity. Half an hour has passed, and the commander of the garrison fleet is still waiting for orders from his superiors, because everyone in the building is a suspect. Although the special investigation team is small, the administrative level is very high. Who knows which department the people in it come from? So the fleet commander has to wait for orders from his superiors. The commander of the garrison fleet is also afraid that something will happen to the people in the investigation team. What if this clown is really someone in the investigation team in the end? That would be a lot of fun. No one dared to rule out this possibility. Of course, there is also the origin of the manor itself. There are also the servants and housekeepers in the manor. Those who could enter the manor must have been carefully screened. What if the clown is someone inside the manor? This kind of embarrassing thing. The commander of the garrison fleet can only follow the procedures. The garrison fleet waited for half an hour without taking any action, and was ridiculed by many people for being incompetent. As for the imperial military, it must also follow the procedures. The first thing is to obtain the consent of the manor owner, to replace all the servants and housekeepers in the manor, and allow the garrison fleet to conduct a thorough search of the manor. In addition, there is the Special Investigation Team. In the Special Investigation Team, most of the people are seconded from some mysterious departments. Who knows what shady actions these people are involved in? What if they are caught, and then the matter is revealed? What should be done in the end? Half an hour later, the process was finally completed, and the commander of the Devon Star Garrison Fleet received the order. The manor's alarm system only opened one door. All other windows and entrances and exits, all were blocked by the battleship armor. Drones, unmanned robots swarmed into the manor's buildings. The fleet commander personally took command. Bring out all the people on the list. No one can enter the building. All drones, and the video data of the robots are fully backed up. The reason why the fleet commander did not allow real people to enter the building was to prevent someone from escaping in disguise. No one knows who the murderer is, or what kind of superpowers he has. In addition, drones and robots can minimize casualties. Everyone at the scene is nervous, because the murderer is too strong. The entire building is covered with various robots. These robots have many sensors. If the murderer wants to break through from other parts of the building, the sensors of these robots can collect data. The entire building is surrounded like an iron barrel. Everyone inside the building was told to stay inside. At the same time, the officials of Devon Star and the ministers far away in the imperial capital were also nervous. Even the emperor was paying attention to this operation. The fleet commander looked at the three-dimensional map inside the building, which kept turning green. These were the places that had been searched by drones and robots, proving that these places were very safe. When the entire building virtual projection showed green, the fleet commander's heart sank, because the murderer was gone. Bring the people out? The fleet commander could only give this order. Of course, these people were not simply brought out, but were placed in a living cabin. These living cabins have full data perception, and can all be remotely monitored. The purpose of doing this is also to prevent the murderer from faking and escaping. An hour later, the commander of the garrison fleet was a little confused. Only 5 people were missing in the entire building. The rest of the people were all brought out, and there was no living creature in the entire building. Where is the murderer? The commander of the garrison fleet was also confused when facing the questioning of his superiors. Chapter 958 Review. The commander of the garrison fleet was in a state of panic. Where did the murderer go? The commander of the garrison fleet carefully checked the list again. 4 members of the investigation team were missing, and the housekeeper of the manor was missing. The reason why they said they were missing was that the housekeeper's room had been blown up by a mecha bomb. This manor is at the level of a fortress, and the defense of each room inside is also very strong. Once the alarm system is turned on, these rooms cannot be opened from the outside unless they are opened from the inside, or the alarm system is turned on. How much destructive power would a mecha bomb explode in such a space? The rooms above, below and on both sides of the manor housekeeper's room were destroyed beyond recognition. Fortunately, there were no other people living around the room where the manor housekeeper lived. 4 members of the investigation team were missing. Vic Suyud. Vic's room was also attacked by an energy bomb, and the room was also a mess. The explosion in Vic's room caused a member of the investigation team downstairs to go missing, and Suyud, who lived next to Vic's room, also went missing. There is another member of the investigation team. Unfortunately, there are only a few cameras inside the manor, so we don't know the murder's entire crime process and purpose. However, judging from the traces at the scene, the murderer directly broke open the doors of these rooms. The murderer's perversion has been shown from the video footage of the manor next door. The question is, where is the murderer now? The surviving members of the investigation team and the servants of the manor can all be matched. The commander of the Devon Star Garrison Fleet felt a chill on his back and gave an order: search inch by inch and clean up and seal everything. Even if the murderer turns into a pile of dust, we must find him. Although the commander of the Garrison Fleet said this, he was not optimistic in his heart. Thousands of robots and drones searched every corner of the entire building. As long as it is a living thing, it can't escape the search of these robots and drones. These robots and drones are equipped with many energy detectors. The frequencies are completely different. There is no camouflage ability, which can avoid such dense frequency energy detection. Unless there is a more perverted superpower, now there is only one entrance and exit in the entire manor. This entrance and exit is also equipped with a special scanning device, which looks like a transparent greenhouse. One end of this scanning device is placed at the entrance and exit. To be frank, even if there is a slight energy fluctuation, it will be captured in this area. The commander of the garrison fleet can only hope that the higher authorities can combine the data to find clues. These drones and robots are not simply catching people inside, but using energy detection equipment to detect all energy residues inside the entire building. All these data were transmitted to the military, and relevant experts analyzed them. There are also traces left inside the building to speculate the murderer's trajectory. The commander of the garrison fleet decided to be a puppet and not make any decisions. Because this matter is getting weirder and weirder, and the noise is getting louder and louder, the investigation team of the Empire's Special Department was attacked just after arriving at Devon Star. The 4 missing members of the investigation team, there is a 99.99% probability that they have become dust. And why did only these 4 people die? Who are these 4 people? And why was the housekeeper of the manor also killed when the murderer rushed into the building? There were only 2 mecha bombs, but 3 mecha bombs exploded at the scene. The murderer's 3rd mecha bomb was carried in a space box, or was this mecha bomb already in the manor? Since the murderer had a space box, why did he take out the mecha bomb outside the manor, instead of rushing into the building and taking it out? This clown has such a perverted strength. Why does the Empire's intelligence department have no news about these clowns? Is there really no news, or do they dare not investigate? This group of clowns? The commander of the garrison fleet feels that there is a huge conspiracy here. Logically speaking, these clowns have such strong strength, and they definitely cannot appear in 1 or 2 days. Why did they suddenly appear? The experts from the military are carefully analyzing the data sent by the Devon Star garrison fleet. First, the intelligence system will analyze it, and then the experts will analyze it themselves. All traces inside the entire building will be analyzed, and there will be energy residue. These experts also feel their scalps tingling, because the strength shown by the clowns is too fierce. This manor is at the fortress level, and the windows were easily smashed by others. The murderer entered Vic's room. Several experts saw the remnants of the explosion in Vic's room and began to discuss. The walls of these rooms have ceilings, and there are battleship armor on the ground. However, the thickness of the battleship armor inside the building is not as thick as the outer wall. In such a closed space, the mecha bomb deformed the entire room. The battleship armor was torn. Everyone pay attention to this wall. The murderer hit the window, and the broken fragments of the window exploded directly into the entire room. Everyone pay attention to the remnants of this wall. From this point, it can be concluded that there should be 2 people in Vic's room. The other one is the missing Su. On the one hand, the investigation team is preparing to perform soul secrets on the 2 modified people the next day, and the 2 are likely to discuss what to do tomorrow. On the other hand, Vic and Su will not contact other people privately. One of the experts said the results of his analysis and demonstrated it with a set of animations. Basically, it restored the damage caused by Yang Bo rushing into the window, and the window fragments to Su and the others. The other experts nodded. Everyone knew the identities of Su and the others. These 2 people belong to the royal family, and would not interact with other people at all. Everyone is looking at this door. The door of Vic Chi was torn from the inside to the outside. This is not the effect after the explosion. Everyone, look at the footprints on the door. Based on the data sent back by the drone and the robot, a group of experts basically figured out the route that Yang Bo took to enter the building, because the order of the mecha bomb explosion is easy to judge. In addition, there are also a small number of monitoring devices inside the building. What lies before us now is a lot of doubts. First of all, who is the murderer's target? Mecha bombs are placed in 3 places, or the people in these 3 places are all the murderer's targets. But the 3 targets in these 3 places have never had any intersection before. Su and Vicky are easy to say, after all. They have offended too many people. When an expert said this, the others nodded silently. Many people hate this group of people trained by the royal family, so it is normal for these people to be targeted. But how do you explain the people in the other 2 places? Now there is another question. Where did the murderer go? All experts are now very troubled. Where did the murderer go? There are only two possibilities for the murderer. The first is self-destruction. We found that the member of the investigation team at the last explosion site had a mysterious phone call at the end. And he was still on the phone during the explosion. The second one is the murderer. One of the survivors. An expert said. Will he have some special superpowers? Such as invisibility or camouflage? An expert asked. This possibility is not high. There are so many drones. And robots are releasing full-frequency energy detection. Even the legendary invisibility will cause energy fluctuations when using superpowers. Of course, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Therefore, the royal family urgently dispatched two superpowers with soul secrets from certain places. On the one hand, they investigated the survivors. And on the other hand, they explored the closed buildings. I think we should report according to the current situation, because it involves a lot of unknown information. And there is evidence that the manor housekeeper was playing games when the manor was attacked. This is also a very abnormal situation. But we can't know if the manor housekeeper did anything else while playing games. And the last mecha bomb explosion. Who did the investigation team members in this room talk to? What was the content of the call? Everyone nodded when they heard this. The people in this investigation team originally came from various places. And some people might come from some shady organizations. Then reported like this. We just follow our scientific analysis. The military expert group quickly reported the results of the speculation. Then the military reported this speculation to His Majesty the Emperor. The experts also made a simulation animation, which was basically consistent with Yang Bo's route of action. Humph! After watching the entire simulation animation, the Emperor hummed. Because there are many unsolved mysteries in the simulation animation. His Majesty the Emperor was also very dissatisfied, and even felt a little embarrassed. Because this manor was controlled by the royal family behind the scenes. After the alarm system was activated, the manor's housekeeper did not react, and was still playing games. A few seconds before the mecha bomb exploded, the manor's housekeeper just quit the game. Why didn't the manor's housekeeper know that the alarm system was triggered? Then there is only one possibility, that the alarm system in the housekeeper's room was turned off by the housekeeper. Or the housekeeper was in a special place, and couldn't hear the alarm of the alarm system at all. Moreover, the murderer's first target was the superpower of the soul secret method. Doesn't this mean that he was targeting me? The Emperor. As the saying goes, look at the owner when beating the dog. Although these superpowers of the soul secret method are indeed annoying. But they are members of the royal family. And where did the third mecha bomb come from? Why did they bomb this seemingly irrelevant person again? You give me such a result? The Emperor looked at the military minister and asked with a dissatisfied tone. Chapter 959 Slap in the Face. Your Majesty, there is some information we cannot grasp. The Minister of Military Affairs spoke directly. The power of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is not as great as imagined. Because the Minister of Military Affairs is also from a noble family. To put it bluntly, the family of the Minister of Military Affairs was once the ruler of the Blue Water Empire. The Emperor certainly knew what the Minister of Military Affairs was referring to, so he waved his hand to let him go. The rest is up to you. The Emperor handed the rest of the matter over to the chief steward of the royal family. The chief steward bowed and replied, yes. After the royal chief steward took the information mentioned that there were some things that the military did not have the authority to query. Why didn't the manor steward notice the alarm system? Who did the last member of the investigation team who was killed by the bomb talk to last? Although the royal chief steward has the right to check these things first, but without the order of His Majesty, the chief steward will not do it. As a steward, he just needs to obey His Majesty's orders. There is no need to take the initiative to do anything, because these things involve too many secrets. Taking the initiative to do anything may cause dissatisfaction to His Majesty. The manor where the investigation team is stationed is owned by the royal family. There are also special departments to manage it. The departments that manage these manors will not take the initiative to investigate before receiving the investigation order from above. Who knows what is going on in these manors? Well, you know something you shouldn't know if you take the initiative to investigate? The royal household steward came forward to investigate, and soon found out that the manor steward was still playing the game when the manor was attacked. Some suspicious information was also found, such as before the investigation team arrived at the manor. The manor steward played the game once a week. As soon as the investigation team arrived, the steward played the game twice. The big data showed that the steward might have other identities. The royal household steward would not investigate. because it was not his responsibility to check the content of the game. As for the person attacked by the third bomb, the royal household steward has also found out that this is a spy from one of His Majesty's intelligence departments. He was reporting the day's work to his superiors when the incident happened. What surprised the royal household steward was that the members of the investigation team living downstairs in Vichy actually had other identities. TSK. The steward of the manor turned out to be a spy planted by other nobles. The emperor saw the results of the investigation. Although there was no evidence to show whether the steward of the manor was a spy planted by other nobles, his abnormal behavior was enough to explain everything. Then the emperor asked other departments to investigate all the data of the manor manager in the game. There are people from the temple in the special investigation team. TSK. The people in the special investigation team are carefully selected. If it weren't for this kind of thing, I don't know how long these guys would have been lurking. Investigate this Jimmy for me, and check all the people he has contacted. The Jimmy the emperor was talking about was the unlucky guy who lived downstairs from Vicky. Because the accident came too suddenly, this guy had no time to cover up all the traces. The royal household chief steward directly checked the place where this guy lived, and also checked all his identity information, and soon found out who this guy was. He was a member of an organization called Shintang, and Yang Bo accidentally acquired telepathic skills because of this guy. Self-destruction? However, after the emperor finished reading it, he asked with some doubts, "Your Majesty." Sean was reporting his work and connecting with his superiors at the time. There is a video backup showing that the murderer detonated the mecha bomb and blew himself up together. The royal household chief steward clicked on a video file. The video display was incomplete, and most of the view was blocked. According to the judgment, the door of the room was blocking the view. The royal chief steward hurriedly explained to His Majesty, although most of the view was blocked, a part of the door that came in happened to be seen on the right. The royal spy Sean said the word clown with difficulty. Then he saw a part of the mecha bomb appear. Even at the end of the mecha bomb explosion, no one went out of the door in the video field of view. The end of the video is, the drone of the Devon Star Garrison fleet took the final shot of Sean's room. The whole room disappeared, and even the surrounding rooms disappeared for the most part. The disappeared part was melted. A large hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared inside the building, and many things melted, which means that all evidence and traces are gone. Too cruel. Such a strong man as the murderer actually blew himself up? The emperor also felt that it was a bit impossible, because the strength shown by the murderer was too strong. Your Majesty, the murderer may have injected some forbidden potions, the royal chief steward said in a low voice. The emperor nodded when he heard this. If that was the case, it would make sense. The strength shown by the murderer was too abnormal, and it was a bit abnormal. If a forbidden potion was injected, it would make sense. The royal family also has many forbidden potions, which can fully stimulate the potential of a B-level superpower and reach a combat power above A level in a very short time. Of course, the consequences of forbidden potions are very serious, and basically all of them are death. Looks like a death squad. The emperor laughed. But then the emperor fell into deep thought again. Who is the murderer's target? Is it the steward of the manor? The man behind the steward of the manor killed people to silence them? This doesn't make sense. The steward of the manor received limited information. Revenge against Vic and Su Yud? This is very likely, because Vic, Su Yud, and other soul superpowers have offended many people. But what about Sean? He is a secret agent of the royal family. Your Majesty, I think someone is targeting Your Majesty. The royal household steward spoke at this time. In principle, the steward usually does not take the initiative to express his opinion. But when it comes to Your Majesty and the interests of the royal family, the steward can speak. Because the royal family is affected, the steward will also be affected. Tell me. The emperor nodded. The steward of the manor may have provided some help, so the murderer wants to kill to silence him. Vicky's room is the murderer's first target, and Su Yud is likely to be in this room. If you want to know that these two people are in the same room, you need an insider to tip them off, and then the murderer will attack from the outside. The steward of the manor may be this insider. As for Sean, he has one thing in common with Vicky and Su Yud: they are all Your Majesty's people. As for Jimmy and the temple, it should be pure bad luck. The royal household steward analyzed it carefully. After hearing this analysis, the emperor slammed the table and said, "What you said makes sense. Your explanation makes sense. The other party is coming for me. For the royal family, the murderer attacked Vicky and Su Yud first. proving that these two people are his first targets. Then he killed the traitors. Finally, killing Sean was a provocation to me, indicating that they already knew that Sean was a spy for the royal family. These bastards. Okay. The Emperor was furious, which meant that this attack was aimed at the royal family and at himself. The Emperor. It has nothing to do with other people. Imagine that other nobles are drinking tea and laughing at you. The manor is the royal territory, and the chief steward of the manor is actually a spy planted by others. Isn't it a slap in the face, attacking the royal family on the royal territory? What is this? This is a provocation. This is a slap in the face of the Emperor, as a spy of the royal family. Sean can be known by the murderer. Obviously there are spies from other people in some departments. Good. Thinking of other nobles, who are now watching his joke from behind, the Emperor gnashed his teeth. At this time, the department that investigated the manor manager sent some data. The Emperor looked at the results directly, and found that the manor manager was indeed transmitting information to the outside world through the game. It has not yet been found out which family the manor manager belongs to, because other departments will need to cooperate in the future. The departments established by the Emperor each have their own scope of power. The reason for doing this is to prevent a department from having too much power. If a department has too much power, there will be many hidden dangers. The Emperor forwarded the investigation report to other departments for investigation. The Emperor also passed part of the investigation data to the military minister. After reading the investigation data, the military minister passed it to the commander of the Devon Star Garrison Fleet. The commander of the Devon Star Garrison Fleet looked at the video data and was completely relieved. It would be fine if the murderer blew himself up. If the murderer disappeared, I'm afraid I would have trouble sleeping all night. TSK. At the same time, the commander also knew that the identities of the dead people must be not simple. And he was very glad that he followed the procedures. Who knows what these dead people came to Devon for? And what secrets they had? Sometimes knowing too much might offend some people. The commander of the Devon Fleet released the latest news. The murderer who attacked the special investigation team blew himself up, which was an extremely serious terrorist attack. At the same time, he offered a reward of 10 billion blue coins to collect relevant information about the criminals. After Yang Bo saw the official news, he smiled in his heart. He blew himself up in front of the royal spy in the end. Just acting for some people. The door on the spy's body blocked most of the view, but a part of the door could be seen. There was no evidence that the murderer had left the spy's room. Then the murderer blew himself up. It made sense. The murderer cut off all clues by doing this. No one thought that someone could move through space. So far, humans have done many experiments, and any creature will die after moving through space, unless there are protective equipment such as large spaceships. When the spaceship jumps through space, it will open enough energy shields to ensure the safety of the people inside the spaceship. At the same time, the official announcement of the Blue Water Empire was that a second special investigation team was sent. But the composition of the personnel of this special investigation team was kept secret, and their whereabouts were also kept secret. It seems that the Emperor is going to be ruthless. Yang Bo saw this news and muttered in his heart. Chapter 960 Preparation. After the official announcement of the news by the Shuelan Empire, the various nobles condemned this terrorist attack. These nobles knew that this incident had become a big deal. The last terrorist attack against Bart was not a big deal in the eyes of many nobles. After all, Bart was just a small viscount. And this time, the Special Investigation Team not only is the official face of the Empire, but also is sent by the Emperor. And there are hereditary earls in it. The Special Investigation Team can be said to be equivalent to an imperial envoy, and the place where the Special Investigation Team had trouble is the territory of the royal family. Someone killed a member of the royal family on the royal territory. The second investigation team sent out is a secret investigation team. No one knows who it is. And no one knows how long it will take to reach Devon Star. Of course, other nobles on Devon Star rush to leave. These nobles are also curious about who did it. Who is so bold as to publicly slap our emperor in the face? For nobles and emperors, face is the most important thing. Of course, there are also some anxious nobles. The first one is the steward of the Carter family manor, who is the spy planted by the Carter family. The Carter family knew that once this matter was discovered, they would definitely be taught a lesson. Of course, the Carter family had already made preparations when doing this. So after confirming that the manor housekeeper was dead, they quickly cleaned up the mess. However, the Carter family was still very worried. because sometimes evidence is not needed to do things. Compared with the Carter family, the Wu family, and the Zhang family felt that the sky was about to fall. Bart's bounty was funded by these two families. The last attack on Bart was broadcast live by Bart, which caused an uproar. The two families didn't care, because there was no evidence pointing to them. The two families just offered a reward. Although the two families knew that this attack had nothing to do with the last one. But the outside world didn't see it that way at all. The outside world would only think that this series of terrorist attacks were all done by a group of people. And the two families were not sure whether this attack was related to the last attack on Bart. Because the authorities also captured two modified people, maybe they were the anti-government forces of the Alliance, and wanted to destroy the evidence. If this is true, then the two families are also involved. The two families wanted to contact the anti-government forces of the Alliance, but they did not get a response for a while. And even if the anti-government forces of the Alliance responded, they did not know whether what they said was true or false. So the two families felt scalp tingling, and they were afraid of being remembered by the Emperor. The Emperor sometimes did things without evidence, and this terrorist attack happened on the royal territory, and killed the Emperor's people. Why should the Emperor talk about evidence with these people? The two families first checked themselves to make sure that no one was involved in the attack. If you do it on the first day, I can do it on the 15th day. This is the way nobles deal with each other. If you want to carry out a terrorist attack on me, then don't blame me for doing the same to you. Yang Bo looked at the news reports, and the various nobles condemned the terrorist attack, and smiled in his heart. I have completely muddied the water this time. Last time I was attacked, these nobles didn't say anything at all. Yang Bo also knew that Bart was attacked last time. It was not a big deal for these nobles and the Emperor. The Emperor sent a special investigation team just to show his attitude. Don't even think about finding anything substantial. Because these killers received the task from the killer platform, they had no direct relationship with the person who offered the reward. As for the provision of weapons and ammunition, these clues had been cut off long ago. If these nobles did not have this ability, they would have disappeared in the long river of history long ago. And this time, the attack completely trapped the Emperor, killing royal family members in the royal industry. As long as the Emperor found the slightest clue, he could retaliate against these nobles without any evidence. Although it sounds a bit double standard, when Bart is attacked, evidence is required, but when the Emperor's people are attacked, evidence is not required. But this is the reality, who makes Bart's status not as high as the Emperor's. And this is also the way nobles deal with each other. Nobles don't care about evidence at all, only officials will talk about evidence. There are all kinds of news on the internet of the Blue Water Empire, and some people make random guesses on it. Of course, those who can express their opinions freely on the internet, they are definitely hereditary nobles. Ordinary people in the Blue Water Empire would not easily express any opinions. Maybe because of expressing certain opinions, some great nobles would arrest them thousands of miles away. The Devon Star official also issued a notice. The content of the notice was very simple. This attack was defined as a suicide terrorist attack, and it was confirmed that the murderer had died in the third explosion. Of course, the official did not release specific video materials. The official announced that this terrorist attack only caused 5 deaths, 4 of whom were members of the investigation team. And the other one was a staff member of the manor. What disappointed Yang Bo was that the specific identities of the 4 people who died in the investigation team were not announced. It seems that we have to wait a little longer to find out who has revealed the telepathy skill. The telepathy skill doesn't seem to be very useful. Yang Bo has tried the telepathy skill. The telepathy skill has a little meaning of distinguishing between enemies and friends. That is, by demonstrating this skill, you can feel whether the people around you are hostile to you. It is not like what Yang Bo thought, that he can know what the other person is thinking through telepathy. In addition, telepathy can roughly sense whether the other party is lying or not. As for the deeper application of this skill, Yang Bo has not found it yet. In 10 days, the Space Coordinate Energy Stone sent by the Bounty Hunter Association will arrive at Tianyun Star. Then we should go and see the Zhang family's secret collection. I wonder how many valuable things there are. In another half a month, Li John will return to the Scarlet Federation, and then he can use this identity to cause trouble. When the time comes, empty all the Zhang family's secret collection. The space box is a little small, there is no way. Equip it with a big enough bomb. Yang Bo originally planned to make a bomb himself, but then he thought it was unnecessary. Designing and manufacturing new bombs by yourself will give the other party clues. On the contrary, using these ready-made bombs will confuse others. Just like the mecha bombs used by Yongbo this time, the Blue Water Empire will know that these are produced by the Alliance after a careful investigation. But if you want to find out the origin of these bombs, it is impossible. Because too many mecha bombs are made, there is no place to check. Just like the last time Bart was attacked by missiles and energy cannons, don't even think about finding out the origin of these missiles and energy cannons. Zhang Buizhen probably didn't expect that I could empty the Zhang family's secret treasures. In the end, we still have to use bombs to destroy the scene. Otherwise it will be too conspicuous. Yongbo returned to March Star, and came to the internet room to find that the Alliance was also reporting the incident on the Empire's Devon Star. But this time, the Alliance's media did not sneer. If it had been the previous Alliance's media, they would have sneered at the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Yongbo estimated that the Alliance had something to ask of the Empire this time, which was two anti-government armed modified people. The Alliance wants to get some information from these two people. And the Alliance also has media reports. The Alliance wants to cooperate with the Empire in anti-terrorism. In addition, the last theft of the Alliance's Energy Stone warehouse has not been investigated yet. That theft was a group of clowns, and the terrorist attacks in the Empire were also clowns, so both sides thought it was the same group of people. Relatively speaking, the Alliance's media reports more things, because many of the Alliance's decisions are open and transparent. In the Blue Water Empire, many official things will not be announced. Yongbo, go to the second game world tomorrow. The City Lord wants to see you. Su Wei and the other two came back from mecha training, and saw Yongbo in the room where he was surfing the internet. What do you want to see me about? The second game world entered winter, and there were not many things to do for the game characters, so Yongbo would only go to the game every now and then. It's about the title of nobility, and there are also some rewards. Su Wei answered. Let's go wash up. After Su Wei finished speaking, the three of them went to wash up. The progress of Su Wei and the other two's mecha training was quite fast. The main reason was that the three of them had their own mechas, and the other three could supervise each other or interact with each other's mechas. This was something that many mecha trainings could not achieve, because many mecha masters started training with those old models of mechas at the beginning, and not everyone had a mecha. Mecha masters had to have a certain period of adaptation when changing to different models of mechas. But Su Wei and the other two didn't need it at all. I'll wash with you. When Yongbo heard that Su Wei and the other two were going to wash, he quickly stood up. No way. That's right. No good will come from washing with you, the three women said unhappily. However, through his telepathy, Yongbo found that the three women were a little hypocritical when they said this. Hee hee. Yongbo just smiled, ignoring the three women's refusal, and then went to wash together. The skill of telepathy also has disadvantages. That is, if the person closest to you lies to you, you will find out. And in life, it is inevitable that you have to tell some lies sometimes. Yongbo followed the three women upstairs, muttering to himself. Is the skill of telepathy a talent or a secret method? I don't know who this person is. Is he another spy arranged by the royal family? The royal family will definitely not plant just one spy. They must plant more to ensure the accuracy of the information. Yongbo didn't know at all that the person who revealed this skill was from the Temple of God. If he knew, he would know that the Temple of God must be coming for him. No. It was coming for Bart. The fact that the people of the Temple of God can enter the Special Investigation Team is enough to show how powerful this organization is in the entire Interstellar Society. Chapter 961 Small Hydrogen Bomb. The next morning, Yongbo came to the internet room, and was about to enter the second game world, when he received a message from Wang Muxue, asking Yongbo to help make a batch of high-quality medicines. Yongbo replied to meet at the old place in the afternoon. It was still a cold winter in the second game world, and Yongbo's game character was still in Green Academy. Walking out of the cave, he still saw a vast expanse of white. The latitude should not be low, Yongbo muttered to himself. Before Su Wei started playing the game, Yongbo let Mao Mao out for a walk. Mao Mao had grown into a big leopard, with thick fur on his body. But the fur was not long, and his entire body was white. This guy was like a snow leopard, and he looked a little silly. However, this guy was agile, and he could run very fast even in the snow, and he could climb trees and rocks. Su Wei locked him up at night. The main reason was that Mao Mao's fur was very valuable, and there was no surveillance here. If it was stolen by someone with bad intentions, there would be no clues. After taking Mao Mao for a walk, Yongbo locked Mao Mao up again. This guy was alone in a cave. Then Yang Bo controlled the game character to leave Green Academy. The winter trade route of Green City in the second world was cut off because of the heavy snow. But this does not mean that there is no business activity. On the contrary, the current business activities are very active, especially for buyers and hunters, because the fur value is the highest in winter, and the prey is easy to preserve in winter. Although hunting in winter is more difficult, the benefits are high. So many hunters go to the forests in groups. Winter also has another advantage. That is, it is easy to carry large prey. You can drag the prey along the frozen stream or make a sled, which you need to carry out in other seasons. In addition, winter prey is also easy to preserve. There is a market outside Green City that is open every day. The market is full of carriages. In the morning, there are hunters dragging various prey here to trade. Yang Bo saw a big wild boar, a black bear, and some unfamiliar animals. A wild boar covered with scales. It looked like a wild boar, and the head of the wild boar was very big, with a single horn on it. A fox covered with spikes, with a head that looked a bit like a fox's head, but a body that looked like a porcupine's. And a pheasant with long hair? It looked a bit like the white-black chicken on Earth, but with longer hair, a longer neck, and a larger body, like a small ostrich, but with legs not as long as an ostrich. In addition, there are various aquatic animals in this market, all frozen hard, all hung on a wooden rack, and residents in the city can choose. The size of these fish varies, and the largest one is more than 1 person tall. The reason why these fur traders and hunters trade outside the city is that on the one hand, they need to collect taxes and check when entering the city. On the other hand, the merchants need to deal with the prey after purchasing it. In addition, some weapons carried by hunters are not allowed to enter the city. In winter, these prey are purchased as a whole. So after the fur traders get the prey, the meat and various internal organs after processing will be processed according to various prices. This allowed many civilians in the city to survive this winter, because the nobles would not eat such frozen food. Lucky Handy. The game character controlled by Yang Bo came to the city lord's private residence. Congratulations on becoming a viscount. Without waiting for Yang Bo to say anything, the city lord gave Yang Bo's game character a big hug. Ah! Yang Bo was also very surprised by the news. The noble title in the second world game is very difficult to obtain, because the noble title here is a real benefit. There are many benefits, from taxes to land, to the right to speak in the entire region. It will touch the interests of many people. Thank you for your help. Yang Bo controlled the game character and bowed to the city lord. Regardless of whether the city lord helped in this matter, at least the city lord did not obstruct this matter. If the city lord wanted to use me in this matter, there is absolutely no way to get the viscount title. Of course, the hereditary viscount title, I dare not even think about it, although I made great contributions in the last conflict. But this was just an attack by the bandits. If you want to get the hereditary title, you need to make great contributions in foreign wars to be able to obtain it. Haha. The mayor of Green City laughed. These are what you deserve. In addition, a large piece of land has been coordinated for you. Next to your land, there is a large orchard, and a large piece of farmland. In addition, there are more than 200 people, and the transfer procedures will be completed in the spring. The transfer procedures are more troublesome now. First, the transportation is inconvenient, and second, it is winter now, which is a time of consumption. Now the handover requires a lot of investment. The mayor poured a glass of wine for Handy. While speaking, Yang Bo knew that the other party said this to let him know that he was good to him. Thank you, sir. Yang Bo didn't like the way these nobles were often drunk. The reason why nobles like to drink alcohol is that there are historical reasons. People in this world don't have the habit of drinking boiled water. Drinking raw water can easily make you sick, but drinking alcohol doesn't have this effect. So these nobles basically don't drink water. They all drink alcohol. Yang Bo controlled the game character and interacted with the city lord. It turned out that this matter was not as simple as merit. Last time, many people were arrested, and the 2 families behind the scenes were found. These 2 families compensated the Green family with many things, from land to business, and then to gold coins. In the last conflict, the game character controlled by Yang Bo played a decisive role. Of course, there is another point. That is, the game character controlled by Yang Bo did not intend to leave Green City. The Green family is very willing to have such a great archer stay in Green City. Although the members of the Green family have developed in various places in the kingdom, Green City is the foundation of the entire family. So the game character controlled by Yang Bo can get the title of Viscount. In other words, they want to tie the game character controlled by Yang Bo to Green City. 2 hours later, the mayor of Green City was already drunk. Before Yang Bo controlled the game character to leave, he agreed with the mayor to hold a celebration party. 200 hectares of land, it's already a lot. After leaving the game, Su Wei was also very surprised to hear that Yang Bo owned so much land in the game. It sounds like this number is a lot, but in fact it's only 2 square kilometers. The land yield in the second world is very low, and land is not equal to farmland. But this is already very good, because 30% of it is farmland. And there are also some orchards. After hearing this, my brother will probably be very angry again. The empire has been in chaos recently, and my brother doesn't dare to go out to play. We have also found many spies planted by other families at home. Su Wei talked about family matters again. Yang Bo nodded. The terrorist attack on Devon Star did make the nobles of the Blue Water Empire worry about their own safety, because it was too violent. Whether it was the missiles or energy cannons that attacked Bart, or Yang Bo's fierce attack on the investigation team, they all made the nobles of the Blue Water Empire feel terrified. This led to a continuous rise in the prices of some products of the Blue Water Empire, such as the alarm system suitable for the territory, and various bionic detectors. The demand was too great. In the afternoon, Yang Bo came to the laboratory under Lu Jijia's company dormitory again. He made a batch of high-quality energy potions. It turned out that Wang Muxue wanted to use this batch of energy potions to prepare enough logistical materials to prepare for the elimination of pirates. Of course, Wang Muxue did not come here in person. After Yang Bo successfully made the materials, he stopped caring about it. As for how to deliver the medicine to Wang Muxue, this is the business of Zhou Rui and Lu Jijia. The next day, Yang Bo came to the Bart territory of Devon Star. First, he sent a message to Lin Yu of Tianyun Star, asking her to find a way to buy a property with the highest security level, and then wait for the next instruction. The reason why Yang Bo asked for the property with the highest security level was because this kind of property has rooms such as safe houses, which isolate all energy fluctuations. At that time, let Lin Yu put the energy stone of the space beacon in this room. Of course, Lin Yu didn't know what this energy stone was used for. It will take a few days to reach Tianyun Star. Use bombs produced by the Empire to attack the Zhang family. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Butler Jerry had no doubt that his young master wanted to check the weapons and equipment reserves of the territory, because recently all the nobles have been hoarding weapons and equipment. Mainly due to a series of terrorist attacks, these nobles have no sense of security. TSK. Yang Bo looked at the ammunition reserves in Bart's territory. There are mecha bombs produced 150 years ago. There are also missiles for mecha produced 200 years ago. In the arsenal of Bart's territory, there are also these antiques. These antiques are not very effective in normal wars, but they are enough for territory defense. Yang Bo stroked the mecha bomb that was as tall as a person. This bomb is considered to be a relatively large model among mecha bombs. Can you get a neutron bomb? Yang Bo asked Jerry, the butler beside him. Master, this type of weapon is strictly controlled. Small hydrogen bombs are fine, but medium and large ones are not. Butler Jerry shook his head. In fact, Yang Bo has another choice, which is to modify some batteries. Antimatter batteries, nuclear batteries and the like. Explosives can be easily made with these batteries. And the power is also quite large. But this faces another problem. That is, the mechanic mode consumes more energy to make these batteries. And modifying these can't confuse the water. Only by using these bombs produced by the Empire can the Zhang family be confused after the incident. Then buy some small hydrogen bombs. Yang Bo ordered directly. The Green Devil Star has stored so many ready-made bombs, which will be very useful in the future. Yang Bo was thinking about the mecha bombs he stored on the Green Devil Star. Why don't we go visit Wang Mushua's warship? The main battleship of the 9th Fleet was once on the Green Devil Star. There should be relevant records. But even if we know the coordinates, it is difficult to reach. We still have to look for opportunities in the Alliance capital. Yang Bo pondered in his heart again. Jerry the butler nodded when he heard what his young master said. These are all purchased from irregular channels. And the price may be higher. That's good. We will buy them from irregular channels. And then we can use them to hit people. And others will not know the clues. Jerry the butler felt something was wrong when he heard his young master's excited tone.